Chapter 2500. Whether it was Xiong Quan or Gold Thug, both of them were Duan Lingtian's people and considered themselves as his servants. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not treat them as servants. Although they were both people by Duan Lingtian's side, there was still a difference in their positions in Duan Lingtian's heart. Xiong Quan had been by Duan Lingtian's side since he was a teenager. He had selflessly sacrificed a lot for Duan Lingtian and his family. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not despise Xiong Quan even though Xiong Quan was no longer of any help to him. Instead, he treated Xiong Quan as his family. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could only watch as Xiong Quan, whom he had long regarded as family, died in front of him. Duan Lingtian glared at Yun Qingyan. His eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. One could see how furious he was. Enough, Kerr said coldly. Her voice was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Naturally, she knew Xiong Quan's position in her man's heart. For this reason, she could completely understand how her man felt. She could empathize with his feelings. Therefore, she quickly stopped Yun Qingyan from leaving. He was afraid that Yun Qingyan would come up with the idea of killing the people he had imprisoned in the spatial immortal tool. Let them go, and I'll go with you. When Ku'er spoke again, her voice was weak and feeble. It was obvious that she had made such a huge decision with great difficulty. Cousin, you finally made up your mind. Yun Qingyan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Kerr with a victorious smile on his face. Wasn't it all for this result, that he had done so much? Kerr. Duan Lingtian's face that was already extremely pale turned even paler at this moment. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he did not want anything to happen to his family and friends, he did not want them to die. He did not want Kerr to leave either. Let them go. Kerr urged Yun Qingyan as she stared at him coldly. Yun Qingyan's captives were important to Duan Lingtian, but they were also important to him. They were also her family and friends. She would not let anything happen to them. I'll let them go, but not now. Yun Qingyan said. If you don't let them go, I won't go with you. Kerr said coldly. Cousin. Yun Qingyan said indifferently, initially I planned to imprison Duan Lingtian as well and use him to threaten you. Now, Duan Lingtian, I'll let them go, but I won't let the others go for now. If you dare imprison Brother Tian, I won't go with you, Yun Qingyan said. Yun Qingyan's eyes narrowed his eyes. Cousin, there's a limit to my patience. Yun Qingyan frowned and said impatiently, I'll give you one last chance. I won't do anything to Duan Lingtian, and I won't imprison him. However, you must come with me. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you still haven't made up your mind after 10 breaths, I'll kill everyone imprisoned in this celestial weapon. Yun Qingyan's voice was filled with murderous intent as he spoke. Sush. Upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words, Duan Lingtian and Kerr's expressions changed drastically. If Yun Qingyan only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian or take Kerr away, both of them would not allow it. If Duan Lingtian was killed, Kerr would not be able to live. If Yun Qingyan wanted to take Kerr away, Duan Lingtian would protect Kerr with his life. He would not allow Kerr to be taken away, and he would fight until his last drop of blood. If Duan Lingtian died, Kerr would not be able to live as well. Therefore, for Yun Qingyan who did not want Kerr to die, it was difficult for him to break out of this situation. However, there was no doubt Yun Qingyan had found a way out. If Kerr refused to cooperate, he would kill Duan Ruffing, Li Ro, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others who were imprisoned. This was not something Kerr wanted to see, and it was the same for Duan Lingtian as well. Brother Tian. After the time of around 3 breaths, Ku'er looked at Duan Lingtian, and her eyes flashed with a wisp of pain. Kerr. When Duan Lingtian saw the pain in Kerr's eyes and the determination on Kerr's face, he knew Kerr had made up her mind. His expression changed again, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. At this moment, he wanted to stop Kerr from leaving with Yun Qingyan. However, the moment he did that, he would be indirectly sending his family and friends to a dead end. He was extremely conflicted. What should I do? At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know what to do. On one hand, he could abandon his wife, Ke, and allow Ke to leave. On the other hand, he could ignore the deaths of his family and friends. Brother Tian, don't worry. I'll be fine. Ke, of course, knew the struggle and pain in Duan Lingtian's heart. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian called out her name, she had already opened her mouth to console him. I'm only going back home. Even if I don't go back now, I'll have to go back sooner or later. Now, I'm just going back earlier. It's just that I'm not going back with you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Ke said, Ke. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed Ke's decision, he could not help but feel a twinge of pain in his heart when he heard Ke say it herself. He was going back on his word. He had said that even if he died, he would not allow anyone to take Ke away from him. However, he was going back on his word today. Yun Qing Yen. Ke could no longer bear to look at Duan Lingtian's pained expression. She turned to look at Yun Qing Yen. The tenderness in her eyes was replaced by coldness. I have Brother Tian's soul pearl with me. If something happens to him, I won't live as well. Although Yun Qing Yen had guessed this would happen, he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian even though Duan Lingtian had snatched the woman he wanted. However, when he heard Ke's words, he could not help but feel furious. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He's just an ant from the mundane realm. As long as you don't come looking for him without permission, I won't bother to make a move on him. Yun Qing Yen said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt for Duan Lingtian. Without waiting for Ke's reply, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Brat, didn't you say earlier that as long as I don't kill you today, you'll make me regret it in the future? Today, I, Yun Qing Yen, will tell you that I, Yun Qing Yen, have never regretted anything in my life. Yun Qing Yen paused for a moment before he raised his hand and slapped Duan Lingtian, leaving a burning palm print on Duan Lingtian's face. Yun Qing Yen. Since when had Duan Lingtian ever suffered such humiliation? His eyes widened, and his heavily injured body began to tremble violently due to his anger. Today, I'll take your wife, your family, and your friends with me. I'd like to see if you're capable of making me regret it, Duan Ling. A bright smile appeared on Yun Qing Yan's face when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression was distorted by the humiliation. Oh, that's right. Yun Qing Yan seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, There's something I have to tell you. Feng Qingyang, the person who left the legacy to you, is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. He's one of the strongest Devata realms. HM? Upon hearing Yun Qing Yan's words, the furious Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? In the past, Duan Lingtian's knowledge of Feng Qingyang was limited to the Saint Province realm. Feng Qingyang was the sword saint from 100,000 years ago, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, and the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. He had killed 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fought 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. After that, he had ascended to a Devata realm. Based on Feng Qingyang's achievements in the Devata realms, there was no doubt that he would be extraordinary after he ascended to a Devata realm. At the very least, that was what Duan Lingtian thought. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. He did not expect Feng Qingyang to be the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the solitary destructive heaven was only one of the 81 Devata realms, the fact that Feng Qingyang was able to become the heavenly emperor of one of the 81 Devata realms was enough to prove that he was one of the strongest Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang has become the heavenly emperor of one of the Devata realms in just 100,000 years? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about his current predicament. This was because Yun Qing Yan's words had shocked him so much that he did not even dare to think about it in the past. Why are you telling me this? After a while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down and looked at Yun Qing Yan. He could not help but tremble inwardly. Yun Qing Yan knew Feng Qingyang was his master, and he knew Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of one of the Devata realms, the solitary destructive heaven. Yet, he still dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was he not afraid of Feng Qingyang? I'm telling you this because... Yun Qinyan said indifferently. Yun Qinyan said nonchalantly, even Feng Qingyang is nothing to me. Chapter 2501. Boom! Yun Qinyan's words were like a bolt from the blue to Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, one of the Devata realms. Not only was Yun Qinyan not afraid of him, but he had even sent someone to look for Feng Qingyang. Then he added, there was no longer a heavenly emperor in solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he understood what Yun Qinyan meant. It was nothing more than the people he sent to find Feng Qingyang. They had already solved the problem of Feng Qingyang and might even have taken Feng Qingyang's life. Is Ker's men really strong enough to kill a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm? Although Duan Lingtian understood what Yun Qinyan was implying, he did not believe him completely. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Ker. In his opinion, although he did not know if Yun Qinyan's men were strong enough to kill a heavenly emperor, he was certain Ker knew. Brother Tian, if he really intends to kill the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, apart from the strongest heavenly emperors, it'll be difficult for the remaining heavenly emperors to escape unscathed. Ker replied in a timely manner. Currently, she had regained most of her memories from her past life. Therefore, she knew Yun Qinyan was capable of sending such a powerful expert to deal with the celestial race. I've never met Senior Feng Qingyang before. Why are you venting your anger on him because of me? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Ker's words. He glared at Yun Qinyan angrily and said in a low voice, "What are you talking about? Why did you vent your anger on him?" Yun Qinyan said indifferently, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for obtaining his legacy. Naturally, it's also because Feng Qingyang's innate talent is extraordinary that I can't tolerate him. You are not a threat to me, but if I give that Feng Qingyang some more time, he might be able to pose a threat to me." Of course, there were many things that Yun Qinyan did not say. The reason why he killed Feng Qingyang was because he was worried that Feng Qingyang would stand up for Duan Lingtian once he had the strength to threaten him, also because he was worried that with Feng Qingyang's help, Duan Lingtian would be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang and become a threat to him. That was something he could not tolerate. In fact, before he made his appearance today, he had already expected such an outcome. This was because, before this, besides spending a lot of effort to investigate his cousin's reincarnation and Duan Lingtian thoroughly, he had also thought about the various possibilities after his appearance. That included the ending they were facing now. He had imprisoned Duan Lingtian's family and friends, and his cousin was willing to return with him. However, due to his cousin's threat, he could not kill Duan Lingtian, so he could only let him grow. Although he was certain Duan Lingtian would not be a threat to him in the future even with Feng Qingyang's help, Yun Qinyan was certain he would not be a threat to him in the future. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to get rid of Feng Qingyang, who was an unstable factor. With this, he would not have to worry about Duan Lingtian turning the tables on him. "You deserve to die." Duan Lingtian glared at Yun Qinyan furiously. His body trembled violently as he regained some of his strength. "Even if I deserve to die, you have to be strong enough to take my life first." Yun Qinyan glanced at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. He smiled condescendingly before he rose into the air and looked at Ker, who was standing nearby. "Cousin, it's time for us to return." As soon as Yun Qinyan finished speaking, he waved his hand again. In just a blink of an eye, not only did Yun Qinyan's body transform into an afterimage, but Ker's figure also disappeared after transforming into an afterimage. Ker! Duan Lingtian could not help but feel heartache when he saw Ker disappear before his eyes, even though he had mentally prepared himself for this. His heart felt empty, and he felt as though he had lost his soul. "Brother Tian." While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, the voice transmission Ker left behind before she left entered Duan Lingtian's ears. "Don't worry. I'll protect father, mother, Sister Tianwu and the others. I won't let anything happen to them. Apart from that, my name in my past life was Xianxia. The Xia clan I was from was one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land. The Divine Offering Land is... The voice transmission paused for a moment. She did not have time to introduce the Divine Offering Land to Duan Lingtian. It was clear Kerr was taken away by Yun Qin Yen before she could finish her voice transmission. Xianing Shui. The Divine Offering Land. Through the incomplete voice transmission left behind by Kerr and the conversation between Kerr and Yun Qin Yen, Duan Lingtian obtained an important piece of information. In her past life, Kerr was a member of the Xia clan, one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land. The Divine Offering Land. I'll remember it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian remembered the Divine Offering Land. It was a place he had never heard of before. After Yun Qin Yen left, the restraining force on Duan Lingtian's body disappeared as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could finally mobilize the energy in his body and began to heal his injured body. At the same time, he took out some healing medicinal pills from his spatial ring and consumed them, allowing his injuries to heal even faster. Due to the severity of his injuries, Duan Lingtian could barely move his body after half an hour. An hour later, Duan Lingtian turned over and laid on the mountaintop. He stared at the boundless sky in a daze. It was as though he had lost his soul. He did not move for a long time. If someone who did not know better saw this from afar, they would have thought he was a corpse. This was, without a doubt, a dark day for Duan Lingtian. His wife, Kerr, had left him. Apart from that, his family and friends had also left him. He could only watch as Yun Qin Yen took his family and his friends away. There was nothing he could do. I'm trash. I'm trash. For the first time in his life, Duan Lingtian began to belittle himself. Compared to Yun Qin Yan's strength, Duan Lingtian, who was considered one of the strongest in the mundane realms, was nothing at all. He was as insignificant as an ant in front of Yun Qin Yen. Yun Qin Yen could easily kill him with a stomp. Even if Yun Qin Yen stood there motionless, Yun Qin Yen could easily kill him with just a thought. Who's that Yun Qin Yen? How can he kill a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm just by sending someone out? And that world of divine remains. What is that place? While Duan Lingtian was belittling himself, he could not help but feel perplexed. Initially, he had thought Yun Qin Yen was just a powerful celestial in a Devata realm. Although he was strong, he was not as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He did not expect Yun Qin Yen to be so strong. Yun Qin Yen could easily kill a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm just by sending someone out. Even if Yun Qin Yen himself did not have the strength to kill a heavenly emperor, his background was powerful enough to shock people. Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about how that senior whom he had never met had met with a calamity because of him, even though he had obtained the senior's legacy. It took him a long time before he could calm down. If it was not for Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy, it would not have been so smooth sailing for him. In fact, he might have died along the way. However, Senior Feng Qingyang might have died because of him. How could he not feel guilty? Senior Feng Qingyang, don't worry. One day, I'll avenge you. As time passed, Duan Lingtian's gaze became more determined. Although Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the gap between him and Yun Qin Yen was like heaven and earth, it was not a reason for him to feel discouraged and dejected. He had to stand up and cross the distance between them to avenge Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on Yun Qin Yan's words to Kerr, Duan Lingtian realized there was a problem. Kerr came from an extraordinary family in her past life. If he wanted to gain her family's approval, he would have to be strong. Father, mother, little Fei, Tianwu, Nian Tian, Xiling. Wait for me. I'll save all of you from that cold prison as soon as I can. When Duan Lingtian thought about his family and friends who were imprisoned by Yun Qin Yen, he felt guilty. After all, if it were not for his relationship with them, Yun Qin Yen would not have targeted them and imprisoned them. Strength. My current strength is still too weak after all. Before today, Duan Lingtian had been proud of himself for possessing strength comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial. However, after meeting Yun Qin Yen, he realized he was still weak. After all, he was still very weak. That bit of strength of his was nothing in front of a true powerhouse. 3 days. Duan Lingtian had been lying in bed for 3 days. During these 3 days, he thought about many things as he lay in bed. There were times when he was filled with despair and disappointment. However, in the end he managed to calm himself down and pull himself together. My injuries. I'm afraid I'll need another 10 days to half a month to fully recover. After calming himself down, Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. His expression was calm as though nothing had happened. He did not look like someone who had just lost his family and friends. Naturally, for someone like Duan Lingtian who valued relationships, this was just a facade. Chapter 2502. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian had thought about everything that he should and should not think about. The fact that Kerr was forced to leave, and his family and friends were taken away was undoubtedly a huge blow to Duan Lingtian. However, he knew that no matter how pained and sorrowful he felt, it was useless when faced with such a situation. The only thing he could do was to calm himself down and raise his strength as soon as possible so that he could head to the divine offering land that Kerr had mentioned. He wanted to rescue his family and friends from Yunqingyan and bring Kerr away from the divine offering land. Kerr, I won't let you wait too long, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He rose into the air and left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land as though nothing had happened. He returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only acted as though nothing had happened. In his heart, he still felt very uncomfortable. Xianxia. Yunqingyan did not imprison Xianxia and bring him away. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Yunqingyan did not imprison anyone from the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was clear Yunqingyan was selective in who he imprisoned. Most of them were people who were close to him. Xianxia, on the other hand, was someone who had followed him from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to the Saint Province realm. He did not leave any traces behind in the Saint Province realm. For this reason, it was not strange that Yunqingyan did not imprison him. At a nameless snow-capped peak in the northern region. This was also the temporary estate of the 7 Absolute sect. Xianxia. When Duan Lingtian returned, he saw the figure standing on the stone platform halfway up the mountain. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to the figure. Duan Lingtian? When Xianxia heard Duan Lingtian's voice and saw Duan Lingtian, he finally snapped out of his daze and said anxiously, Duan Lingtian, they were taken away by force. That person is very strong. It feels like he's not any weaker than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Xianxia could not help but feel terrified when he recalled the green-robed young man he had met a few days ago. The scenes at that time were still vivid in his mind. He felt like an ant before the green-clad young man. The other party didn't even specifically target him. Just the residual power of the energy released from his body was enough to suppress the energy in his body, turning it into a pool of stagnant water, unable to cause any more ripples. Yes, I know. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew who Xianxia was referring to. His eyes widened slightly as he nodded. Then, without waiting for Xianxia's reply, Duan Lingtian said, let's return to the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. We'll head to Yanhuang Realm. Then Xianxia was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not understand Duan Lingtian's reaction. After all, even Duan Lingtian's daughter had been taken away. However, based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it seemed as though he did not understand what Xianxia had just said. However, Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he knew. Duan Lingtian, your daughter and Miss Tianwu were also taken away by force. Xianxia could not help but add, I know. Duan Lingtian nodded again before he continued to say, let's go to the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Xianxia's reply before he raised his hand and brought Xianxia to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian. Xianxia muttered under his breath. Along the way, Xianxia discovered that something was amiss. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Duan Lingtian's emotionless eyes, he obediently shut his mouth. He could not see any anger in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though Duan Lingtian had lost his soul. Even if Duan Lingtian did not say anything, Zhang Yi knew something must have happened. When he saw Duan Lingtian did not want to talk about it, he obediently stopped asking. "We're here." Soon after, Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Yi to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. It was the icy valley in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the snow-covered mountain valley, a few wooden houses were still standing there. They looked exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian had left them. It was obvious that no one had come here since they left last time. "Let's go in." Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he saw the black hole hovering in front of him. He put Zhang Yi down and prepared to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone in just a flash. "Duan Lingtian." At this moment, Zhang Yi called out to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's call, Duan Lingtian immediately regained his senses. He looked at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Duan Lingtian did not know why Zhang Yi called out to him. After entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we usually won't appear in the same place. Zhang Yi said, "Therefore we have to meet somewhere, right?" He was not worried about whether Duan Lingtian would be able to find the way to Yanhuang realm. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could easily find someone from the Yanhuang realm to lead him to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone and head to Yanhuang realm. "I forgot about that." Duan Lingtian nodded. "In that case, we'll meet at the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. No matter who arrives first, we'll wait for the other person nearby. What do you think?" "Sure." Zhang Yi nodded. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot in a flash. It was as though he had never appeared in the ice valley that was shrouded in fog. When Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot, Zhang Yi could clearly see the black hole in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The black hole hovering in the air, which was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm, suddenly shook for a moment before ripples spread out from it. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. Zhang Yi knew this meant Duan Lingtian had already entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Although Zhang Yi did not understand why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry, he still followed Duan Lingtian through the black hole and entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In fact, Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry because he did not know when he would ascend to a Devata realm. Although he wanted to ascend to a Devata realm, he could not find a way to raise his strength in the Saint Province realm. However, it was not up to him to decide whether he would ascend to a Devata realm or not. He could only wait for the appearance of the Celestial Ascension Force. After all, he would only be able to ascend to the Devata realm and become a Celestial when the Celestial Ascension Force appeared. However, he did not want to waste his time waiting for the Celestial Ascension Force to ascend to a Devata realm. Due to Yun Qingyan's actions, Duan Lingtian was eager to raise his strength. He did not want to waste even a second. "I can't find a way to raise my strength in the Saint Province realm. However, in a large mundane realm like the Yanhuang realm, I might be able to find a way to improve my strength." With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to head to Yanhuang realm as soon as possible. Apart from finding a way to raise his strength before he ascended to a Devata realm, he could also find a way to return to Earth in Yanhuang realm. If it were not for Earth, Duan Lingtian would not have only set his sights on Yanhuang realm. After all, apart from the people from Yanhuang realm, there were also people from 3 large mundane realms in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The 3 large mundane realms were no smaller than the Yanhuang realm. They must have something that Yanhuang realm had as well. Duan Lingtian had chosen Yanhuang realm because of Earth. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's hometown. The powerhouses from the devil clans who invaded the Saint Province realm, including the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, must be afraid of Kerr for killing the patriarch of the dragons who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They must be afraid of Kerr. Under such circumstances, even if they don't leave the Saint Province realm and return to the land of exile, they won't dare to act recklessly. Unless they're certain that Kerr has left the Saint Province realm, they won't dare to act recklessly in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian had thought of this before he left the Saint Province realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was his hometown in this life. If possible, he did not want the Saint Province realm to be plunged into misery and suffering because of the devil clans. Duan Lingtian did not make a move to expel the devil clans because he knew there were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials among the devil clans who were not weaker than him. With Ker's current strength, he was not strong enough to force the devil clans to retreat. In fact, it was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. After the powerhouses from the devil clans confirmed what had happened in the dragon's residence, they ordered their subordinates to behave themselves and stop killing the humans in the Saint Province realm. Peace was restored in the Saint Province realm. The humans and the devil clans coexisted peacefully overnight. However, this was only the calm before the storm. If the powerhouses from the devil clans could confirm that the human powerhouse who could threaten them was no longer in the Saint Province realm, they would not hesitate. Chapter 2503. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. When Duan Lingtian entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone again, he was no longer in the mood to hunt for celestial supreme treasures. He was no longer in the mood to search for treasures. Along the way, he began to look for people from the Yen Huang realm. Although Duan Lingtian had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, since he was separated from Xianxia, there was no one to guide him to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to Yen Huang realm. For this reason, he could only find someone from Yen Huang realm to lead the way. After all, he was not from Yen Huang realm, so he could not sense the location of the exit that led to Yen Huang realm. Someone from Skyline realm. People from Vast Cloud Plain. Someone from Muro realm. In about half a month, Duan Lingtian had met people from the other 3 large mundane realms. However, he did not meet anyone from Yen Huang realm. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel anxious. It has already been half a month. I'm sure Xianxia should have arrived at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to Yen Huang realm by now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since Xianxia was from Yen Huang realm, as soon as he entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, he would be able to locate the exit that led to Yen Huang realm and make his way to that place. For this reason, as long as Xianxia was close to the exit, he would definitely be there by now. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became even more anxious. He began to search for people. HM? There seems to be someone over there. I should go and see if there's anyone from Yen Huang realm there. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way to the valley where the commotion was coming from and entered it. As he entered the valley, the voices that entered Duan Lingtian's ears grew louder and louder. At this moment, there was a group of people surrounding a person in the valley. The person who was surrounded was a woman who was completely covered in black. No matter if it was her body or her face, everything was covered in black. She looked very much like the assassins from the ancient dramas in Duan Lingtian's previous life. The reason why he could tell that she was a woman was because of the black clothes she was wearing, which showed the outline of her figure. Although this black outfit wasn't considered tight, the woman's figure was too good, so it still showed her silhouette. There was nothing better than a devilish figure. Hand over the celestial supreme treasure, or die. Someone from the group of people that surrounded the woman quickly shouted out. His voice was filled with killing intent, as if he would directly attack and kill the black-clothed woman at the slightest disagreement. Take off the black cloth on your face. As long as you look good and give me the immortal supreme treasure, I don't mind taking you in as a concubine. A sloppy-looking young man looked at the black-clothed woman and said, When we came in, didn't we agree? Everything in this heaven-ranked treasure vault is to be obtained by one's own ability? Why are you going back on your word now that I've obtained the immortal supreme treasure? The black-clothed woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at the group of people surrounding her coldly. Although her voice was slightly gloomy, it was still very pleasant to the ears. Upon hearing the woman's response, some of the people around her had a change of expression as though they were in the wrong. However, there were even more people who snorted coldly and stared at her coldly. Who did not want a celestial supreme treasure? Perhaps, before the celestial supreme treasure appeared, the group of people could have a discussion. In this heaven-ranked treasure vault, everything would belong to whoever had the ability to obtain it. However, if the celestial supreme treasure was really obtained by someone, the others would definitely be unwilling to accept it. Under such circumstances, verbal promises were undoubtedly weak and powerless. She seems to be very confident? Although Duan Lingtian had just arrived, he could clearly feel that the black-clothed woman was very calm. This woman, who was completely shrouded in black, did not seem to show any fear or anxiety even though she was surrounded by a group of people. She was still able to maintain her composure. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this was a sign of confidence. Duan Lingtian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including the black-clothed woman. However, after they glanced at Duan Lingtian, they quickly retracted their gazes. The group of people surrounding the black-clothed woman continued to stare at her. Meanwhile, the black-clothed woman continued to stare coldly at the people who were surrounding her. Everyone. Just as the atmosphere between the black-clothed woman and the group of people surrounding her was about to explode, Duan Lingtian spoke in a timely manner. "Among all of you, is there anyone from Yanhuang realm?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of people present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian again before they withdrew their gazes. Nobody paid any attention to Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was someone who had just entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Moreover, he was not even 100 years old like them. He was, at most, an eminent celestial. They could not be bothered with such a person since he was not a threat to them at all. Perhaps most of them were not eminent celestials, but there were still 3 eminent celestials among them. Even if a mere eminent celestial was angry at them for ignoring him, could he really do anything to them? Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the group of people ignoring him. However, when he asked the question earlier, he had been observing the expressions of the group of people in front of him. In the end, he was certain one of them was from Yanhuang realm. After all, one's eyes could not lie. "Kill her. Kill her. Take the celestial supreme treasure from her." While Duan Lingtian was looking at the person from Yanhuang realm again, the group of people in front of him had already begun to attack the black-clad woman. 5-colored energy surged out and formed a net that shrouded the black-clad woman. For a time, the black-clad woman was like a trapped beast that was firmly trapped. Just as the surrounding people made their moves, the black-clothed woman's exposed eyes suddenly surged with waves of coldness. With a raise of her hand, a dagger appeared in her hand. As soon as the dagger appeared, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. With just a glance, he could tell the dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. The dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the black-clad woman who seemed to have become a trapped beast waved her hand that was holding the dagger, and it seemed as if she had the help of the gods. She easily blocked the waves of vast energy that enveloped her. Strands of powerful aura rose from the woman in black and spread out. Oh no! As soon as the black-clad woman's aura surged out, the expressions of the 3 eminent celestials changed drastically when they sensed the danger they were in. As eminent celestials, their senses were much sharper than the others. After sensing the crisis, they also realized one thing. The black-clad woman might be an eminent celestial like them, but she was definitely stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. After obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength has risen to such a level. In other words, before obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength is already comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Among the 3 eminent celestials who were attacking the black-clad woman, 2 of them had strength comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they could not help but tremble in fear when they saw the black-clad woman's strength. At the same time, they began to think about retreating. During this time, the 2 eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial looked at the black-clad woman with a hint of jealousy and fear in their eyes. If both of them had celestial supreme treasures as well, their strength would not be any weaker than the black-clad woman. She's hiding her strength. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was watching from afar, raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. As soon as Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from the black-clad woman who was being attacked by the group of eminent celestials. At the same time, the dagger in her hand moved even faster as it left streaks of light in the air. When these sharp lights passed by each other, it was as if they had the help of the gods, and they easily defeated the vast and mighty multicolored power. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air, stirring up a strong wind. After the black-clad woman's strength had increased, she had completely destroyed the group of people who were attacking her. The group of people's attacks were completely destroyed by the dagger in her hand. This is bad. We've underestimated her. Her strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. When the black-clad woman defeated the group of people, the 2 eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial were horrified. This was because they did not expect the black-clad woman to be so powerful. The black-clad woman before them had concealed her strength so well. If they had known the black-clad woman's strength was comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial before she obtained the celestial supreme treasure, they would not have dared to covet the celestial supreme treasure. When the 3 eminent celestials discovered the black-clad woman's strength, they immediately turned and fled. However, would they be able to escape? In just a blink of an eye, the black-clad woman had killed the 3 eminent celestials and the group of people who were attacking her before they could even react. At this moment, only the black-clad woman and Duan Lingtian were left in the valley. You're from Yanhuang realm? Chapter 2504. You want my celestial supreme treasure as well? The black-clad woman whose entire body was shrouded in black, revealing only her eyes and beautiful hair that cascaded like a waterfall. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a vigilant gaze as she asked coldly. Duan Lingtian, who was already anxious because he could not find anyone from Yanhuang realm, became impatient when he saw the black-clad woman did not answer his question. He said in a deep voice, "If I want your celestial supreme treasure, why would I wait until now?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a wave of majestic energy surged out of his body. It was like a ball of flames that emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, streaks of sword light rapidly condensed and took shape around his body. Then, they continuously revolved around him. At first, there were only a few sword rays. However, as time passed, more and more sword rays appeared. Bush, 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 bush. A series of ear-piercing sword cries resonated in the air. The tens of thousands of sword rays around Duan Lingtian whistled and gathered in the air above his head. They combined in a very mysterious way. It was a sword formation. As soon as the sword formation appeared, it emitted a mysterious aura that spread out from the top of Duan Lingtian's head like ripples. It swept across a large area, not leaving a single corner untouched. When the mysterious aura enveloped the woman in black, her expression changed with a swoosh. Of course, because her face was blocked, it was impossible to see it at all. However, from the shock in her eyes, one could clearly see that she was not calm at all. Under the horrified gaze of the black-clad woman, the dagger in her hand actually injured her hand before it flew out swiftly as though it was being summoned by something. It flashed toward the sword formation that hovered above Duan Lingtian and became a part of the sword formation. Just as the black-clad woman was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, the dagger that was attracted by the sword formation earlier was now in his hand. He allowed him to hold and examine it. Do you still think I want the immortal supreme treasure in your hands? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the black-clothed woman with an indifferent gaze. You're Duan Lingtian. However, the black-clad woman did not respond to Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, she exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the horror in her eyes grew even more intense. You know me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. You're really Duan Lingtian? The black-clad woman exclaimed in surprise when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then she asked, Are you really as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm who possessed a celestial supreme treasure when you're just an eminent celestial? Are you sure you're as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? I'll never change my name, Duan Lingtian replied. Based on the black-clad woman's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the black-clad woman was able to call out his name. As it turned out, she had heard about his actions outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It's really you. After obtaining further confirmation from Duan Ling Tian, the black-clad woman heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the dread in her eyes when she looked at Duan Ling Tian disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of curiosity. If the person in front of her was Duan Ling Tian, he might not be interested in the celestial supreme treasure in her possession. Even if he was interested in the celestial supreme treasure, he could have just killed her and taken it away. There was no need for him to waste time talking to her. Earlier, when I asked if any of you were from Yanhuang Realm, your gaze told me that you're from Yanhuang Realm, right? Duan Ling Tian asked the black-clad woman. Earlier, when he asked the question, the black-clad woman's gaze was different from the others. To a certain extent, it revealed that she was from the Yanhuang Realm. Yes. This time, the black-clothed woman replied in time to Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, she had ignored Duan Ling Tian's question and asked Duan Ling Tian if he wanted to take her celestial supreme treasure. That was why Duan Ling Tian took her celestial supreme treasure away. After replying to Duan Ling Tian, her gaze fell on the dagger in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The dagger was the celestial supreme treasure she had obtained from the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Do you still want to take back this celestial supreme treasure? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the black-clad woman's reply. He did not forget to weigh the dagger in his hand as he asked the question. Are you willing to return it to me? The black-clad woman's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. In fact, when the celestial supreme treasure was in Duan Ling Tian's hands, she was already mentally prepared to lose it. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to her. If Duan Ling Tian was willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to her, she would naturally want it. After all, it was a celestial supreme treasure. As long as you bring me to the exit that leads to Yanhuang Realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, I'm willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to you. Duan Ling Tian stated his condition. It was not easy for him to meet someone from Yanhuang Realm. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, he wanted her to lead him to the exit that led to Yanhuang Realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. You want to go to Yanhuang Realm? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the black-clad woman finally understood why Duan Ling Tian had asked them if they were from Yanhuang Realm. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian wanted to go to Yanhuang Realm. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Don't you have a disciple from the Celestial Master's sect with you? Why don't you just ask him to bring you there? The black-clad woman asked curiously. She had heard about what Duan Ling Tian had done outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Not only did she hear about how Duan Ling Tian had managed to kill the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm with his strength that was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but she had also heard about how Duan Ling Tian had a disciple from the Celestial Master's sect with him. You know about this as well? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. However, he did not conceal anything and continued to say, I brought him back to the Saint Province realm. Now that we've entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone again, we're separated again. I see. The black-clad woman nodded. Then, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown when he saw the hint of cunning in the black-clad woman's eyes. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. You want me to bring you to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that leads to Yanhuang Realm? That's not a problem at all. However, before that, apart from returning the celestial supreme treasure to me, you have to help me clear the remaining obstacles in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. I want the divine ability at the back. As for the incomplete legacy, I'm not interested in it, so there's no need for you to help me clear all the trials in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. The black-clad woman said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Don't push your luck. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. Returning your celestial supreme treasure is the best I can do. Now, you want me to help you obtain the divine ability in the heaven-ranked treasure vault? I'm not pushing my luck. The slyness in the black-clad woman's eyes intensified. It shouldn't be difficult for you to help me clear the remaining trials, right? Naturally, it would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian to clear the remaining trials in the heaven-rank treasure vault. In fact, it would not be difficult for him to clear all the trials in the heaven-rank treasure vault. However, he did not want to waste too much time here. After all, it took time to comprehend and memorize the divine ability. Only by memorizing everything would he have a chance to master the divine ability in the future. My patience is limited. If you're unwilling, I'll look for someone else, Duan Lingtian said impatiently. If you want to find someone else, you can go now. It's not like I can't clear the next few stages myself. It'll just take me a little more time. It'll take some time, the black-clad woman said indifferently. Her words seemed to have caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. Aren't you worried I'll kill you? Duan Lingtian asked coldly as he stared at the black-clad woman. Will you? The black-clad woman asked. The slyness in her eyes did not diminish at all when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Humph. In the end, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. However, he compromised in the end. It was not easy for him to find someone from the Yanhuang realm. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when he would be able to find another one. The black-clad woman's eyes shone with a hint of smugness. Following her request, Duan Lingtian helped her clear the remaining trials. It took him 3 days and 3 nights. It was not that Duan Lingtian was not efficient, it was just that the trials were limited by the rules. Assist-type divine ability? Soon after, the divine ability in the heavenly secret treasure vault appeared before Duan Lingtian. It was an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. It's an assist-type divine ability. The black-clad woman was excited as she began to comprehend and memorize the assist-type divine ability. As long as she memorized the assist-type divine ability within a certain period of time, it meant she had obtained the divine ability. This was similar to how Duan Lingtian obtained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. While the black-clad woman was comprehending and memorizing the assist-type divine ability, Duan Lingtian did not follow her. This was because... Chapter 2505. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not interested in comprehending and memorizing an assist-type divine ability that was far inferior to the elementary devouring tactic. Even if he managed to memorize the assist-type divine ability, he would not waste his time comprehending and mastering it. After all, even if he managed to master it, it was far inferior to the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. For this reason, there was no need for him to memorize and comprehend the divine ability. While she's comprehending and memorizing the assist-type divine ability, I'll continue to comprehend the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he immersed himself in comprehending the divine ability. However, the divine ability he comprehended was the 13 green lotus swords. The 13 green lotus swords was an extremely powerful divine ability from the Devata realm. Although he had mastered it to a certain level, it was only comparable to ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms at best. If he wanted to fully explore the 13 green lotus swords, he would have to further comprehend it. Duan Lingtian was immersed in comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. He seemed to have forgotten about time. It was only when the black-clad woman woke him up that he discovered the stone tablet that recorded the assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm had disappeared without a trace. Have you memorized it? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the black-clad woman. Yes. The black-clad woman nodded. Although only her eyes were exposed, Duan Lingtian could see the joy in her eyes. After I memorized it and opened my eyes, the stone tablet that recorded it disappeared after a few breaths. Upon hearing the black-clad woman's words, Duan Lingtian realized the joy in her eyes. As it turned out, she had almost missed out on the assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm. Can you bring me to the secret realm now? Duan Lingtian asked when he learned the black-clad woman had memorized the assist-type divine ability. To him, that was proper business. Let's go. The black-clad woman nodded and prepared to lead the way to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to Yanhuang realm. However, just as the black-clad woman was about to leave the canyon and head east, Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his hand. A vast energy shrouded the black-clad woman and brought her along as though she had transformed into a bolt of lightning as she flew east. So fast! The black-clothed woman, who was being led by Duan Lingtian, also realized at this moment that Duan Lingtian was leading her. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that it was not something her speed could compare to. However, a moment later, she realized something else. Duan Lingtian's speed became even faster. All of this was because Duan Lingtian had withdrawn a sword and executed the sword formation again. Moreover, he had even stepped on the sword formation as he moved. Take it. Just as the woman in black was still in shock over Duan Lingtian's ridiculous speed, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in her ears. In the next moment, she saw Duan Lingtian raising his hand and tossing the dagger to her as though it was a piece of trash. It's a celestial supreme treasure, Phew. The black-clothed woman was speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian casually tossing her celestial supreme treasure to her. The rest of the journey was extremely calm. In the end, the black-clothed woman broke the silence. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Xiao, and I'm a disciple of the Tang sect in Yanhuang realm. Not only did she introduce herself, but she also introduced the force behind her. Tang sect? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tang Xiao's words. He could not help but ask, the Tang sect you're from? Does it originate from planet Yanhuang? Tang Xiao nodded. Like the Celestial Masters sect, our Tang sect originates from planet Yanhuang. However, compared to the Celestial Masters sect, our Tang sect is slightly weaker since we don't have any 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although our Tang sect is inferior to the Celestial Masters sect, even the Celestial Masters sect won't dare to make a move on us. Perhaps, the Celestial Masters sect might be able to destroy our Tang sect, but as long as they don't kill all of us, the Celestial Masters sect won't be able to rest in peace. A hint of pride could be seen in Tang Xiao's eyes as she spoke. Is the Tang sect good at using hidden weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. When he was on Earth in his previous life, he had heard of the existence of the Tang sect. He had even met an old man from the Tang sect. The old man had taught him a flying knife skill, which had helped him escape from several dangerous situations. During those times, he had used up all his ammunition. If he did not have the flying dagger technique, he would have been shot full of holes by his opponents. For this reason, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity when he heard Tang Xiao said she was from the Tang sect. Apart from that, he was also slightly shocked. As far as he could remember, the Tang sect was just a mundane sect that only knew how to use inner energy. However, Tang Xiao's appearance made him realize that the Tang sect was not simple at all. It was highly likely that the Tang sect had declined in the past. That was why he had such an impression of the Tang sect. How do you know about this? Tang Xiao was slightly surprised by Duan Lingtian's question. She asked again, did the disciple of the Celestial Masters sect tell you about this? Duan Lingtian shook his head. While he was shaking his head, he raised his hand and formed a flying dagger in front of Tang Xiao. Then, with a very rough technique, he threw out the flying knife in his hand. This is the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique. Tang Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. Although Duan Lingtian's throwing technique was crude, Tang Xiao could still see traces of her Tang sect's hidden weapon technique from his crude technique. How do you know the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique? Tang Xiao asked in shock as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I met a senior from the Tang sect by chance in the past. He taught me. Duan Lingtian smiled. How dare he teach someone with his mediocre skills? He's a disgrace to the Tang sect. If I wasn't familiar with the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique, I wouldn't have been able to see the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique in your throwing technique. Tang Xiao said with a frown. Based on her words, she felt that the person who taught Duan Lingtian the flying dagger technique was a disgrace to the Tang sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiao's words. In his previous life, during the Age of Chaos, it was already very rare for the Tang sect's old man to be able to use the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique. How could he be compared to Tang Xiao, who was the successor of the Tang sect? It's right up ahead. With Duan Lingtian's full speed, it did not take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to Yen Huang realm. Tang Xiaoxiao reminded Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. We're here. After a while, Tang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian noticed something. In the distance, a small black dot appeared in his field of vision. As he got closer, the little black dot started to grow bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a huge black hole. It was like the bloody mouth of a spatial behemoth that wanted to swallow everyone who got close. Zhang Yi isn't here yet? After a while, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao arrived at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to Yen Huang realm. They looked around for a while, but Zhang Yi was nowhere to be seen. It seems like he was sent to a place far away from here when he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After waiting for a day and a night, Zhang Yi finally arrived. Duanling, I didn't expect you to arrive before me. Zhang Yi, who had just arrived, said in surprise when he saw Duan Lingtian was already waiting for him. Who is she? Zhang Yi's attention was attracted by the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. The black-clad woman stood next to Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were cold and calm, and it seemed as though she was constantly emitting a cold aura. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. She's also from Yen Huang realm. Duan Lingtian said. Tang Xiaoxiao. Zhang exclaimed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the black-clad woman again. Why, you're the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, Tang Xiaoxiao? That's me. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to enjoy Zhang Yi's shock. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a smug expression on her face as though she was telling Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, you're the strongest person among the younger generation. I, Tang Xiaoxiao, am considered a celebrity in Yen Huang realm. The strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiaoxiao in surprise when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Although he knew Tang Xiaoxiao was not weak, he did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao to be so strong. He did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao to be the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect. After Duan Lingtian introduced Zhang Yi to Tang Xiaoxiao, he prepared to return to Yen Huang realm with Zhang Yi. I'll go with you. Tang Xiaoxiao bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yi before she disappeared into the black hole in front of them. Meanwhile, at this moment, Duan Lingtian and his two companions appeared at the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in Yen Huang realm. We're back. Zhang Yi smiled. Almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian and the other two appeared. Chapter 2506. Sush. The expression of Zhang Yi, who was unprepared, immediately changed when the sudden angry cry entered Zhang Yi's ears. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, turned to look at the source of the voice. An old figure could be vaguely seen in the distance. A few moments later, as the elderly figure approached, an old man appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian found the old man familiar. This old man? Where have I seen him before? When Duan Lingtian looked at the old man's face, he felt a sense of familiarity as though he had seen him somewhere before. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian discovered the old man had spoken to him before. Although the old man had called out Zhang Yi's name earlier, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi as soon as he appeared. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. It was as though he wanted to tear Zhang Yi into pieces. He seems to hate me? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw the old man's expression. Although he felt that the old man in front of him looked familiar, he could not recall where he had seen this old man before. Lord Left Guardian of Dharma. While Duan Lingtian was wondering why the old man was glaring at him, Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? The Left Guardian of Dharma?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhang Yi's words. It's him. Duan Lingtian knew who the old man was when he heard Zhang Yi's words. The old man was none other than Zhang Chu-he, the Left Guardian of Dharma in Celestial Master's sect. No wonder he looks familiar. As it turns out, he's Zhang Yunfei's grandfather. After killing Zhang Yunfei in the heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, Duan Lingtian learned from Zhang Yi that the Celestial Master's sex Zhang Yunfei was a Celestial. Zhang Yunfei's grandfather was an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the Celestial Master's sect. Zhang Yunfei's strength was on par with the other 2 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials in the Celestial Master's sect. Free Cloud Taoist. However, this Zhang Chuhe is quite similar to that Zhang Yunfei. After learning that the old man in front of him was Zhang Yunfei's grandfather, Zhang Chuhe, the left guardian of Dharma of the Celestial Master sect, Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at him. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Chuhe's appearance had not aroused even the slightest bit of fear. This was actually quite normal. After all, Duan Lingtian was currently as strong as a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Why would he be afraid of an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? Zhang Yi, you colluded with an outsider to kill your fellow disciple? Today, I'll execute you according to the sect's rules. Zhang Chu he stepped through the air with a mighty aura as his cold eyes landed on Zhang. As he spoke, it was as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The Grim Reaper's scythe whistled through the air, intending to kill Zhang. Shua. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. Zhang Chuhe seemed to be walking slowly in the air, but as he flew over, Zhang Yi found that the space around him was sealed by an extremely powerful invisible force, causing him to be unable to move his body even if he tried his best. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly when he saw Zhang Chu he charging toward Zhang Yi and attempting to restrain him. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw this. In the next moment, elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic, causing his strength to rise by 2 levels. Sword formation. At the same time, the celestial sword that appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand began to revolve around him. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays appeared and formed a sword formation above his head. This sword formation was a technique granted to Duan Lingtian by the 5th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the heart and sword amalgamation. With just a thought, tens of thousands of soldiers would submit to him. Apart from having the ability to make tens of thousands of soldiers submit to him, the sword formation also contained a powerful offensive strength. It was much more powerful than the body and sword amalgamation. Break! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. The sword formation above his head suddenly shot out and circled around Zhang. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. Around where Zhang Yi stood, in the void, a number of long and ferocious void cracks appeared out of thin air. They were like black pythons that constantly swayed their bodies, causing those who saw them to feel their hair stand on end. Barf! As for Zhang Chuhe, who had come with a ferocious momentum and wanted to kill Zhang Yi, he was caught off guard and suffered a backlash from the force that had imprisoned Zhang Yi. As his body came to a halt midway, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. He had suffered a backlash because he had not unleashed his full strength earlier. When Duan Lingtian's sword formation shot out, its strength was comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Naturally, Zhang Chuhe, an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who had not unleashed his full strength, would not be able to withstand it. For this reason, he was injured by the backlash since he was caught off guard. How can you be so strong? At the same time that Zhang Chuhe extended his hand to wipe off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. The purple-clad young man standing before him was the person who had killed his grandson, Zhang Yunfei. He wanted to kill Zhang Yunfei as soon as possible. The reason he was waiting here was to wait for Zhang Yi to reveal the identity of the person who killed his grandson. Then he would go to the mundane realm where the person who killed his grandson was and avenge his grandson. However, what he did not expect was that while he was waiting for Zhang Yi to show up, the person who killed his grandson also showed up. He did not need to get information from Zhang Yi anymore. Therefore, he planned to kill Zhang Yi directly, and then kill the people around Zhang Yi to avenge his grandson. However, he did not expect Zhang Yi to be so strong. He did not expect the person who had killed his grandson to be so strong. Based on the strength Zhang Yi had displayed earlier, it was not inferior to his full strength. Are you surprised? Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Zhang Chu He indifferently. You're only an eminent celestial. Don't tell me you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Zhang Chu He asked in disbelief. Does it have anything to do with you? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Zhang Chu He was furious when he saw how arrogant an eminent celestial was. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his, he could not help but feel enraged. Arrogant? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. It seems like you're the one who's blocking our way, right? Do you think I'm the one who's arrogant? Humph. Zhang Chu He snorted coldly. I'm not blocking you, I'm blocking Zhang Yi. He colluded with outsiders to kill his fellow disciple. I'm just executing him according to the rules of the Celestial Master's sect. I hope you won't interfere. Ha! Upon hearing Zhang Chu He's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Zhang Chu He's eyes were burning with rage. It was as though he could burn everything in his sight. I'm laughing at how you don't dare to say it out loud even though you know I'm the one who killed your grandson. Are you trying to stall for time and wait for your reinforcements to arrive before attacking me together? Earlier, when Zhang Chu He sent out the message, Duan Lingtian had naturally noticed it. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to guess Zhang Chu He's intentions. Zhang Chu He must have thought Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. That was why he was not confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Do you think you're worthy of me looking for reinforcements? Zhang Chu He's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, his words were unyielding. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, since you're so interested, I'll wait here for your reinforcements. However, my patience is limited. I'll only wait for 15 minutes at most. If your reinforcements don't arrive after 15 minutes, don't blame me for being merciless. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His gaze turned cold when he looked at Zhang Chu He. Zhang Chu He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. How arrogant! Zhang Chu He was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In his opinion, this person who had killed his grandson was only comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, and it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to kill him as well. However, Duan Lingtian had said he would not show him any mercy? Did Duan Lingtian think he was a pushover? Left guardian of Dharma. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Chuhe and said anxiously, that day, Zhang Yunfei died purely because he coveted the celestial supreme treasure in my friend's possession. If it wasn't for that, my friend wouldn't have killed him. Left guardian of Dharma, you must have notified the right guardian to come over, right? Left guardian of Dharma, I hope you'll reconsider. It's fine if you want to get involved, but don't drag the right guardian into this as well. Zhang Yi's tone turned slightly gloomy when he spoke. What did you say? Zhang Chu He was furious when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Based on what you're saying, even if the right guardian comes, both of us together won't be a match for this brat? What a joke! Do you really think he's Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Chapter 2507. The Left Guardian of Dharma. Duan Lingtian killed Wuxia, the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. His strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, let alone the right guardian, even Lord Sect Leader and the Free Cloud Ancestor wouldn't be able to stop Duan Lingtian from leaving. Zhang Yi was well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. The reason why he was telling Zhang Chuhe this was to remind him not to involve the Celestial Master sect in his personal grudges. It would only drag the Celestial Masters sect down. In Yen Huang realm, the Celestial Masters sect was a powerful sect, but Duan Ling Tian was all alone. If they became enemies, it would be a disaster for the Celestial Masters sect. As a disciple of the Celestial Masters sect, naturally he did not want to see the Celestial Masters sect and Duan Ling Tian become enemies. For this reason, he did not hesitate to warn Zhang Chuhe when he learned Zhang Chuhe had sent a message to look for help. Duan Ling Tian? As it turns out, he's Duan Ling Tian. He killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. When Zhang Chuhe was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. He had even heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. However, the reason the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed was because Duan Ling Tian had used a technique to snatch a celestial supreme treasure. In other words, although the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure, it was useless. Naturally, this was the extent of Zhang Chuhe's knowledge. He knew nothing about what had happened to Duan Ling Tian outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, he did not believe Zhang Yi's words. He thought that Zhang Yi was purposely mystifying him and wanted him to back off so that he could escape. If Zhang Yi was not deliberately mystifying things, and if Duan Ling Tian was really that powerful, why would he waste so much time talking to him? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? However, Zhang Chuhe would never have dreamed that this would happen. The reason why Duan Ling Tian was acting so normally was because of Zhang. Protector Chuhe, you sent a message for me to come over. Did you encounter something troublesome? Just as 15 minutes were about to pass, a bell-like voice rang out from afar. Subsequently, an old man with a short yet extraordinarily robust figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, he arrived by Zhang Chuhe's side and stared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian and the others. Zhang? The short and sturdy old man was stunned when he saw Zhang Yi standing next to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this is Guardian Shi Zhong, the right guardian of our Celestial Master's sect. My master is indebted to him. If it's possible, please have mercy on him. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly when he saw the old man. He could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian to plead for Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian gave Zhang Yi a reassuring look before he replied through voice transmission. Apart from Zhang Chuhe, I won't kill anyone else in the Celestial Master's sect. After all, I know you want to stay in the Celestial Master's sect. My roots are still there after all. Zhang Yi sighed. Guardian Shi Zhong, Zhang Yi colluded with outsiders to kill fellow disciples and my grandson, Zhang Yunfei. He deserves to die. Zhang Chuhe said in a deep voice. Sush. As soon as Zhang Chuhe finished speaking, the expression of the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect, Shi Zhong, changed. He stared at Zhang Yi fiercely and asked, "What are you talking about?" He glared at Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, is what Guardian Chuhe said true? You colluded with outsiders to kill Zhang Yunfei?" Although Zhang Yi's master was one of the juniors he liked, Zhang Yunfei was one of the most outstanding juniors in the Celestial Master's sect. However, Zhang Yunfei was one of the best in the younger generation of the Sage sect, second only to his twin brother, Zhang Yunting. He was of great significance to the Sage sect. Therefore, he was furious when he heard Zhang Yi colluded with outsiders to kill Zhang Yunfei. Right guardian, Facing Shi Zhong's questioning, Zhang Yi was just about to explain when he was interrupted by Zhang Chuhe's cold snort. Zhang Yi, what else do you want to say? I saw it with my own eyes through the mirror image. How dare you refute me? Today, I will first kill the person who killed my grandson, and then I will settle the score with you. After leaving these words behind, Zhang Chuhe's figure flashed out and drew out a long ray of light in the sky that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian like a jade rainbow piercing through the sun. Moreover, he did not hold back at all when he attacked. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. After all, Zhang Chu was not any weaker than him. You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingtian lowered his eyes when he saw Zhang Chu charging at him menacingly. He extended his hands as though he was giving an order. Sush, 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 sush. The moment Duan Lingtian extended his arms, the sword formation above his head seemed to have eyes as it whistled out to meet Zhang Chu, he who was charging at him menacingly. Bang, 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 bang. Faced with Duan Lingtian's sword formation that was as powerful as an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial's full-powered attack, Zhang Chu immediately unleashed all his strength. He did not dare to hold back at all as he chose to meet Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on. A series of noises rang in the air as though something was being torn apart. It was the voice that came from the space where Zhang Chu was. When Zhang Chu took Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on, the space in front of him seemed to have collapsed and caved in. Moreover, countless dense cracks appeared in the space like countless spider webs that were intertwined together. How powerful! Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she saw this. She was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Although she had heard about Duan Lingtian's strength, hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes were two completely different things. She knew Zhang Chu, he was a bona fide 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. But although Zhang Chu managed to block most of the power of the sword array, in the end his strength was still slightly inferior, and he was directly blasted away by the power of the sword array. Once again he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his figure in a sorry state. Seeing this, Shi Zhong's pupils suddenly constricted. At the same time, he began to seriously size up the purple-clothed young man in front of him. When he first arrived, the divine consciousness he extended out told him, the purple-clad young man was only an eminent celestial. However, this eminent celestial had actually defeated Zhang Chu, the left guardian of the Celestial Master's sect, in a head-on battle. Although it was a narrow victory, a victory was a victory. No wonder Zhang Chu sent me a message to come over. So he's a ruthless character. Looking at the purple-clothed young man in front of him, Shi Zhong's eyes suddenly narrowed. There was a faint trace of fear in his heart, but he was not afraid at all. After all, based on the strength the purple-clothed young man had displayed, he and Zhang Chu could easily deal with him if they joined forces. Sir, are you the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Shi Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked bluntly, may I know which force you're from? Guardian Shi Zhong, he's not from Yen Huang realm. At this moment, Zhang Chu, who had just recovered from his injuries, said in a deep voice, he's from the Saint Province realm, a small mundane realm. There's a sword-type celestial supreme treasure in his sword array. A celestial sword. Upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, Shi Zhong looked at the sword array above Duan Lingtian's head. Indeed, there was a celestial sword in it. Immediately, his eyes burned with passion. Do people from the Celestial Master's sect have so much to say? Duan Lingtian said impatiently as he looked at Zhang Chu and Shi Zhong indifferently. He had waited for Shi Zhong to come over to pave the way for Zhang Yi. However, since Shi Zhong was here, he did not want to waste any more time. How arrogant! Zhang Chu's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's impatient words. Shi Zhong's expression darkened immediately. He felt that this purple-clad young man was too arrogant. Pumph! Right when Zhang Chu grunted coldly and pounced towards Duan Lingtian once more like a cockroach that refused to be killed. Shi Zhong, you're the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect, right? I waited for you to come because I wanted you to watch a good show. Now that you're here, it's time for a good show to begin. Duan Lingtian did not even look at Zhang Chu who was charging at him again. Instead, he looked at Shi Zhong and said nonchalantly, a good show? Shi Zhong, who was about to join forces with Zhang Chu, was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. He saw another scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sword formation in the air above his head whistled as it shot out again. However, this time, it wasn't just one sword formation that was whistling out. Instead, it was more than 5 or 6 sword formations. The sword formations that shot out from the back quickly merged with the first sword formation, causing it to emit a terrifying destructive aura. Duan Lingtian had unleashed his divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, with all his might. This aura, Shi Zhong was familiar with this aura. No. Impossible. Zhang Chu's panicked voice rang in the air. This time, he was annihilated by the sword formation in the blink of an eye. He did not even have time to finish his sentence. 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. H's strength is comparable to a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. The scene before him made Shi Zhong tremble in fear, and it also made Shi Zhong realize that the purple-clad young man's strength was comparable to a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Even Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the Beyond Heaven secret zone, was only this strong before he ascended, right? Chapter 2508. Zhang Chu. He was the left guardian of Dharma, an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. He was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a single blow. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a completely different person compared to before. Because in the previous exchange, Duan Lingtian wasn't much stronger than Zhang Chu. However, at this moment, even Shi Zhong, the right guardian of Celestial Master Sect, could tell Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He was certain Duan Lingtian had held back during the previous exchange. He was certain Duan Lingtian had only used his full strength at this moment and killed Zhang Chu, who was on par with him, in just a single blow. This purple-clad young man is another Feng Qingyang. Shi Zhong felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. At the same time, he was glad he did not make a move in time. Otherwise, Zhang Chu would not be the only one who would be killed. He knew his limits. With the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now that he could kill Zhang Chu as easily as killing a chicken, even if he was facing the joint forces of Zhang Chu and him, Duan Lingtian would not feel any pressure at all. In the entire Celestial Master Sect, I'm afraid only Ancestor Xian Yun is a match for him. Shi Zhong thought to himself. Soon after, Shi Zhong's expression tensed up as he clenched his fists tightly. His palms were sweating profusely. All of this was because he discovered that the purple-clad young man who killed Zhang Chu, he was looking at him indifferently. Although there was no killing intent in the purple-clad young man's eyes, he could not help but feel frightened. Because he knew, if the purple-clad young man wanted to kill him, it would only take him a blink of an eye. Guardian Shi Zhong, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Zhong and said indifferently, I'm Duan Lingtian from the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi is a friend I made in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yunfei from the Celestial Masters sect tried to steal my celestial supreme treasure and was killed by me. This has nothing to do with Zhang Yi. Whether it was killing Zhang Yunfei in the Beyond Heaven mystery zone or killing Zhang Chuha just now, I, Duan Lingtian, have a clear conscience. If your Celestial Masters sect has a grudge against me, feel free to seek revenge on me. I'm always ready. However, if you vent your anger on Zhang Yi because of this, don't blame me for going to the Celestial Masters sect and making a scene. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned sharp and piercing as he spoke. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shi Zhong couldn't help but gasp. With Duan Lingtian's strength, if he really went to the Celestial Masters sect and made a ruckus, the Celestial Masters sect would definitely be in chaos. After all, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had shown so far, even the strongest person in the Celestial Master sect could only fight to a draw with Duan Lingtian at most. Most importantly, the strongest person in the Celestial Masters sect would not be able to protect everyone in the Celestial Masters sect at all times. Apart from that, not only does Zhang Yi possess the celestial supreme treasure I gave him, but he also possesses an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. If the Celestial Masters sect nurtures him well and passes on the assist-type divine ability and celestial method from the Devata realm to him, he'll definitely surpass Zhang Yunfei in the future. After threatening the Celestial Masters sect in front of Shi Zhong, Duan Lingtian began to think about the Celestial Masters sect. As long as the Celestial Masters sect nurtured Zhang Yi with all their might, Zhang Yi would definitely surpass Zhang. Celestial Supreme Treasure? An offensive divine ability from a Devata realm? Shi Zhong gasped again when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He turned to look at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. It was as though he wanted to verify Duan Lingtian's words with Zhang Yi. When he saw Zhang Yi nodding, he was certain Duan Lingtian was right. Duan Lingtian was not lying. Apart from that, I'm friends with Brother Xianyuan Ji from the Yellow the Archmansion. I heard from Brother Xianyuan Ji that he's close to the Free Cloud Celestial Masters sect. Please tell the Free Cloud Celestial Masters sect that I'll visit the Celestial Masters sect if I have the chance. Duan Lingtian continued to say as he looked at Shi Zhong. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yi who was standing next to him and said bluntly, Zhang Yi, this is all I can do for you. That's enough, Zhang Yi replied gratefully. That's enough, Zhang Yi replied gratefully. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was enough to guarantee his safety in the Celestial Masters sect. In fact, he had already heaved a sigh of relief when Zhang Chu he was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, he had said Zhang Chu he was the biggest obstacle to his return to the Celestial Masters sect. Now that Zhang Chu he was dead, coupled with Duan Lingtian's help, his life in the Celestial Masters sect would only be better than before. Xianyuan Ji? Shi Zhong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. You're friends with Senior Xianyuan Ji? Xianyuan Ji was one of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow the Archmansion. He was also a close friend of the Free Cloud Celestial in the Celestial Masters sect. Shi Zhong was aware of this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he raised his hand and a purple gold order token appeared in his hand. As soon as he sent his energy into it, a purple gold light shot out of the order token and pointed to the north. The Yellow the Archmansion is in the north? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he did not plan to go to the Yellow the Archmansion immediately. Even if he went to the Yellow the Archmansion now, Xianyuan Ji might not have returned. If I have time after returning from Earth, I'll pay a visit to the Yellow the Archmansion. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Now that he had returned to Yanhuang realm, his first thought was to return to Earth. Earth was his hometown in his past life. Moreover, his obsession was there as well. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know he would be able to return to Earth. After all, he did not care much about his past life. However, now that he knew there was a chance for him to return to Earth, he could not help but recall how he was betrayed by his manager in his past life. His heart burned with anger. I'd like to ask him why he betrayed me back then. Duan Lingtian still could not let go of the fact that his manager had betrayed him and killed him in his past life. After all, he had always regarded his manager as a brother and the only family he had in his past life. He had never thought he would die in his manager's hands. Now, a few decades have passed. Calculating the time, he's already old. I hope he's still alive. It had been a few decades since Duan Lingtian had transmigrated to this world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's manager in his past life must be in his 70s or 80s now. In fact, he might have died of old age. It doesn't matter if he's still on Earth or not. I'm going back. Even if it's just a glance and stay for a while. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This is the violet gold order of the Yellow the Archmansion. While Duan Lingtian was playing with the violet gold order token, Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Masters sect, narrowed his eyes when he saw the violet gold order token in Duan Lingtian's hand. This was because the violet gold token in Duan Lingtian's hand was no ordinary token. As far as Shi Zhong knew, apart from the older generation powerhouses who had ascended to the Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who possessed the purple gold token. Without exception, all of them were top experts in Yanhuang realm. To the people of the Xianyuan mansion. To outsiders, those who held the purple gold token were all friends of the Yellow the Archmansion. Making an enemy out of them was equivalent to making an enemy out of the Yellow the Archmansion. To those who held the purple gold token, It was equivalent to meeting the mansion master of Yellow the Archmansion. Almost forgot. Although he's only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's not surprising that he possesses the violet gold order from the Yellow the Archmansion. Shi Zhong felt relieved when he thought about this. Zhang Yi, if I have time before I ascend, I'll look for you in the Celestial Master's sect. If I don't have time, let's meet in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi with a smile on his face. He did not have many friends in his life, but he cherished each and every one of them. All right. Zhang Yi nodded solemnly. To him, apart from being a friend, Duan Lingtian was also his benefactor. He really wanted to tell Duan Lingtian that he would not return to the Celestial Master sect for the time being. He would return after Duan Lingtian had ascended. However, on second thought, with his strength, he would only be a burden even if he stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. Therefore, he did not say those words in the end. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Tang Xiao, and the two of them left. Their figures disappeared from Zhang Yi and Shi Zhong's sight in the blink of an eye. Zhang, you've made an amazing friend. When Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared, Shi Zhong retracted his gaze. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Yi and sighed. I know. Zhang Yi nodded. He had also retracted his gaze, but there was a hint of reluctance in the depths of his eyes. He knew clearly in his heart, this time, he was separated from Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian did not have the time to see him before he ascended, it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future. The Devata realms were vast and boundless. If one Devata realm was already like this, let alone the 81 Devata realms. Did Duan Lingtian obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Shi Zhong could not help but ask as he looked at Zhang. Although he was certain Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was only an eminent celestial. However, even though he felt that way, he couldn't help but want to confirm it. He was certain Zhang Yi had the right to say this. However, Shi Zhong did not expect Zhang Yi to shake his head in response to his question. Chapter 2509. Duan Lingtian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Shi Zhong froze on the spot with an expression of shock and disbelief on his face. Actually, when he asked Zhang Yi about this, he was just asking casually. After all, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, Zhang Yi was telling him that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He was certain that Duan Lingtian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He's so strong without obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Is he even human? Shi Zhong muttered to himself when he regained his senses. Although Duan Lingtian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he's the successor of Senior Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Zhang Yi explained. No wonder. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, realization dawned on Shi Zhong. If that's the case, it makes sense. However, I didn't expect the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would pass it on to his successor. Doesn't this mean if the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is willing to share it with someone else, that person will have a chance to obtain the inheritance as well? Shi Zhong's eyes lit up when he thought of this. He turned to look at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, you said the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is Duan Lingtian's friend? Lord Right Protector, don't even think about that person's idea. Zhang Yi seemed to know what Shi Zhong was thinking. That person is currently with Senior Xian Yuanji from the Yellow the Archmansion. Moreover, he's now a guest elder of the Yellow the Archmansion. In another 2 years, he'll leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone with Senior Xian Yuanji and return to the Yellow the Archmansion. The Yellow the Archmansion actually beat us to it? Shi Zhong smiled wryly. At the same time, he dismissed the idea of recruiting the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Since that person had gone to the Yellow the Archmansion, the Celestial Master's sect no longer had anything to do with him. Let's go back. Shi Zhong looked at Zhang Yi with a complicated expression on his face before he continued to say, I didn't expect the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone would bring you so much success. If you work hard when you return, you might even be able to defeat Zhang Yunting. I can already imagine, when your master learns of all this, he will definitely be grinning from ear to ear. Shi Zhong said. Hee hee. When Zhang Yi heard Shi Zhong's words, he smiled shyly in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi followed Shi Zhong back to the Celestial Master's sect. Meanwhile, under Tang Xiaoxiao's lead, Duan Ling Tian had arrived at one of the transporting formations on the planet that led to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in Yanhuang realm. Is that a teleportation array? Duan Lingtun felt his scalp go numb as he looked at the huge complex pattern on the ground in front of him. This was the first time he had seen such an exaggerated teleportation array. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, nodded. This is the interstellar transportation formation. The mother formation is divided into 81 subformations. Come with me. Under Tang Xiaoxiao's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a subformation of the interstellar transportation formation. Although the area of this subarray was far smaller than the main array, it was enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, and there was a stone tablet beside it. On top of the stone tablet, there was a large notch. You just need to put the holy stone in and then click on the galaxy you want to go to. It will then send you to the mother planet of that galaxy. Look, this teleportation array is connected to the mother planets of 9 galaxies. Tang Xiaoxiao said as she pointed to the stone tablet beside her. Duan Lingtian glanced over and realized, on one side of the stone tablet, there were some words engraved, and he recognized these words: Cloud Mist Galaxy, Boulder Galaxy, Lucy Galaxy. There was a mechanical button in each of the places marked with the words Mother Planet. It looked very flexible. Come with me to the galaxy where the Tang sect is located first, Tang Xiaoxiao said as she took out a pile of holy stones and filled the notch on the stone tablet. At the same time, she pressed the mechanical button corresponding to the Cloud Mist Galaxy. If you want to go to the galaxy where the Tang sect is located from here, you'll need to make 3 transits. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian discovered something. When Tang Xiaoxiao pressed the mechanical button, the pile of holy stones that she had just put into the notch was swallowed by an invisible force that extended from the notch. Following that, the subformation of the interstellar transportation formation that he and Tang Xiaoxiao were in began to emit a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he and Tang Xiaoxiao were enveloped by the light that extended from the teleportation array. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark. However, this situation only lasted for a while. After a while, his eyes lit up again. At this time, he discovered that he was in another place. He had already arrived at another place, and this place was also the location of an interstellar transportation formation. He and Tang Xiaoxiao happened to be in the middle of a subformation. After 2 more transits, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao finally arrived at the galaxy where the Tang sect was located. This is the mother planet of the Tang sect's galaxy, planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiaoxiao introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian. Planet Shu Tang? Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he guessed that this planet was named by the ancestors of the Tang sect. It was on Earth where he lived in his previous life. The Tang sect was known as the Tang sect of Shu. If I want to go to planet Yanhuang, how do I get there? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he wanted to do the most at the moment. Because there's no teleportation array on planet Yanhuang, if you want to go to planet Yanhuang, you'll have to teleport to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Then, you'll have to cross the galaxy with your physical body to reach planet Yanhuang, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Duan Lingtian nodded. When they were still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Tang Xiaoxiao had learned from Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian had come to Yanhuang realm to go to planet Yanhuang. For this reason, She had brought Duan Lingtian here to make it easier for Duan Lingtian to return to planet Yanhuang. Then send me to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he spoke impatiently. It's not that simple. However, Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head in response to Duan Lingtian's eagerness. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his brows furrowed. It's easy to teleport you to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. However, once you're in a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located, you'll have to confirm the direction and location of planet Yanhuang before you can reach the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located, right? Tang Xiaoxiao said. Can't the people nearby show me the way? Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, when he arrived at a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, he could just ask a random person for the location of planet Yanhuang. As long as he arrived at the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, it would not be difficult for him to find planet Yanhuang. It's not that simple. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, as far as I know, with the passage of time, fewer and fewer people pay attention to planet Yanhuang. Unless you can obtain the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located, it'll be difficult for you to find the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located even if you teleport to a nearby galaxy. Star map? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this term. After Tang Xiaoxiao explained, he learned that a star map was a star map. After all, a star map was similar to a map. As long as he got the star map of a star area, he would have a clear direction in that star area. He wouldn't be confused and disoriented. Then, do you have a way to obtain the star map? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. After all, as long as he obtained the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, he would be able to find the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located and return to planet Yanhuang. At that time, he would have achieved his goal of coming to Yanhuang realm. Currently, the star map of the star region around the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located is considered a rare item in Yanhuang realm. Tang Xiaoxiao said. Sush. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Based on Tang Xiaoxiao's words, it seemed like it would be difficult for him to obtain the star map. What are you doing? Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh when she saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. However, her face was blocked so he could not see her smile. I said the star map is rare, but I didn't say I don't know where to find it. My ancestor has a hobby of collecting all kinds of star maps. As far as I know, he has the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Tang Xiaoxiao said. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Duan Lingtian glared at her. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're too impatient. Tang Xiaoxiao continued to say with a smile, all right, let's return to the Tang sect's estate. I'll take you to see the ancestor. However, whether or not you'll be able to obtain the star atlas from the ancestor will depend on your own ability. Isn't he your ancestor? Can't you just ask him for it? Duan Lingtian said with a frown. It's not that simple. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, my ancestor has a strange temper. Usually, he'll give it to me if I ask him for it. However, he cherishes the star atlases in his possession as much as his life. Even I find it difficult to borrow the star atlases from him. Take me to him first. Duan Lingtian could tell from Tang Xiaoxiao's words that her ancestor was difficult to deal with. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to meet her ancestor. Chapter 25:10. All right. Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand and removed the veil on her face, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Along the way, Tang Xiaoxiao was dressed in black, and her face was covered by a black veil. She had never revealed her true appearance. However, she took the initiative to remove the black veil on her face. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Tang Xiaoxiao's face was peerless under the black veil. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, her nose was straight, her eyes were big and watery, and her lips were pink and delicate. Most importantly, when Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him with a smile, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. Duan Lingtian was in a daze when he saw her. Duan Lingtian had seen many beautiful women in the past. Amongst them, his two wives, Kaer, Li Fei, and his close female friend, Feng Tianwu, were the best amongst them. However, Tang Xiaoxiao was not inferior to Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu. It was to the extent that because she was a different type of beauty from Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu, it gave her a different feeling. Everyone had a love for beauty. Duan Lingtian was no exception. However, after being stunned for a moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze, and his heart was like a rock, standing firm and unmoved. "What's wrong? Did I scare you because I'm too ugly?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked teasingly when she saw Duan Lingtian regaining his senses after a brief moment. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of mockery mixed in. "If you're considered ugly, how are most of the women in this world going to live?" Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. "I didn't know you were so good with words." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, "I'm sure you have many women around you, right?" However, Duan Lingtian's smile froze when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then he clenched his fists tightly. An invisible murderous aura emanated from his body, sending chills down Tang Xiaoxiao's spine. "Did I say something wrong?" The smile on Tang Xiaoxiao's face disappeared when she saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to have changed into a different person. So did her beautiful dimples. Now, when she looked at Duan Lingtian again, she was a little nervous. "I'm fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's panicked words. At the same time, he withdrew the murderous aura from his body. When Tang Xiaoxiao mentioned the women around him, he thought of Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu. At the same time, he thought about the plight of the three women and the culprit, Yun Qingyan. For a moment, he lost control of his emotions. Although Duan Lingtian had returned to normal, Tang Xiaoxiao no longer dared to joke around. At the same time, she was confused. She did not know why Duan Lingtian had suddenly lost his composure. It seems like he does have many women around him. However, why did he lose his composure when I mentioned the women around him? Tang Xiaoxiao could not figure it out. "When I first saw you, you had an unapproachable aura. At that time, I thought you were a cold beauty. I didn't expect you to be so lively under the black veil." After calming down, Duan Lingtian noticed the atmosphere was a little strange, so he quickly changed the topic. "Lively?" Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, she realized something was amiss. She had unknowingly removed her disguise in front of Duan Lingtian. It had to be known that normally, she would only completely remove her disguise in front of her family's ancestor like this. The reason why she disguised herself was to protect herself better. Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao was still in a daze when a loud voice rang from afar. A group of 3 people was flying toward the interstellar transportation formation. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Tang Xiaoxiao and Duan Lingtian. The group of 3 people was led by a young man dressed in embroidered robes. A middle-aged man and an old man followed behind him. The voice belonged to the young man dressed in embroidered robes. Sush. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered Tang Xiaoxiao's expression had changed. The smile on Tang Xiaoxiao's face disappeared the moment she heard the young man's voice. It was replaced by a cold expression that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost that kept people away from her. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. "Xiao, who's he?" The young man dressed in embroidered robes' expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian standing next to Tang Xiaoxiao. This was his first time seeing Tang Xiaoxiao so close to a man. Most importantly, the young man dressed in embroidered robes was a stranger. This man was still a new face to him. He was certain the young man was not from Tang's sect. Even if the young man was from Tang's sect, he must be an ordinary disciple. Otherwise, he would have recognized the young man. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered Tang Xiaoxiao was staring at him. Not only was the young man dressed in embroidered robes looking at Tang Xiaoxiao, but he was also staring at Tang Xiaoxiao as though he was warning Tang Xiaoxiao about something. Before Duan Lingtian could react, Tang Xiaoxiao had already moved closer to Duan Lingtian. She even leaned against Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered Tang Xiaoxiao was not only moving closer to him, but she was also holding his arm affectionately. "He's my man." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes and said calmly, "Sush." When the young man dressed in embroidered robes saw Tang Xiaoxiao moving closer to Duan Lingtian and holding Duan Lingtian's arm, his expression changed immediately. His expression changed again when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown at this moment. Was Tang Xiaoxiao using him as a shield? Duan Lingtian was familiar with this scene. In his past life, when he was still on Earth, he liked to read online novels in his spare time. Among them, there were quite a number of online novels where women used men as shields to reject their suitors. However, the plot in those novels in his past life was actually happening to him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt like he was being used. He could not help but frown. However, in the end, he didn't expose Tang Xiaoxiao. "Is he one of your pursuers?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission even though he did not expose Tang Xiaoxiao. "No," Tang Xiaoxiao replied. Tang Xiaoxiao's answer shocked him again. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The young man dressed in embroidered robes was not one of Tang Xiaoxiao's pursuers? Tang Xiaoxiao. The young man dressed in embroidered robes did not pay any attention to Duan Lingtian at this moment. He completely ignored Duan Lingtian as he stared at Tang Xiaoxiao and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget that you're engaged to Brother Yuting. Moreover, the sect leader has already made an agreement with Brother Yuting's father. When you come out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they'll hold a grand engagement ceremony for you." The young man dressed in embroidered robes looked at Tang Xiaoxiao warningly when he finished speaking. Engagement ceremony? Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed immediately when she heard the young man dressed in embroidered robes' words. She asked coldly, "Why didn't I know about this?" "The sect leader and Brother Yuting's father made an agreement after you entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone," the young man dressed in embroidered robes said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Boy, do you know who the woman next to you is? Not only is she the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, but she's also the fiancée of the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. If you don't want to die, you'd better get away from her. Otherwise, not only will the Tang sect not let you go, but the Heavenly Wave Mansion will also make sure you die a graveless death." The young man dressed in embroidered robes said threateningly when he reached the end of his sentence. "As it turns out, you're not Xiao Zhao's pursuer." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the young man's threat. He said indifferently, "I thought based on your reaction when you saw me with Xiao Xiao, you must be Xiao Zhao's pursuer. I didn't expect you're just a dog of Xiao Zhao's pursuer." While the young man was threatening Duan Lingtian also learned the general situation from Tang Xiaoxiao's voice transmission. The Skywave Prefecture was a powerful force that was comparable to the Celestial Master sect. Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, had met Tang Xiaoxiao a few years ago. He was amazed by her beauty and had pursued her, but Tang Xiaoxiao had ignored him. Later, Yang Yuting could only turn to his father, the mansion master of Skywave Mansion, for help. That was how the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion came to propose a marriage. Naturally, Tang Xiaoxiao was unwilling to accept the marriage proposal from the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Her ancestor, one of the 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials of the Tang sect, also supported Tang Xiaoxiao. However, the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, who were the current sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tang sect, agreed to the marriage proposal of the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. In their opinion, this marriage was beneficial to the Tang sect, but not harmful to them. There were no 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Tang sect, so all the decisions were made by the 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. For this reason, even if Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor disagreed, there was nothing he could do. As the supreme elder of Tang sect, one of the pillars of the Tang sect, he could not fall out with the other 2 pillars of the Tang sect for the sake of a descendant of the Tang sect. He liked this descendant of the Tang sect very much. Chapter 25:11. What did you say? The young man's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. How dare you call me a dog? Very good. This is the first time in my life that I, Tang Jinbao, have been humiliated like this. The young man, Tang Jinbao, glared at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression before he ordered the two men behind him, "What are you waiting for? I want this brat dead. I want him dead." "Yes, young master." As soon as Tang Jinbao finished speaking, the middle-aged man and the old man behind him replied in unison. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened again when the two men were about to make a move. She said coldly, "He's my man. If you dare to make a move, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. You should know I have the ability to do so." The middle-aged man and the old man's expressions changed when they heard Tang Xiaoxiao's threat. At the same time, they quickly withdrew their energy. If the woman in front of them insisted on killing them, they would not be able to live. After all, the woman in front of them was not only the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, but she was also the favorite descendant of one of the supreme elders in Tang sect. Perhaps she was not a match for them, but as long as she spoke, the supreme elder would not let them go. Even if their master was the favorite descendant of one of the supreme elders, he would not necessarily fall out with one of the supreme elders for them. "If you don't make a move, I'll make sure you die. If you make a move, I'll protect both of you and arrange for both of you to leave this place." Tang Jinbao could tell the two men behind him were afraid of Tang Xiaoxiao's threat. He could not help but threaten them sternly when he saw the hesitation in the two men behind him. These two men were his men after all. However, now that they were threatened by Tang Xiaoxiao, they did not dare to make a move. This was no different from a slap to his face. How could he tolerate this? The middle-aged man and the old man's expressions changed again when they heard Tang Jinbao's threat. In the end, they could only brace themselves and make a move. Either way, he would die. If they listened to their master's orders, they might be able to escape from the Tang sect and save their lives. "You hold her back. I'll go kill that gigolo." After the old man said to the middle-aged man, his eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he flew out and attacked Duan Lingtian. "Miss Xiaoxiao, please excuse me." The middle-aged man nodded and fixed his eyes on Tang Xiaoxiao. At the same time, he dashed toward Tang Xiaoxiao, intending to distract Tang Xiaoxiao so that his companions could kill the man beside Tang Xiaoxiao. 2 4 tribulation bodiless celestials? As soon as the old man and the middle-aged man made their moves, Duan Lingtian could tell they were 4 tribulation bodiless celestials based on their auras. "You're courting death." Tang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened when she saw the two people behind Tang Jinbao dared to make a move. She raised her hand and a dagger appeared in her hand. As Tang Xiaoxiao infused her energy into the dagger, it began to emit sharp rays of light that seemed to be able to pierce through anything. At the same time, it exuded a terrifying aura. Tang Xiaoxiao made her move. Her first target was not the middle-aged man, but the old man who was charging toward Duan Lingtian. Although the old man was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial since he was completely focused on Duan Lingtian and was unaware that Tang Xiaoxiao had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, as soon as he arrived near Duan Lingtian and was about to attack Duan Lingtian, Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger was already in front of him. "Oh no!" By the time the old man reacted and his expression changed drastically, it was already too late. Moreover, Tang Xiaoxiao's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Tang Xiaoxiao's attack was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would still be able to retreat in a wretched manner. However, Tang Xiaoxiao's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. An attack comparable to that of a 5th tribulation scattered immortal whistled out. Caught off guard, he had no time to react. Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger pierced the old man's glabella as though it was a rubber ball, killing him instantly. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had died in just a blink of an eye. Humph! Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned cold again after she killed the old man. She raised her hand and threw the dagger out with a mysterious technique. Swoosh, swoosh. The dagger pierced through the air, heading straight for the middle-aged man who was charging towards her. In fact, when the middle-aged man saw Tang Xiaoxiao kill his companion in the blink of an eye, his heart was in turmoil, and his expression changed drastically. He couldn't understand why Tang Xiaoxiao killed his companion. How could this woman, whose strength was at most on par with theirs, unleash such a powerful attack? Immortal supreme treasure. When Tang Xiaoxiao threw the dagger at him in a mysterious way, he finally found the problem. The dagger that was flying toward him was clearly not an ordinary weapon, but a celestial supreme treasure. Pucci! The moment the middle-aged man discovered that Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger was a celestial supreme treasure, the dagger had already pierced through his glabella. The dagger went in from the front of his head and came out from the back of his head. He was killed instantly, following in the footsteps of his companions. In the blink of an eye, 2 Fourth Tribulation loose celestials were killed. Tang Xiaoxiao's celestial technique? Not only can it be used in close combat, but it can also be used as a hidden weapon? Just now, Duan Lingtian could also see that Tang Xiaoxiao's attacks were usually at the level of a 5 Tribulation bodiless celestial. It did not matter if it was a close-range attack or a long-distance hidden weapon attack. You obtained a celestial supreme treasure? Tang Zhenbao finally regained his senses when the dagger returned to Tang Xiaoxiao's hand. His face paled, but his eyes flashed with greed when he looked at the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand. Let's go! Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Tang Zhenbao coldly before she prepared to leave with Duan Lingtian. If it's inconvenient for you to kill him, I'll do it. However, Duan Lingtian did not move at all in the face of Tang Xiaoxiao's concern. His eyes were trained on Tang Zhenbao. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Since Tang Zhenbao dared to order someone to kill him, he would have to pay with his life. At this moment, he thought Tang Xiaoxiao was inconvenient to kill Tang Zhenbao. I know you really want to kill him, and he deserves to die. However, if you kill him, my ancestor won't be able to lend you the star map. Although Tang Zhenbao isn't his direct descendant, he's still a member of Tang's sect. If you kill him, my ancestor will view you as an enemy as well. Tang Xiaoxiao said to Duan Lingtian. I'll give you face. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. However, he nodded in the end. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian charged out like a ghost. Duan Lingtian appeared next to Tang Zhenbao in just a blink of an eye. His hands moved so fast that they were like shadows. He broke Tang Zhenbao's arms and legs and suppressed Tang Zhenbao's strength so that he could not use his own strength to relieve the pain. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhenbao unsurprisingly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Tang Zhenbao's cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage. He was as weak as an ant in front of Duan Lingtian. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to torture Tang Zhenbao. Let's go! Duan Lingtian ignored Tang Zhenbao's murderous gaze and bade farewell to Tang Xiaoxiao. Then he left with Tang Xiaoxiao to look for Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor to borrow the star map. With his current strength, he could easily kill Tang Zhenbao and become an enemy of Tang's sect. He could forcefully snatch the star map from Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor and escape unscathed. However, since Tang Xiaoxiao was a good person and had helped him in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he could not bring himself to kill Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor. I don't care who you are. I want you dead. I want you dead. When Tang Zhenbao saw Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's silhouettes, he glared at Duan Lingtian's silhouette and roared furiously. He was so angry that his eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. Meanwhile, I'm confident I'll be able to borrow the star map from my ancestor, but you have to promise me one thing. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Lingtian after a moment of silence. Tell me. Duan Lingtian replied. Although he felt that Tang Xiaoxiao's condition was reasonable, he still felt slightly uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt like the distance between them had widened. After all, to a certain extent, he had treated Tang Xiaoxiao as a friend. After you borrow the star map, you have to bring me out of this galaxy. Tang Xiaoxiao stated her condition. That's it. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Tang Xiaoxiao would take advantage of the situation to ask for the celestial supreme treasure in his possession. However, at this moment, he realized he had underestimated Tang Xiaoxiao. He had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. To him, Tang Xiaoxiao's condition was nothing. It was as easy as lifting a finger. Chapter 25:12. That's it. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. From the beginning until the end, she did not notice Duan Lingtian's strange behavior at all. Duan Lingtian. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to have thought of something as she said apologetically, I only said that you're my man in front of Tang Zhenbao earlier because I wanted to put on a show in front of him. I hope you won't blame me for being rude. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just find it strange. Since he's not your pursuer, there's no need for you to put on an act in front of him, right? He has a good relationship with Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. I only wanted to tell Yang Yuting that I have a man so he would give up. Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before she said with a wry smile on her face, however, I didn't expect the sect leader and the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion would hold an engagement ceremony for me and Yang Yuting when I came out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. So you're saying, the act you put on with me before was for nothing? Duan Lingtian asked. Something like that? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she said, however, I won't be engaged to Yang Yuting over my dead body. You seem to dislike Yang Yuting. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and said, the Heavenly Wave Mansion is a force on par with the Celestial Masters sect. They even have a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, the Tang sect wouldn't be interested in forming a marriage alliance with them. As the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, he has a high status. Why do you dislike him so much? Duan Lingtian asked. Because that Yang Yuting is a complete hedonistic son of rich parents. Tang Xiaoxiao said with a disgusted expression, I feel disgusted just thinking about what he has done, let alone saying it out loud. Let's not talk about him anymore. After a while, she turned to Duan Lingtian and said, let's go and ask the old ancestor for the star chart and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sect leader and the others will stop me when they realize what's going on. If I'm not wrong, that Tang Zhenbao must have already gone to look for his ancestor. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice became urgent as she spoke. You want me to take you away, to avoid this marriage? Moreover, are you worried that the 8-tribulation bodiless celestial behind Tang Zhenbao and the sect leader of Tang sect will stop you? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also realized this. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Actually, if you really don't want to agree to this marriage, I can help you. The Heavenly Wave Mansion only has one 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian said calmly. He might be able to fight the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial of Skywave Prefecture to a draw. However, he believed that Skywave Prefecture wouldn't dare to disrespect him as long as he asked for Tang Xiaoxiao. After all, in Yanhuang realm, he was just a lone cultivator with no ties. The Heavenly Wave Prefecture would not dare to offend someone like him. As the saying went, a barefooted man is not afraid of a man with shoes. He could easily avoid the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture and attack the others from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture. I know your strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, so I thought about asking you for help. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiaoxiao sighed and said, however, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture is not an ordinary bodiless celestial. He's a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he doesn't use his soul attack, you'll be able to fight to a draw at most. However, if he uses his soul attack, how can the soul of an eminent celestial withstand his soul attack? Tang Xiaoxiao voiced out her concerns. She had long thought about Duan Lingtian's words. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave prefecture had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian would not be afraid. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial due to his various techniques, but his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial. Let alone a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to injure Duan Lingtian's soul. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique? Duan Lingtian gasped when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. In the mundane realm, the people he feared the most were bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Previously, when he was still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was forced to hide in a heaven-ranked treasure vault by a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. At that time, he was already strong enough to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, since the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to hide in a heaven-ranked treasure vault until Chen Yiru appeared and killed the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique was able to force him into a corner. How could a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique be able to escape? Are you sure? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do, Duan Lingtian sighed and said, let's go. Bring me to your ancestor. The Tang sect was located in a galaxy called the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. Duan Lingtian was currently on planet Shu Tang, the mother planet of the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. The Tang sect's inner court was located on planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor, one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect, usually lived in the Tang sect's inner court. As the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, Tang Xiaoxiao's face was like a pass to the Tang sect's inner court. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were able to travel freely in the Tang sect's inner court. In a vast mansion, Duan Lingtian met the old ancestor of Tang Xiaoxiao's branch. The old ancestor was a kind-looking but shrewd old man. Ancestor. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao landed in the front yard of the mansion, she sat at the stone table opposite the old man who was drinking tea. Girl, it's one thing for you to be rude, but now, you're acting so presumptuously in front of an outsider. You're becoming more and more unruly. The old man shook his head helplessly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Then, he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and shook his head helplessly. Although the old man seemed helpless, a hint of affection could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Ancestor, he's my friend. He's not an outsider. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled before she beckoned to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, come and have a seat. This is my ancestor. He's one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect, Tang Zhongyi. Greetings, senior. Duan Lingtian nodded at Tang Zhongyi before he sat down next to Tang Xiaoxiao. He did not restrain himself at all. He did not feel awkward in such a situation. Although the old man was strong, he was only an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Tang Zhongyi frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as casually as Tang Xiaoxiao. A hint of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. It was one thing for Tang Xiaoxiao to act casually in front of him. After all, Tang Xiaoxiao was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation, and he doted on her dearly. He was confident that he could do whatever he wanted to her. However, how could this purple-clad young man act so casually? As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, Tang Zhongyi had probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with his divine consciousness. He knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Girl, how was your trip to the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time? Although Tang Zhongyi was displeased with Duan Lingtian, he did not show it on his face. He merely looked at Duan Lingtian and shifted his attention back to Tang Xiaoxiao. Forefather, look at this. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand and placed the dagger she had obtained in the Beyond Heaven secret zone on the stone table. Then she looked at Tang Zhongyi with a smile. This is... Tang Zhongyi picked up the dagger and looked at it. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "A celestial supreme treasure. You obtained a celestial supreme treasure?" Good. When Tang Zhongyi returned the dagger to Tang Xiaoxiao, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was as though he was happier that Tang Xiaoxiao had obtained a celestial supreme treasure than him. Girl, your strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial now that you've obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Tang Zhongyi found Tang Xiaoxiao pleasing to the eye. She was indeed the pride of the Tang clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect. What a pity! How good would it be if Xiaoxiao was a man? Naturally, Tang Zhongyi did not voice his thoughts out loud. Old ancestor, the sect leader said that he wants to hold an engagement ceremony for me. Do you know about it? Tang Xiaoxiao asked with a solemn expression on her face. I know. Tang Zhongyi nodded and sighed. Girl, before you returned, I've already made up my mind. If you're unwilling to marry Yang Yuting, I'll send you away. At that time, you can cultivate somewhere else and wait for the celestial ascension force to ascend to a Devata realm. Forefather. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat as tears welled up in her eyes. Since you've just returned, I don't think sect leader and the others have heard about this yet. It's not too late for me to send you away now. Tang Zhongyi rose to his feet as he spoke. Ha! As soon as Tang Zhongyi rose to his feet, a loud laughter rang from outside. Xiao, I heard you obtained a celestial supreme treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Sect leader? Chapter 25:13. Although Tang Zhongyi was one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect and one of the 3 strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect, if the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials made the same decision, it would be difficult for him to change their minds. There was a rule in Tang sect that the minority had to obey the majority. Naturally, this rule only applied to high-ranking officials of Tang sect. If Tang Zhongyi was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial instead of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, the sect leader of Tang sect and the supreme elder, would not dare to object to his decision. Tang Zhongyi would have the final say. Unfortunately, he was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, so he could not object to Tang Xiaoxiao's decision. After all, this decision was beneficial to Tang sect. Tang Zhongyi had devoted most of his life to the Tang sect, and this time, he wanted to send Tang Xiaoxiao away for personal gain. However, at this moment, the sect leader of Tang sect had arrived. How did the sect leader get here so quickly? Tang Zhongyi's expression changed drastically as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with an unwilling expression on his face. If the sect leader of Tang sect was still unaware of Tang Xiaoxiao's return, he could have sent her away. However, now that the sect leader of Tang sect knew Tang Xiaoxiao had returned, he had personally come to look for her. At this moment, it was almost impossible for him to send Tang Xiaoxiao away. He could barely stop the sect leader of Tang sect. However, the supreme elder of Tang sect was on the sect leader of Tang sect's side. The supreme elder's strength was not inferior to his. Perhaps it's because I killed Tang Zhenbao's men. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly when she heard the sect leader of Tang sect's words. However, her expression remained unchanged. At the same time, she looked at Tang Zhongyi and said through voice transmission, "Old ancestor, I remember hearing you say you have a star chart that covers the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Now, I hope you can lend me that star chart." Star chart? Tang Zhongyi was still upset that he didn't have a chance to send Tang Xiaoxiao away. Hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's voice, he was stunned. When he finally came back to his senses, he couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, what do you want the star chart for?" "Old ancestor, I'm very touched that you said you would send me away before the sect leader knows that I'm back. However, now that the sect leader is here, I'm afraid you won't be able to send me away. However, if I want to leave now, there's still a chance." That chance is to obtain the star chart of the star region that encompasses the galaxy where the flaming yellow star is located. As long as I get the star map, I'll be able to leave the Tang sect. Tang Xiaoxiao said. You'll be able to leave the Tang sect once you get the star map? Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Tang Zhongyi was stunned for a moment before he asked again, why? Ancestor, don't ask anymore, because you'll know very soon. Now, you'd better give me the star map as soon as possible. Sect leader will be here soon, Tang Xiaoxiao urged. Although Tang Zhongyi was still very confused when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's anxious tone, he still handed the star chart of the star region that encompassed the galaxy where the flaming yellow star was located to Tang Xiaoxiao. Little girl, why are you still playing games with me at this time? Tell me now. After Tang Zhongyi handed the star chart to Tang Xiaoxiao and watched her put it away, he could not help but ask again through voice transmission, what's the matter? Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to reply to Tang Zhongyi through voice transmission, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of the stone table where Duan Lingtian and the others were sitting. What appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a middle-aged man wearing a silver robe with golden edges. The middle-aged man had a medium build and a square face. His long hair was tied up in a ponytail, and he had a dignified look on his face. Clearly, he had been in a high position for a long time. He's the sect leader of Tang sect, Tang Chong? Before arriving at the Tang sect's estate, Duan Lingtian had learned from Tang Xiaoxiao that the sect leader of Tang sect was Tang Chong. He also learned that the sect leader of Tang sect was one of the 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect. Tang Chong's eyes were trained on Tang Xiaoxiao when he arrived. Lord sect leader. Tang Xiaoxiao stood up and bowed respectfully when she saw Tang Chong. She nodded and said, I've indeed obtained a celestial supreme treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Congratulations. Tang Chong congratulated Tang Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. After Tang Xiaoxiao thanked him, he turned to Tang Zhongyi and said, Elder Yi, your descendants are really amazing. Not only are they talented, but they're also blessed with great opportunities. You flatter me, sect leader. Tang Zhongyi replied humbly. However, as soon as Tang Zhongyi finished speaking, Tang Chong turned to look at Duan Lingtian who was still sitting in front of the stone table. His calm gaze turned sharp immediately. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. It was so much so that when faced with Tang Chong's sharp and blade-like gaze, not only did he have a calm and collected expression, he even unhurriedly extended his hand to grab a teacup for himself and began to pour tea for himself. From the beginning until the end, he completely ignored Tang Chong. Xiao, I heard you say he's your man? Tang Chong asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Sush. As soon as Tang Chong's words left his mouth, Tang Zhongyi's expression changed. He turned to Tang Xiaoxiao in disbelief. He was shocked by Tang Chong's words. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao did not expect the sect leader of Tang sect would ask her this question as soon as he appeared. However, she braced herself and answered. It seemed like she had no choice but to follow through with her plan. Sush. Not only did Tang Chong's expression change drastically upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's admission, but even Tang Zhongyi's expression changed drastically. Xiao, don't forget you're engaged. Tang Chong looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and said in a deep voice, Moreover, I've already discussed this with the person from Heavenly Wave Mansion. After you come out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we'll hold an engagement ceremony for you and Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. What's going on now that you've brought back a brat like him? Tang Chong's voice turned deeper and deeper when he reached the end of his sentence. Sect leader. Tang Xiaoxiao said indifferently, I don't want to marry Yang Yuting. I already have someone in my heart. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she turned to look at Duan Lingtian. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang in the air. A voice filled with ruthlessness seemed to come from all directions and reverberated in his ears like thunder. Sect leader, why are you wasting your breath on this girl? If it were up to me, we should just kill this brat. Along with this voice, a tall and sturdy old man appeared. His face was full of white curly beard, and when paired with his messy white hair, he looked like a white lion. However, as soon as the old man appeared, he turned to look at Duan Lingtong. His eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. "Are you the one who broke my descendant Tang Zhenbao's arms and legs and humiliated him?" After a few moments, the old man walked up to the stone table and stared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he asked in a questioning tone. "Tang Hong?" When the old man mentioned Tang Zhenbao, Duan Lingtian had already guessed the old man's identity. The other supreme elder of Tang sect, Tang Hong. Tang Zhenbao was Tang Hong's descendant. Tang Xiaoxiao had mentioned Tang Hong to Duan Lingtian on their way to the Tang sect's inner estate. In the Tang sect, there was Tang Hong, the sect leader of the Tang sect, Tang Chong, and another supreme elder, Tang Zhong. He was also an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Duan Lingtian knew the old man was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he remained calm as he sipped his tea. It was as though he was completely immersed in the art of tea. "Ancestor, that's him. Kill him and avenge me." Another voice sounded, followed by the arrival of a figure who had arrived late. This person was none other than Tang Zhenbao, whose arms and legs were broken by Duan Lingtian earlier. However, Tang Zhenbao's arms and legs that were twisted had already healed, and he appeared by Tang Hong's side in high spirits as he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian. He had an embarrassed and resentful expression as he gnashed his teeth. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into a million pieces. "It seems like the lesson earlier wasn't enough for you. Xiao, I've already given you face earlier. This time I'm sorry." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, before Tang Hong and the others could even react, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a sword appeared in his hand like a bolt of lightning. As soon as the sword appeared, it whistled through the air. It was the imperial sword technique. Duan Lingtian's sword-wielding technique was so fast that Tang Hong and the others could not react in time. However, just as Duan Lingtian's sword was about to reach Tang Zhenbao's glabella, it suddenly stopped. A large hand that seemed to be able to blot out the sky and cover the sun seemed to have the help of the gods as it blocked Duan Lingtian's sword and grabbed it tightly. A celestial supreme treasure? The person who grabbed Duan Lingtian's sword was none other than Tang Hong, the supreme elder of Tang sect. As soon as he grabbed the sword, he discovered it was a celestial sword. His eyes lit up immediately like 2 bright stars in the night sky. A celestial supreme treasure? Chapter 25:14. Brat, I didn't expect you to have a celestial supreme treasure. Tang Hong, the supreme elder of Tang sect, reluctantly looked away from the celestial sword in his hand. His eyes shone with greed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "However, I want your celestial supreme treasure now." Based on his words, it was clear he wanted to take Duan Lingtian's celestial sword for himself. How dare a mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial say he wants to take my celestial sword? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Tang Hong's words. Immediately after, the power that he had been accumulating all over his body also soared at the first moment, quickly turning into a turbulent whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely absorbed by him. An assist-type divine ability? What a powerful assist-type divine ability! The 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from Tang sect were shocked by Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, another sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Energy surged out of the sword, emitting a terrifying aura. Another celestial sword. Duan Lingtian has 2 celestial supreme treasures? Moreover, both of them are celestial swords? Who is he? Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, and Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, were shocked by the second celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand. One had to know that even the Tang sect only had 3 immortal supreme treasures. Even if Tang Xiaoxiao obtained the celestial supreme treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Tang sect only had 4 celestial supreme treasures. However, Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial, had 2 celestial supreme treasures in just a blink of an eye. How could they not be shocked? Another celestial supreme treasure. Tang Zhenbao's eyes lit up as he stared at the second immortal sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The flames of greed in his eyes rose like a prairie fire that could not be stopped. On the other hand, the supreme elder of Tang's sect, Tang Hong, who had declared his intention to snatch Duan Lingtian's celestial sword away, the greed in his eyes was extinguished in just a blink of an eye when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out the second celestial supreme treasure. Who are you? When Tang Hong looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of dread in his eyes. For an eminent celestial to possess a celestial supreme treasure, it could be said that he had obtained it by luck in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. However, it was impossible for an eminent celestial to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures at the same time in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. After all, there were many powerhouses in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, including 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. For an eminent celestial to be able to obtain a celestial supreme treasure under the watchful eyes of those powerhouses was already considered extremely lucky. The chances of obtaining 2 celestial supreme treasures were extremely slim. In fact, it could be said that it was almost impossible. Apart from the fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, for an eminent celestial to possess 2 celestial supreme treasures, he had to have an extraordinary background. For this reason, when Tang Hong speculated that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background, fear rose in his heart. The person who's going to kill you. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored Tang Hong's question. He only replied with a single sentence, "Don't worry about it." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the celestial sword in his hand began to revolve around him at an increasing speed. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays appeared above his head. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head began to take shape. After the sword formation took shape, the surrounding space shook violently as a mysterious energy wave swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded everyone present on the scene. Swoosh. Tang Hong's face went grim because he noticed that the immortal sword he'd grabbed had actually struggled free of his restraints in an instant, and it had even injured his hand from the impact. Then he saw the celestial sword in his hand. After the celestial sword broke free, it was attracted by the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head and became a part of the sword formation. When he saw this scene and recalled Duan Lingtian's words, an ominous premonition faintly arose in his heart. Humph! As Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, the sword formation above his head seemed to have come alive in just a blink of an eye. Subsequently, he whistled out like a wisp of smoke, and his target was Tang Hong. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword formation whistled out like a rain of swords, leaving behind hideous cracks in space. They were like huge black pythons that constantly wriggled their bodies. Boom! Faced with the menacing sword formation, Tang Hong felt that he might not be able to withstand the power contained within it. However, he knew that he had no other choice but to block the menacing sword formation. A loud explosion rang in the air as Tang Hong's energy surged like flames. "Please show mercy." At this moment, whether it was Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, or Tang Zhongyi, the other supreme elder of Tang sect, both of them immediately regained their senses. Horror dawned on them as they hastily stopped Duan Lingtian. Boom, boom. Naturally, they did not only speak to stop Duan Lingtian. At the same time, their energy skyrocketed as well. However, when their energy surged out and they were about to help Tang Hong, Duan Lingtian's sword formation collided with Tang Hong's celestial supreme treasure, the 7-inch flying dagger. At this moment of life and death, Tang Hong did not hold back at all. He gathered all his strength in the flying dagger. Tang Hong's attack was not any weaker than the full-force attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial without using a celestial supreme treasure. Bush, 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 bush. Numerous sword howls tore through the sky, and it was Duan Lingtian's sword formation that directly made the 7-inch flying dagger switch sides when it was still a distance away from it, causing the full force strike that Tang Hong had exerted all his effort to execute to instantly vanish into nothingness. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's attack was not nullified at all. Before Tang Hong could unleash a second wave of attack, the attack had completely engulfed him. Tang Hong's eyes were wide open, and an expression of disbelief could be seen on his face at the moment of his death. Perhaps, it was only at the moment of his death that he realized, using a celestial supreme treasure in front of Duan Lingtian was equivalent to courting death. Old ancestor! Tang Zhenbao cried out in grief. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Although he did not see what had happened with his cultivation base, he could clearly see that the old ancestor of the celestial supreme treasure had disappeared. At this moment, the old ancestor's aura was completely gone. In that case, there was only one possibility. His old ancestor was dead. Tang Chong and Tang Zhongyi's expressions changed. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed Tang Hong. It was too late for them to lend a helping hand. Of course, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew very well that they did not have the time to react. Even if they had made a move earlier, and even if they had joined forces with Tang Hong, they would not have been a match for Duan Lingtian. The celestial method he used completely overpowers the celestial supreme treasure. He snatched the celestial supreme treasure away from us. If the three of us used our celestial supreme treasures, it would be equivalent to us not making a move at all. However, if the three of us did not use our celestial supreme treasures, it would be impossible for us to block his attack. The attack of his sword formation is no weaker than the full force attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whether it was Tang Chong or Tang Zhongyi, both of them knew their limits. For this reason, when they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only dread in their eyes. After the sword formation annihilated and killed Tang Hong, it continued to howl towards Tang Zhenbao without slowing down in the slightest. Before Tang Zhenbao could even react, it had exterminated him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian finally stopped attacking. After putting away his 2 celestial swords, he held Tang Hong's celestial supreme treasure in his hand. Xiao. After greeting Tang Xiao, Duan Lingtian threw the celestial supreme treasure in his hand to Tang Xiao. He did not covet the celestial supreme treasure at all. After all, even if he kept the celestial supreme treasure, no one would dare to say anything about it. Tang Xiao hesitated when she caught the celestial supreme treasure. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's spoils of war. There was nothing wrong with Duan Lingtian keeping the celestial supreme treasure. Give it to the sect leader of Tang sect. You fought for this celestial supreme treasure for Tang sect. Now that Tang Hong is dead, he has no reason to force you to marry the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Even if he wants to force you to marry him, he'll have to ask your ancestor for permission. Duan Lingtian said to Tang Xiao through voice transmission. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiao finally understood Duan Lingtian's good intentions. She smiled gratefully at Duan Lingtian before she handed the celestial supreme treasure in her hand to Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect. Tang Chong's expression changed when he received the celestial supreme treasure. His emotions were complicated. I really didn't expect. Xiao, the little guy you brought back is so powerful. Tang Zhongyi finally regained his senses. He looked at Tang Xiao before he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He could not help but heave a long sigh. At this moment, the resentment he had for Duan Lingtian was completely gone. He knew Duan Lingtian had the confidence to act so casually in front of him. Xiao, is he really your man? Tang Zhongyi could not help but ask in the end. No. At this moment, Tang Xiao realized that there was no need for her to lie, because she was no longer in danger to a certain extent. What a pity! What a pity! Chapter 25:15. Tang Zhongyi was not the only one who was disappointed. Even the sect leader of Tang sect, Tang Chong, was slightly disappointed. When they saw Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, they could not help but feel excited when they thought about Duan Lingtian was Tang Xiaozhao's man. This meant that the Tang sect had established a relationship with someone whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In their opinion, for this expert, he didn't mind offending the Skywave Prefecture. Now that they knew that Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao didn't have that kind of relationship, they were disappointed. "Ancestor, what are you talking about?" Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush when she heard Tang Zhongyi's disappointed sigh. She was so shy that she looked like a young girl who was about to get married. "Girl, since Elder Hong is already dead, you should stay behind," Tang Zhongyi said. Without Tang Hong with his status in the Tang sect, Tang Xiaoxiao could not marry into the Skywave Prefecture. Moreover, he also believed that, after this battle, whether it was because of Tang Hong's death or because he had witnessed the strength of Tang Xiaozhao's friend, the sect leader of the Tang sect would not force Tang Xiaoxiao to marry into the Skywave Prefecture. "Ancestor, I still want to go out for a walk," Tang Xiaoxiao replied. "Before I ascend to the Devata realm, I want to spend some time in the mundane realm to relax." Hearing Tang Xiaozhao's words, Tang Zhongyi nodded. "But before you ascend, try to come back and see me." "I will." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. "Let's go." At this time, Duan Lingtian called Tang Xiaoxiao and prepared to leave. He thought Tang Xiaoxiao wouldn't have to leave with him after he killed Tang Hong. To his surprise, Tang Xiaoxiao decided to leave. Tang Xiaoxiao acknowledged Duan Lingtian's words and left with him. "The star map that Xiaoxiao asked me for should be what this Duan Lingtian wants as well." Looking at the backs of Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Tang Zhongyi faintly guessed this point. Xiaoxiao must have reached an agreement with this Duan Lingtian. She will help him get the star map of the star field that includes the star system where the flaming yellow star is located, and he will take her away from the Tang sect. The reason why Tang Zhongyi was able to guess this was because he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. At this moment, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, put away the celestial supreme treasure that belonged to Tang Hong that Tang Xiaoxiao had given him. He smiled wryly at Tang Zhongyi and said, "Let's think of a way to deal with the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although the Skywave Mansion won't completely fall out with the Tang sect, it'll be a disgrace to the Skywave Mansion if we break the engagement. Even if they don't declare war on the Tang sect, I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest." The wry smile on Tang Chong's face deepened when he finished speaking. Upon hearing Tang Chong's words, Tang Zhongyi realized the seriousness of the matter. His expression turned solemn immediately. "Meanwhile, let's go to the star system near the star system where the flaming yellow star is located first." Tang Xiaoxiao unfolded the star map that she had obtained from Tang Zhongyi and pointed at a star system near the interstellar transportation formation as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. This star system is the closest star system to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located. The star systems around the star system where the flaming yellow star is located are relatively backward and don't have any interstellar transportation formations. We can only travel to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located and head to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located. Tang Xiaoxiao continued. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Let's do as you say. I'll follow you." Following that, Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiaoxiao through dozens of interstellar transportation formations before they finally arrived at their destination. It was the closest interstellar transportation formation to the star system where the flaming yellow star was located. The interstellar transportation formation was located in a star system called the Cost Star System. The Cost Star System is a star system ruled by technology. The star system we're currently on is the mother planet of the Cost Star System, Planet Satel. Tang Xiaoxiao explained to Duan Lingtian before they even left the interstellar transportation formation after arriving at the Cost Star System's mother planet, Planet Satel. "Of course, all that I know is from the star map. In the past, I've never heard of the location of this star system. After all, This star system is too far away from the Thousand Opportunities star system where the Tang sect is located. Tang Xiaoxiao said. The flaming yellow realm is too big. It's not something our Saint Province realm can compare to. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Of course. Tang Xiaoxiao said, your Saint Province realm is just a small mundane realm. Our Yanhuang realm is a large mundane realm. In fact, when you ascend to a Devata realm, you'll know what it means to be big. There are a total of 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm is larger than our Yanhuang realm. Naturally, large mundane realms like our Yanhuang realm are also the closest to Devata realms. After all, the Devata realms also have a boundless starry sky with countless planets, galaxies, and stellar regions. Tang Xiaoxiao continued to explain. Devata realms. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Duan Lingtian was filled with yearning for the Devata realms. He felt like a country bumpkin who had just entered a city when he came to the Yanhuang realm from the Saint Province realm. However, based on Tang Xiaoxiao's words, it seemed like the Devata realms were even bigger than the Yanhuang realm. Let's go. What we need to do now is to leave planet Satel and the Cost Galaxy. We'll travel to the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. After Tang Xiaoxiao led Duan Lingtian out of the interstellar transportation formation, she took out a star chart and spread it out. According to the markings on the star chart, we still have to pass through 3 galaxies to reach the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located after leaving the Cost Galaxy. With your speed, we should be able to reach planet Yanhuang in 3 months if you bring me along. Of course, that's only if you use all your skills and travel at full speed. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Lingtian as she said, I've taken into account that your speed is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If your speed is slower than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll take you longer. So far. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. It would take a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial 3 months to travel to the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located even though he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If they were in the Saint Province realm, this speed would only take a few days. They would be able to travel to the Debussyi subterranean and the upper province in just a few days. A large mundane realm is so much bigger than a small mundane realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he thought of this. Top quality. Top quality. Duan Lingtian was about to bring Tang Xiaoxiao along when a frivolous voice rang in the air. The voice was getting closer and closer to them. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and saw 3 men dressed in suits. 3 young men dressed in suits similar to the suits on Earth were leering at Tang Xiaoxiao who was standing next to him. Each of them stepped on something similar to a skateboard and flew toward them at an extremely fast speed. Of course, the 3 young men were not using ordinary skateboards. Duan Lingtian extended his divine sense and integrated it into the skateboards of the 3 young men. He immediately probed the internal structure of the skateboards. When he discovered the densely packed capacitors and wires inside, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb. The technology here has actually reached such a level? Duan Lingtian remembered very clearly. In his previous life, when he was still on Earth, even the structure of the most complex technological products on Earth was far less complicated than this. It was not even 1/10,000th of the structure of the skateboards under the feet of the 3 young men in front of him. While Duan Lingtian was shocked by the structure of the skateboards under the feet of the 3 young men, a red light flashed on the skateboards under the feet of the 3 young men, and a series of alarms sounded. The skateboards under their feet are commonly seen in galaxies ruled by technology. Humans in galaxies ruled by technology rely on skateboards to fly. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to have noticed the shock on Duan Lingtian's face. She explained to Duan Lingtian, earlier, you must have probed the skateboards under their feet with your divine sense, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sounded alarms. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart were filled with shock. Although he had long known that technology and cultivation coexisted in large mundane realms, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw the advanced technology in a large mundane realm. After all, Although the technology on Earth in his previous life had advanced to a certain level, it was still inferior to the technology on Earth. However, compared to the technology in front of him, it was far behind. If the technology on Earth developed normally, I'm afraid it would take at least 10,000 years for it to reach this level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boy, how dare a cultivator like you act so presumptuously in our cost galaxy? I think you don't want to live anymore. One of the young men standing on a skateboard glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he shouted in a deep voice. Kill this male cultivator and capture this female cultivator. Come to think of it, I haven't played with a female cultivator for a few years now. Chapter 25:16. With just the three of you? Duan Lingtian sneered disdainfully as he glanced at the young man who was looking at Tang Xiaoxiao lecherously. Earlier, when he extended his divine consciousness, he had already figured out the background of the three young men in front of him at the first moment. These three young men were only stronger than ordinary people in terms of physique and physical strength. There was no energy in their bodies at all. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the three of them were no different from ordinary people. You want to capture me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Tang Xiaoxiao sneered as she looked at the three young men. She did not take them seriously at all. It seems like these two cultivators are very confident in themselves. The last young man who had remained silent all this while narrowed his eyes when he saw the disdain and mockery on Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's faces. A cruel and cold smile appeared on his face. Among the three young men, this young man had the strongest physique. In fact, he was 3 times stronger than the other two. Even so, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, this young man was no different from the other two young men. Ah! The first young man laughed. Boss Knox, according to the old rules, you'll hold the line for the two of us. If the two of us can't do it, you'll take over. The boss Knox he spoke of was none other than the young man with the strongest physique who had spoken earlier. Almost as soon as the young man finished speaking, an illusion suddenly appeared on the surface of his and the other young man's bodies. In the blink of an eye, the illusion solidified again. In just a blink of an eye, the two young men who were originally 1.8 meters tall had grown to 3 meters tall. At this moment, the two of them were completely immersed in a special metal that had distinct edges and was as smooth as a mirror. It looked extremely flexible. It looked like a mecha from the sci-fi movies on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life. The ones in the movies were fictional, but the ones in front of him were real. Mecha? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect the mecha from the sci-fi movies in his previous life would actually exist. Isn't your Saint Domain a small mundane plane? Don't tell me you guys have this mecha, too? Tang Xiaoxiao was slightly surprised when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. But I thought small mundane realms don't have planets, galaxies, and stellar regions like ours? It's really called mecha? Duan Lingtian was stunned by Tang Xiaoxiao's words. He didn't expect the thing in front of him to actually be called a mecha. Could it be that in my previous life on Earth, a person with a mecha from a highly advanced galaxy had once come to this world? Otherwise, how could there be such a thing as mecha on Earth? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but make such a guess. Duan Lingtian did not believe that the word mecha was made up by the people on Earth after learning that there really was a mecha in this galaxy ruled by technology. Although the world was big, it was impossible for there to be such a coincidence, right? Just then, a square lens embedded in the left eye of one of the mecha's mecha suddenly flashed. Then, he said to the young man who had not transformed into a mecha, Boss Knox, it seems like you don't have to do anything. These two cultivators are not even 100 years old. That's right. 2 cultivators under 100 years old are nothing to worry about. The other young man who had transformed into a mecha said. Of course, their transformation into mecha was completely done through technological means. They can detect our age? Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao in surprise. It's normal. Tang Xiaoxiao did not seem surprised at all. The mechas they transformed into have detection abilities. Don't be fooled by the fact that they only have a lens in their left eye. It's not an ordinary lens. The structure inside it is beyond your imagination. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already detected this with his divine consciousness. Not more than 100 years old? The young man who was addressed as Boss Nox by the two young men who had transformed into mechas laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao again. He had a very good understanding of cultivators. It was difficult for cultivators below the age of 100 to enter the Saint Celestial stage. In the several dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy, there were only a handful of people below the age of 100 who had a cultivation base at the Saint Celestial stage or above, but they were still extremely rare. His two companions' strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage after they had transformed into mechas. Therefore, in his opinion, it was impossible for the man and woman before him to be at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Even if they were at the first, second, or third form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. In fact, there were only a handful of cultivators below the age of 100 who were at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy. He did not think he would be so unlucky as to encounter cultivators at that level. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were unaware of Nox's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have laughed out loud. Fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? After all, both of their cultivation bases were above the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. They were eminent celestials after all. Most importantly, they were not ordinary eminent celestials. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial. Tang Xiaoxiao's strength was comparable to a 5 bodiless celestial even though she was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. However, Nox actually thought they had not broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Nox could not be blamed for thinking so. This was because none of the dozens of galaxies near the Cost Galaxy were ruled by cultivators, and none of them had been unified by any force. This was because the forces in those galaxies were small and unknown forces in the Yanhuang plane. The reason there were only a few small forces in those galaxies was because there were no cultivation resources in those galaxies. In those dozens of galaxies, there were no cultivation resources. In other words, the powerful forces did not care about the cultivation resources in those galaxies at all. Forces like the Tang sect and the Celestial Master sect didn't care about the cultivation resources in those dozens of galaxies, so they disdained to take root there. Even forces that were much weaker than the Tang sect and the Celestial Masters sect did not care about the cultivation resources in those galaxies. In ordinary small forces, those who were below the age of 100 who had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above were considered rare geniuses. On top of that, the Cost Galaxy, which was completely ruled by technology, was located in a remote area. Usually, the cultivators who came here were people from the dozens of galaxies around it. For this reason, Nox thought Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were from those galaxies as well. If he had known Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were from the Tianji Galaxy, which was ruled by the Tang sect, he would not have dared to underestimate them. Since these two are not even 100 years old, you should be able to crush them with your strength. Nox looked at Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao disdainfully before he said to the two young men operating the mechas, "Kill the man and leave the woman alive." When he reached the end of his sentence, a look of unbridled lust could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Almost as soon as Nox finished speaking, the mechas operated by the two young men immediately moved again. Cut, 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 cut. Although the two mechas looked clumsy, they were very agile when they moved. One of the mechas extended its right arm, and a fine steel blade appeared in its hand. It gleamed coldly as though it could cut through anything. The other mecha extended its left arm, and a black hole appeared at the end of its left arm. A white light flashed from the hole, and it grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it looked as though it was about to burst out of the hole. In just a blink of an eye, the first mecha charged toward Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. The blade in its hand was pointed at Duan Lingtian's chest. The reason why his speed was so fast was because there was a pushing force behind him. This pushing force came from the 3 vacuum recoil devices behind him, which emitted vacuum cannons to propel him forward at an extremely fast speed. It's comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage. Although the speed of the mecha was like a snail in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was still shocked. The speed of this mecha was comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was still in shock over the speed of the mecha that was charging toward him. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a white beam of light shot out from the muzzle of the other mecha's left arm, which was filled with white light. It was a laser cannon. That's a laser cannon? Its power is comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage. A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao remained motionless in the face of the attacks from the 2 mechas. It was as though they had completely ignored the attacks from the 2 mechas. Chapter 25:17. There's no reaction at all? It seems like these 2 cultivators haven't even broken through to the Saint's celestial stage. How boring! These were the thoughts of the 2 young men who were controlling the 2 mechas. They were in their mechas. While their faces were filled with hostility, their eyes could not help but reveal waves of disappointment. They were disappointed by Duan Lingtian and the other young man's strength. After all, even a cultivator at the 1st form of the Saint's celestial stage would not be so passive when faced with their attacks. How weak! Nak, who was standing nearby, sneered disdainfully when he saw this. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. However, in the next moment, the sneer on his face froze. How's this possible? 2 cries of alarm rang out. They were the voices of the 2 young men operating the 2 mechas. At this moment, one of the mechas had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the fine steel blade in his hand had already pierced towards Duan Lingtian's chest. With the might of his sharp blade, even if it was a thick and heavy steel plate, it would be easily pierced through. However, at this moment, his blade was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian's chest, but it could not move any further. It was as if it had been forcefully stopped by an invisible force. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the laser cannon shot out by the other mecha continued to hit the air a foot away from Duan Lingtian. A series of explosions rang in the air. However, the continuous explosions did not even affect Duan Lingtian, who was more than a foot away at all. How's this possible? You want to kill me with the attack of a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage? Don't you think you've underestimated me? When Duan Lingtian heard the exclamations from the 2 young men operating the mechas, he grinned. His smile was very bright. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's purple robe swayed slightly. Even when the 2 young men piloted their mechas and attacked Duan Lingtian with the full force of a cultivator at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage, they did not even cause Duan Lingtian's robe to sway. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's robe moved slightly. Retreat! Run! The 2 young men operating the mechas exchanged glances with each other before activating the vacuum recoil system in front of them. They wanted to fire their vacuum cannons and use the recoil force to quickly escape the scene. However, could they escape? Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, with a flash of his body, he appeared unhurriedly in front of the mecha holding the sharp blade in his hand. With a punch, he directly punched through the mecha. Then, with a shake of his arm, the mecha was shattered into pieces. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian reached into the mecha and grabbed the young man who was piloting the mecha. After grabbing the young man, Duan Lingtian continued to fly at a leisurely pace. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's opinion, Duan Lingtian's speed was neither fast nor slow. However, in the eyes of the 3 young men, Duan Lingtian's speed was terrifyingly fast. Although Duan Lingtian did not use any techniques and merely moved his body casually, the 3 young men were not slow at all. In the eyes of the 3 young men, Duan Lingtian's speed was not inferior to a cultivator at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint's celestial stage. At the same time, The vacuum recoil system in front of the other mecha was activated and the vacuum cannon shot out to help him retreat. Duan Ling Tian's figure was like a ghost as he appeared beside the mecha that was trying to retreat. His right hand was like a dragon as it whistled out, causing the mecha to follow in its companion's footsteps. Following that, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the two young men as well. Duan Ling Tian held the two young men in his hands as though he was an eagle holding two chicks. "Do you really think you can kill me with this little bit of strength?" Duan Ling Tian sneered as he looked at Nox, who was standing in the distance. At the same time, he exerted force in his hands and snapped the necks of the two young men, killing them instantly. The two young men were ordinary people with strong bodies. They died instantly when their necks were snapped. "Are you Tong Jinxiang or Wu Baifeng?" Seeing his two companions die in the hands of the purple-clothed young man in front of him, Nox's face immediately turned gloomy as he asked in a deep voice. Tong Jinxiang and Wu Baifeng. These two people were well-known figures in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy. They were famous not because of their strength, but because of their innate talent. They were the only two male cultivators who had broken through to the 5th and 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage below the age of 100 in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy. For this reason, Nox instinctively assumed Duan Ling Tian was one of them. "Tong Jinxiang? Wu Baifeng?" "I'm sorry, I've never heard of them," Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly when he heard Nox's question. "You're not them? Nox's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice, "You're not a cultivator from the galaxies around the Cost Galaxy?" "Of course not." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Nox meaningfully. "Do I remember? Earlier, you asked them to kill me?" When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone with killing intent. "Sir, although I ordered them to kill you, you've killed them to vent your anger. Why don't we just let this slide?" After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength and realizing how strong Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was, Nox did not plan to continue fighting with him. He was not confident he could kill Duan Ling Tian. Even if he could kill Duan Ling Tian, he would still be wary. Who knew if there was a powerful force behind this talented cultivator? It would be fine if that force was not as strong as his clan. If he was stronger than the family behind him, it would definitely bring disaster to his family. It was even possible that his family would be exterminated because of this. There were many similar cases in the Yanhuang Plain. "I'm sorry." Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Nox's words. "Put aside the fact that I'm not used to letting people who want to kill me live, I'm afraid even my friend doesn't want you to live. Sometimes, a person has to pay the price for his words." Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm, but Nox's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "There's no need to waste your breath on him." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao stepped into the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Similarly, she did not cast any technique, but her speed was so fast that Nox could not react in time. When Nox regained his senses, she was already in front of him. "Sush!" Nox's expression changed drastically as he cried out, "You can't kill me! I'm from the Garnier clan, human!" As soon as Nox finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao's hand shot out at lightning speed and left a rivet between Nox's eyebrows. This rivet was the most common hidden weapon Tang Xiaoxiao carried with her. She had tens of thousands of them in her spatial ring. Therefore, this rivet was nailed into Nox's forehead. After killing Nox, she didn't even take it off because it wasn't anything rare to begin with. "The Garnier clan? I've never heard of them." Tang Xiaoxiao's expression was terrifyingly calm as she watched Nox's body fall from the sky. She was not affected by what had just happened. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a faint smile, "Let's go." "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao left as though nothing had happened. Duan Ling Tian did not bring Tang Xiaoxiao along with him. Both of them flew toward the boundless starry sky at a leisurely pace. Don't the people in a galaxy ruled by technology have any cultivation? The reason Duan Ling Tian did not bring Tang Xiaoxiao along was because he was confused and needed Tang Xiaoxiao's help to clear up his doubts. After all, There was no technology in the Saint Province realm. Although he was from Earth in his previous life, and there was technology on Earth, compared to the technology he had just seen, the technology on Earth was like a baby who had just learned to speak. It could not be compared to the latter at all. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately responded to Duan Lingtian's question. Didn't you check their bodies when you probed them with your divine consciousness earlier? The structure of their bodies is very different from ours. Although they have meridians in their bodies, they're intermittent. Although cultivators who have reached a certain level of strength can perform meridian and marrow cleansing on people like them, allowing them to be reborn and be able to cultivate from then on. However, there are too many of them. It's unrealistic to cleanse their meridians and marrows for them. In this kind of situation, this kind of person is also starting to take a different path and develop technology. Don't underestimate their technology. The mechas we encountered earlier are nothing compared to the most advanced technology in Yanhuang realm. As Duan Lingtian listened to Tang Xiaoxiao's words, they left planet Satel in the Cost Galaxy and entered the boundless starry sky. They traveled through space with their physical bodies. Meanwhile, on planet Saturn, in a huge modern city that was full of technology, there was a rapid breathing sound coming from the top floor of a tall building that looked like a pillar supporting the heavens. This was due to a projection that appeared in a spacious office on the top floor of the skyscraper. The image in the projection kept changing. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the man and woman in the projection as him and Tang Xiaoxiao. Chapter 25:18. The Garnier family was one of the top forces in the Cost Galaxy in terms of overall strength. There were only 2 other families in the Cost Galaxy that could be compared to them. At this moment, at the top floor of the skyscraper commercial technology building under the Garnier family, the number 1 person in the Garnier family, the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dal, was staring at the scene of a young man being killed in the projection. The young man who was killed was called Knox. He was his only son. Although he had more than a dozen children, he only had one son who could inherit the family business. The rest were all daughters. And now, his only son was dead. He was killed by a female cultivator. Soon after, a series of ear-piercing alarms rang out from the high-tech watches on the hands of every important member of the Garnier family, causing their expressions to change. What's going on? Something must have happened since the patriarch summoned us. Let's go. Let's go. In the Garnier family's residence, all the important figures and high-ranking officials of the Garnier family were gathered in a modern and high-tech manner. It was worth mentioning that the Garnier family's mobilization of its members had frightened its 2 old rivals, the other 2 powerful families in the Cost Galaxy that were not any weaker than the Garnier family. These 2 families had also gathered their high-ranking officials for a meeting. What's going on in the Garnier family? Have you found out? Don't tell me the Garnier family is trying to do something to us? That's why they're using this as an excuse to deceive us? That's possible. After all, this is not the first time the Garnier family has spread fake news. The high-ranking officials of the other 2 families could not help but discuss among themselves after they had gathered. The 2 families were wary of the Garnier family's high-ranking officials because they had gathered all the important figures and high-ranking officials of the Garnier family. In the Garnier family's huge and modern meeting room that was filled with technology, everyone's attention was focused on the huge projection at the end of the meeting room. It's Knox. Soon after, 3 people appeared on the projection. Everyone in the Garnier family knew one of them. It was the son of the patriarch of the Garnier family, the young master of the Garnier family. The following scene caused their expressions to turn ugly. A male cultivator first destroyed the mechas operated by the 2 companions of the young master of the Garnier family and killed them. Then, another female cultivator killed the young master of the Garnier family. Provocation, provocation. This is undisguised provocation. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since the great Garnier family was provoked like this? In the long history of the Garnier family, every person or force that dares to challenge the Garnier family's bottom line has never had a good ending. They will not be an exception. The entire conference room was in an uproar. The higher-ups of the Garnier family were filled with righteous indignation. They could not wait to kill the two cultivators in the projection and tear them into pieces. To be honest, not many people cared about Nox's death. Some of them even rejoiced because Nox's death meant that their descendants would have the opportunity to become the next patriarch of the Garnier family. However, Nox's death humiliated the Garnier family and made them very angry. Silence. In the end, Dahl, the clan leader of the Garnier family, said loudly. Everyone in the conference room finally fell silent. After everyone had quieted down, he continued to say, "I've gathered everyone here to deal with these two cultivators. They killed my son and brought shame to the Garnier family. Only their blood can wash away the shame of the Garnier family. Based on the projections, I can see their cultivation bases are at least at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or even higher. For this reason, I've gathered everyone here to discuss what kind of weapon we should use to kill them." Dahl said, "I suggest we use the disaster-level battleship." An old man with a white beard said in a deep voice, "Disaster-level battleship?" Many people in the conference room could not help but gasp when they heard the old man's words. "Grand Elder, is there really a need for that?" Although these two cultivators are at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, their strength is not even at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It doesn't seem necessary to mobilize the most powerful battleship in our family just for these two people, right? A middle-aged man took the lead and said to the white-bearded old man. Many people nodded in agreement. In their opinion, their family's disaster-level battleship was capable of killing even loose immortals. It seemed like they were making a mountain out of a molehill for two cultivators who were not even at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "Great Elder, there's no need for that, right?" Even Dar, the patriarch of the Garnier family, was shocked by the white-bearded old man's words. "That is necessary." The white-bearded old man continued in a deep voice. "It has been many years since someone dared to provoke our Garnier family. This time, someone came to provoke us, so we must deal with them without holding back. At the same time, let everyone in the Cost Galaxy see. Although our Garnier family has been dormant for many years, it's only a temporary slumber. Once we wake up, we'll be invincible tigers." The white-bearded old man's words were very clear. The reason why the disaster-level battleship was deployed was not only to kill the two cultivators, but also to establish its dominance. I agree with the Great Elder's suggestion. Soon, someone agreed with the white-bearded old man, the Grand Elder of the Garnier family. "It's true that our Garnier family has been dormant for many years. It's time for us to show our might. For this reason, I agree as well." "I agree. I agree." After a few moments, everyone in the meeting room, except for Dar, the patriarch of the Garnier family, expressed their support for the Great Elder's suggestion. "Since everyone agrees," Dar ordered in a deep voice. Dar ordered in a deep voice. "In that case, the Garnier family will dispatch the disaster-level battleship to kill those two cultivators. Now, all department heads, listen to my orders. Satellite Intelligence Department, immediately lock onto the location of the two cultivators. News and Public Relations Department, immediately announce to the entire Cost star system that the Garnier family will be using the disaster-level battleship to seek revenge and wash away the shame of our family. Also, prepare to project the entire process of killing the two cultivators to every corner of the Cost Galaxy. Let everyone in the Cost Galaxy know that those who offend the Garnier family will not have a good ending." After Dar gave his orders, the department heads of the Garnier family's Satellite Intelligence Department and News and Public Relations Department immediately left to make the necessary arrangements. "Great Elder." Dar looked at the white-bearded old man. "Now, you and I will head to the preparation department together and authorize the deployment of the disaster-level battleship to kill the two cultivators to avenge my son and establish the might of the Garnier family." Dar's eyes were bloodshot from the beginning until the end. After all, the one who died was his son, his only son. Following the Garnier family's actions, not only did the Cost Galaxy's mother planet, Planet Satel, tremble, But all the planets in the Cost Galaxy trembled as well. Someone killed the young master of the Garnier family? Moreover, its 2 cultivators? Do they have a death wish? This is our territory, not the territory of those cultivators. I heard that the Garnier family is even preparing to deploy the disaster-level battleship to kill the 2 cultivators. The disaster-level battleship? Heavens! That's the most powerful weapon in the Cost Galaxy. Only the 3 great clans, including the Garnier family, have it. The 3 great clans are able to stand at the top of the Cost Galaxy because of the disaster-level battleship. They actually deployed the disaster-level battleship? Are the 2 cultivators bodiless celestials? Similar discussions spread across the planets in the Cost Galaxy. Everyone knew that the Garnier family was furious. The Garnier family was furious. Planet Satel. On the mother planet of the Cost Galaxy, the other 2 clans that were as famous as the Garnier family finally confirmed that the Garnier family was not the Garnier family. The Garnier family's actions were not directed at them. Nox, the young master of the Garnier family, was killed by 2 cultivators? This is great news. Dar, that old fellow, is probably flustered and exasperated right now, right? However, it seems like the 2 cultivators are not ordinary. Otherwise, the Garnier family wouldn't have deployed the disaster-level battleship. In another 15 minutes, the Garnier family will broadcast the scene of them killing the 2 cultivators to the entire galaxy. I can't wait to see it. Speaking of which, I haven't seen a disaster-level battleship in a long time. The disaster-level battleship? It's what our 3 great clans rely on to survive. It's because of the disaster-level battleship that our 3 great clans are able to stand at the top of the food chain in the Cost Galaxy. While the other 2 families in the Cost Galaxy that were as famous as the Garnier family were in a heated discussion, 15 minutes passed by quietly. Projections began to appear in every corner of the planets in the Cost Galaxy. It's them? Chapter 25:19. The projections were projected to every corner of the Cost Galaxy. As long as there were people around, they would be able to see the projections. At this moment, everyone in the Cost Galaxy stopped what they were doing and looked at the projections. A man and a woman appeared in front of them. The man was dressed in a long purple robe. His hair was tied up, and he had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome. Many women in the Cost Galaxy screamed when they saw him. He's so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man among the cultivators? If I can have such a handsome boyfriend, I'd be willing to shorten my life by a few years. He's so handsome. In the Cost star system, regardless of whether it was a group of young ladies or young ladies, they were all shouting and yelling with infatuation. The purple-clad young man who appeared in the projections was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's handsomeness was pure and natural. Coupled with his extraordinary cultivation base, it made him look otherworldly. It was only natural that he attracted a group of young women in the Cost Galaxy. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao, who appeared in the projections with Duan Lingtian, appeared in front of the people in the Cost Galaxy. What a beautiful woman! Beauty! Beauty! The women in the Cost Galaxy were not the only ones who were amazed by Tang Xiaoxiao's beauty. The men in the Cost Galaxy could not help but shout when they saw Tang Xiaoxiao in the projections. Although Tang Xiaoxiao was dressed in a loose black outfit, it couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Coupled with her peerless beauty, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison when she appeared in the projections. A perfect match. What a perfect match. Many people in the Cost Galaxy could not help but sigh when they saw Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao walking side by side in the projections. Naturally, most of the women looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with envy. They wished they were the ones walking side by side with Duan Lingtian instead of Tang Xiaoxiao. There were also many men who looked at Duan Lingtian with envy. Such a handsome guy and such a beautiful woman, but they're going to die soon. What a pity. That's right. Rumor has it that the Garnier family is even preparing to use the disaster-level battleship to kill them. A disaster-level battleship? Were they really that strong? To think that the Garnier family would mobilize a disaster-level battleship for them. In the entire Cost Galaxy, only the upper echelons of the Garnier family knew what was going on. The reason the Garnier family decided to use the disaster-level battleship to kill the two people in the projection was not because the two people were so powerful that they had to use the disaster-level battleship to deal with them. Instead, it was because they wanted to establish their dominance. The Garnier family had been silent for too long. Now that they finally had a chance to show off their might in front of everyone in the Cost Galaxy, they were naturally unwilling to miss this opportunity. I don't understand. Is it necessary for the Garnier family to use the disaster-level battleship against these two young cultivators? Many people from the other two families in the Cost Galaxy who were equally famous as the Garnier family voiced their doubts. Don't forget that powerful cultivators can rejuvenate themselves and retain their youthful looks. Look at their youthful appearances. Who knows if they're actually old monsters who have lived for thousands of years? That's right. Let alone cultivators, even we can retain our youthful looks with the help of genetic drugs. Since the Garnier family is willing to use the disaster-level battleship, their strength must be extraordinary. In the end, the people from the two families still felt that the man and woman in the projection were not simple. Otherwise, the Garnier family would not have used the disaster-level battleship to deal with them. Meanwhile, HM? Duan Lingtian, who had just left planet Satel in the Cost Galaxy with Tang Xiaoxiao, suddenly came to a halt. He frowned slightly as though he had sensed something. What's wrong? Tang Xiaoxiao asked curiously as she came to a halt. I feel like there's something hiding in the dark, staring at me, Duan Lingtian said. His instincts kept telling him that something was watching him from the dark, causing him to feel uneasy. Initially, he thought it was just his imagination. However, after a while, he realized something was not right. It was likely that he was not imagining things. You have the same feeling as well? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned. In fact, she had the same feeling as well. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian did not react to it, she did not tell him about it. She thought she was imagining things. However, after listening to Duan Lingtian's words, she realized it was not her imagination. Something's coming. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked to the east as though he had sensed something. In the blink of an eye, his gaze shifted to other directions one after another. That thing seems to have surrounded us. What's that thing? Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to extend her divine sense to investigate, she saw something clearly. With the space where she and Duan Lingtian were standing as the center, gigantic birds were flying toward them from all directions. When she got closer, she realized that it wasn't a giant bird at all. Battleships. Tang Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes as she looked at the battleships that were closing in on her and Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes as she narrowed them. Battleships? Duan Lingtian regained his senses when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. As it turned out, the 18 giant ships floating in the air that surrounded him and Tang Xiaoxiao were the battleships mentioned in the sci-fi movies in his previous life. However, the battleships in front of him were different from the ones Duan Lingtian had seen in the sci-fi movies in his previous life. Each of these battleships was like a huge bird. Their size was comparable to the legendary Kunping in his previous life. Their wings were like clouds that covered the sky. As soon as they appeared, they would cover the sky and bring darkness to the world. It seems like the person I killed, Nox, who claimed to be from the Garnier family, is not a simple person. Tang Xiaoxiao said, if I'm not mistaken, these battleships are disaster-level battleships. Disaster-level battleships? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Disaster-level battleships? There are different levels of battleships? Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded before she patiently explained, the so-called disaster-level battleship is capable of unleashing an attack that is akin to a natural disaster. There might be a flash flood, a volcanic eruption, a violent storm, or an earthquake. Apart from that, disaster-level battleships can kill bodiless celestials. Duan Lingtian gasped when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Kill loose immortals? Was it this high-tech warship in front of him? Duan Lingtian naturally knew how strong itinerant immortals were. Even those unranked bodiless celestials who had not passed the first bodiless celestial tribulation were comparable to powerhouses at the 8th form of the saint's celestial stage. A 1 tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint's celestial stage, while a 2 tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to an eminent celestial. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was even stronger than an eminent celestial. Not to mention the even more powerful itinerant immortals. Of course, Duan Lingtian was also clear in his heart. Since Tang Xiaoxiao had said the disaster-level battleship was capable of killing bodiless celestials, it meant the bodiless celestials it could kill were not just bodiless celestials who were first tribulation bodiless celestials or second tribulation bodiless celestials. At the very least, it would be able to kill a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial or even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. 18 disaster-level battleships? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the 18 disaster-level battleships surrounding him and Tang Xiaoxiao. This is quite a big deal. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao hovered in outer space. 18 disaster-level battleships that were as large as giants hovered around them like moving fortresses. The moment he appeared in the projection and landed in the eyes of the people from Cursed, it gave them another wave of intense visual shock. All of the disaster-level battleships in the projection were tens of millions of times larger than Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao. They were like ants in front of any of the disaster-level battleships. However, at this moment, there were 18 disaster-level battleships surrounding them. There was no way for them to escape. Heavens! 18 disaster-level battleships. Who are these 2 cultivators? Many people in the Cost Galaxy cried out. At this moment, they felt their mouths go dry. The scene in the projection before them was simply too frightening. These are disaster-level battleships? Moreover, all of them are disaster-level battleships? Although the Garnier family said they would send out a disaster-level battleship to seek revenge, I thought they would only send out 1 disaster-level battleship. I didn't expect they would send out 18 disaster-level battleships. I heard the Garnier family has 13 disaster-level battleships. However, it seems like they've been hiding them. There are 18 disaster-level battleships in the projection. What I'm more curious about is, who exactly are these 2 cultivators? How powerful are they? To think that the Garnier family would send out 18 disaster-level battleships just because of them. Many people in the Cost Galaxy felt their scalps go numb when they saw the projection. In the projection, a purple-clad young man and a black-clad young woman stood in outer space. Around them, 18 huge, cold battleships floated there. All kinds of weapons silently extended and aimed at them. Chapter 25-20. We're the disaster-level battleships of the Garnier family. Patriarch Doll of the Garnier family wishes to speak to you. When the 18 disaster-level battleships aimed their weapons at Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao, an emotionless voice rang out from the loudspeaker of one of the disaster-level battleships. It was as though a thunderclap had exploded in Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's ears. It's really the Garnier family. Although Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao had already guessed the Garnier family had something to do with the 18 battleships, they did not expect the Garnier family to have something to do with them. Now that they heard the voice, they realized that their guess was right. I'm Doll, the patriarch of the Garnier family. When the voice entered Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's ears, they saw the projection of the disaster-level battleship. A projection appeared in front of the disaster-level battleship that had spoken earlier. A middle-aged man dressed in modern clothes could be seen glaring at them furiously. Based on the middle-aged man's background, one could see he was in a cabin. The middle-aged man was in the cabin of the disaster-level battleship. It has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke the Garnier family. You 2 cultivators have killed my son and the young master of the Garnier family. This is tantamount to trampling on the dignity of the Garnier family. Today, the Garnier family swears to kill both of you as a warning to others. When he reached the end of his sentence, the middle-aged man's eyes were burning with rage, ready to burst out at any moment. It's the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dahl? Based on Dahl's words, it seems like he's not only trying to kill the two cultivators, but he's also trying to establish his dominance. The Garnier family has been silent for many years. Today, they're baring their fangs to remind everyone in the Cost Galaxy that the Garnier family is still as powerful as ever. The Garnier family owns 18 disaster-level battleships. Even the other two families might not be a match for them in a one-on-one battle, right? In the Cost Galaxy, many smart people could guess the reason the Garnier family made such a big fuss today when they saw the projection of the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dahl. The Garnier family was trying to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The death of the young master of the Garnier family was only the trigger. I didn't expect the Garnier family to own 18 disaster-level battleships. Even our family only has 15 disaster-level battleships. The Garnier family has hidden a lot of people. Fortunately, we didn't fall out with the Garnier family. If we really fought, our 16 disaster-level battleships wouldn't be a match for them. The other two families that were as famous as the Garnier family in the Coastal Galaxy could not remain calm after witnessing the strength of the Garnier family. These two cultivators are really unlucky. That's right. I'm afraid that the Garnier family has been looking for an opportunity to show their prowess since a long time ago. Killing the young master of the Garnier family is equivalent to walking right into the Garnier family's jaws. What a pitiful couple. 18 disaster-level battleships, I'm afraid they'll be blasted into smithereens. In the Coastal Galaxy, many people could not help but shake their heads when they saw the 18 disaster-level battleships surrounding the two figures that were as small as ants. Naturally, most of them were gloating over their misfortune. For these people, it had been a long time since something so exciting had happened in the Coast Galaxy. Although the outcome of this battle was clear to them, at least they had seen 18 disaster-level battleships, so it was still very exciting for them. All disaster-level battleships of the Garnier family, listen up. Open fire. When the people in the Coast Galaxy saw Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family, was about to order the 18 disaster-level battleships to open fire on Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao through the projection, they held their breaths. Before Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family, could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a snort. Umph. This cold snort seemed to contain magic. Once it was released, it caused the hearts of everyone watching the projection in the Coastal Galaxy to involuntarily tremble. Even Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family, who was in one of the disaster-level battleships, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums when he heard the snort. He was in so much pain that he didn't even have time to finish his sentence after he was interrupted. The person who had snorted was none other than Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly as his figure suddenly swayed. Duan Lingtian shot toward the disaster-level battleship at an extremely fast speed as though he had transformed into a meteorite. All the projections in the Coast Galaxy had been specially processed. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian's speed was extremely fast, they were still able to see the ray of light that soared through the sky in a flash through the projection. How fast? This cultivator must be a bodiless celestial, right? Seeing the scene in the projection, many people in the Coast Galaxy shuddered in fear. They could not help but reveal looks of horror on their faces. Their expressions changed again as though they had just seen a ghost. In the projection, the purple rainbow transformed by the male cultivator was like a meteorite in space, smashing a huge hole in the disaster-level battleship. Bang! When they saw a hole appear in the disaster-level battleship, a loud bang was heard by everyone in the Coast Galaxy. They were so shocked that their hearts seemed to stop beating at that moment. Heavens! What did I just see? The disaster-level battleship is destroyed just like that. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to destroy the defense of the disaster-level battleship so easily, right? That cultivator, is he stronger than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial? Many people in the Coast Galaxy could not help but speculate. In the next moment, their jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the scene in the projection. Isn't this too much? Heavens! This is a disaster-level battleship. Not dreaming, right? In the projection, the purple streak of light pierced through the disaster-level battleship. In the next moment, the disaster-level battleship was blasted into pieces by an extremely powerful force, leaving behind a huge mushroom cloud. The mushroom cloud left behind by the explosion caused the void to tremble. There were even visible cracks in the void. However, as these void cracks appeared in the dark space, the people from the Cost Galaxy did not notice them at the moment. Even then, the destruction of the disaster-level battleship sent chills down their spines. The disaster-level battleship was blown to pieces by an extremely powerful force. Then, a huge mushroom cloud appeared, and a vast and majestic shock wave swept out in all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The powerful shock waves swept out and slammed into the other 17 disaster-level battleships, causing them to sway violently. It seemed as though they would crash at any moment. Is he even human? At the same time, the people in the Cost Galaxy who were watching the projection saw an unforgettable scene. When the disaster-level battleship was blasted into pieces, a purple-clad young man walked out of the mushroom cloud at a leisurely pace. He appeared in front of the people in the Cost Galaxy, causing them to stare at him with their mouths agape. Rays of light could be seen flashing around the purple-clad young man's body. When the projection zoomed in, one could see that the rays of light were condensed and dazzling. They were like protective talismans that circled around the purple-clad young man. At this moment, the purple-clad young man looked like a god of war. His image was deeply engraved in the minds of the people in the Cost Galaxy. That's the patriarch of the Garnier family, doll? After a while, the people in the Cost Galaxy who were the first to regain their senses realized something. In the projection, the purple-robed young man, who had walked out of the explosion of the disaster-level battleship unscathed, was carrying a wretched figure in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one could see the figure was none other than the patriarch of the Garnier family, doll. Who are you? Under the watchful eyes of the people in the Cost Galaxy, Doll looked at Duan Lingtian with a ghastly expression on his face as he asked. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of Doll's eyes. He would never forget what had just happened. Not only did the purple-clad young man charge into the disaster-level battleship of the Garnier family in just a blink of an eye, but the purple-clad young man had also locked onto and captured him. In the next moment, a light shield formed from tens of thousands of sword rays appeared around the purple-clad young man's body. It swept out in all directions and blasted the disaster-level battleship that the Garnier family relied on to survive into smithereens. He believed that if he was not standing next to the purple-clad young man, he would have been blasted into smithereens by the force. Chapter 25-21. You're the patriarch of the Garnier clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Dar, who was holding the patriarch of the Garnier clan in his hand as though he was holding a piece of trash, and said calmly, "You can continue to give out orders now. I'd like to see the power of these disaster-level battleships as well." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he raised his head slightly and looked at the remaining 17 disaster-level battleships. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only did Dar's expression turn unsightly, but the high-ranking officials of the Garnier clan who heard Duan Lingtian's words had an equally unsightly expression on their faces. Who can tell me, who is this cultivator? This cultivator is definitely a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's impossible for a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial to be unharmed from the explosion. How did our Garnier clan offend such a terrifying person? After all, there are only a handful of 4-tribulation bodiless celestials in the dozens of galaxies around the Castel Galaxy. The Garnier clan has records of all the 4-tribulation bodiless celestials in the dozens of galaxies around the Castel Galaxy. However, there's no record of this person. If this person is a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, it's impossible for the Garnier clan to make an enemy out of him, let alone send out a disaster-level battleship to kill him. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Garnier clan realized they had met their match. The purple-clad young man who looked like a god of war in the projection was at least a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he's only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, he should be able to escape unscathed from the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan. It's impossible for us to kill him. If he's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, the 17 disaster-level battleships would only be able to injure him lightly. He could even destroy the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan even if he's injured. The Garnier clan can't afford to offend this person. Apart from Dar, who was captured by Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking officials of the Garnier clan quickly called for an emergency meeting. In the end, they reached a consensus. This purple-clothed young man was not someone to be trifled with. If our Garnier family survives this calamity, I'll retire and no longer interfere with the family's affairs. After the emergency meeting, the first elder of the Garnier family said solemnly. After all, he was the one who suggested to kill the 2 cultivators with great fanfare back then. He had to take a lot of responsibility. Clan leader, the result of the emergency meeting is that this purple-clad young man is at least a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. He might even be stronger than that. Get his forgiveness at all costs. Soon after, the chip receiver planted in Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, received the message from the Garnier family. He's at least a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? After receiving the message, Dar's heart trembled. Naturally, he knew what this meant. 4 tribulation bodiless celestials might not be a match for the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan, but they would definitely be able to escape unscathed. If such a person managed to escape unscathed, it would be a disaster for the Garnier clan. As for 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, they could easily destroy the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan even if they were only slightly injured. For this reason, regardless of whether the purple-clad young man was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger, the Garnier clan could not afford to offend him. Sir, I admit defeat. The Garnier clan will admit defeat. Dar took a deep breath and lowered his proud head as the patriarch of Garnier family. Admit defeat? Upon hearing Dar's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Based on your words, you don't intend to order the 17 disaster-level battleships to attack me? I wouldn't dare. Dar lowered his head even more. His expression was one of uneasiness. Now, when he thought about what he had just done, there was only regret in his heart. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Therefore, he could only minimize the loss of the Garnier clan. For this reason, he was willing to be humiliated in front of everyone in the Cost Galaxy. What's going on? The patriarch of the Garnier clan has admitted defeat? Meanwhile, the people in the Cost Galaxy who were watching the live broadcast were shocked. What a joke! That was the Garnier clan. As one of the 3 strongest forces in the Cost Galaxy, the Garnier clan could do whatever they wanted in the Cost Galaxy. Moreover, in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy, there was not a single force that dared to offend the Garnier clan. However, the patriarch of the Garnier clan had actually admitted defeat to a cultivator. The patriarch of the Garnier clan has admitted defeat to the Garnier clan as well. It seems like the Garnier clan is unwilling to offend this purple-clad young man. It's normal. Didn't you see the strength the purple-clad young man displayed earlier? It's impossible for a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial to possess such strength. Only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial or above would possess such strength. Does this mean the purple-clad young man's cultivation base is at least a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial or above? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. The Garnier clan doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial or above. The people in the Cost Galaxy knew what it meant to be a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial or above. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial was not someone a disaster-level battleship could kill. Moreover, they were even stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. When the people in the Cost Galaxy thought the Garnier clan's actions were embarrassing, they did not laugh at them. After all, they knew even if they were the patriarch of the Garnier clan, they would still do the same. The Garnier clan has bitten off more than they can chew this time. I hope this powerhouse will annihilate the Garnier clan in a fit of rage. In that case, we'll have one less opponent. The other two families in the Cost Galaxy that were as famous as the Garnier family hoped that the purple-clothed male cultivator in the projection would destroy the Garnier family in a fit of rage. I'll give you a chance. Order the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on me. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Dar, who had his head lowered, and said, I'll give you 5 breaths. If you don't order them to open fire after 5 breaths, not only will I kill you, but I'll annihilate the Garnier family as well. You only have 4 breaths left. As soon as Dar heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's voice was projected into the ears of everyone in the Castel Galaxy. Madman! Even if he's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, he should be severely injured if not killed by 17 disaster-level battleships, right? I don't think he's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. He might be even stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how could he be so confident that the Garnier clan would order the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on him? You have a point. Does this mean he's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? The people in the Cost Galaxy were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Soon after, they broke out in discussion again. Similar discussions could be heard in every corner of the Cost Galaxy. What's he trying to do? What's he trying to do? Is he trying to torture himself? The members of the Garnier clan were flustered. They could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would do such a thing. This cultivator is very confident. It seems like he's not just a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. I hope this cultivator will be able to destroy the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan in one go. At that time, the Garnier clan will no longer be one of the 3 strongest clans in the Cost Galaxy. There will only be 2 strongest clans in the Cost Galaxy. The other 2 clans in the Cost Galaxy who were as famous as the Garnier clan were gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. Sir, Dar looked at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to say something. You only have 1 breath left. Duan Lingtian's tone suddenly turned cold, making Dar feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the next instant, he no longer dared to hesitate. He quickly ordered the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan to open fire on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he no longer cared that he was being carried by Duan Lingtian. It was as though he did not realize that the Garnier clan was in a dire situation. Once the 17 disaster-level battleships opened fire, he would be completely exposed to the attacks of the disaster-level battleships. Open fire! Open fire! Almost at the same time as Dar gave the order, the 17 disaster-level battleships also received the order. Moreover, the order was immediately transmitted to the people operating the disaster-level battleships, causing them to take action immediately. After a few moments, boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. Chapter 25-22. In just a blink of an eye, the people in the Cost Galaxy could see Duan Lingtian and Dar, the patriarch of the Cost clan, being bombarded by laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, supernuclear bombs, and other large-scale weapons. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions reverberated in the air. Even though the energy from outer space collided with each other, the shockwave from the collision tore through the sky and swept toward planet Satel, the mother planet of the Cost Galaxy. Boom, boom, rumble. At this moment, the entire planet Satel shook violently from the impact of the 17 disaster-level battleships. As planet Satel shook, all the buildings on planet Satel collapsed as well. They could not withstand the impact of the shockwave from outer space. Fortunately, the tremors were gradually increasing. Otherwise, who knew how many people on planet Satel would have died from this violent earthquake? Because the tremors were gradually increasing, the people on planet Satel had enough time to use all kinds of aircraft to lift themselves into the air, successfully avoiding the violent earthquake that occurred on planet Satel. How terrifying! Is this the power of 17 disaster-level battleships? Under the bombardment of this level of cannon fire, can that cultivator, who seems to be very confident, survive? Is a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial really able to survive after being hit by such a powerful cannon? While everyone on planet Satel was busy leaving the surface of planet Satel and running for their lives, everyone in the Cost Galaxy looked at the continuously rising giant mushroom cloud in the projection. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. The bombardment from the 17 disaster-level battleships continued for about 15 minutes before it gradually stopped. At this moment, the space that was initially engulfed by thunderous explosions gradually regained its calm. At this moment, the mushroom cloud that had been rising up continuously also began to shrink. That cultivator, is he still alive? Now, everyone in the Koss star system, including the people on the surface of planet Saturn, was staring at the shrinking mushroom cloud in the projection. They were curious if the purple-clothed male cultivator was still alive. Even if he's still alive, he must be severely injured, right? With such a powerful attack, he must be injured. I think so too. Throughout the Koss star system, before the projection, most people thought so. Just as everyone in the Kost galaxy saw the mushroom cloud in the projection getting smaller and smaller, and it was about to disappear, a voice suddenly rang out. Disaster-level battleship. At this moment, a voice that was extremely familiar to them rang out in a leisurely manner. This voice sounded very languid. It did not sound like the voice of an injured person at all. That's all. At the same time, the voice sounded again, continuing the previous sentence. Disaster-level battleship. That's all. The sound came from within the mushroom cloud that was about to disappear. How's this possible? He's not injured at all. Even the robes on his body are intact. Not only is his robe intact, there's not a single wrinkle on it. Even the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dar, who's in his hand, is unharmed. Did they really get hit by the 17 disaster-level battleship's cannons? Heavens! I'm not dreaming, right? Through the projection, everyone in the Koss star system saw an unforgettable scene. The purple-robed young cultivator walked out of the place where the 17 disaster-level battleships had been bombarded for 15 minutes, completely unscathed. Moreover, that was not all. Even the patriarch of the Garnier family who was in his hand was unscathed. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duan Ling Tian lifted Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, out of the mushroom cloud with a relaxed expression on his face, Dal, who was in a daze, suddenly regained his senses. He could not help but exclaim in shock, "Brother Lington, you're really strong." A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? The moment Dar's words left his mouth, everyone in the Kost galaxy was speechless. It was as though someone had grabbed their throats. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Why would a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial appear in the Kost galaxy? Why would a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial come to the Kost galaxy? The strongest cultivator in the dozens of galaxies around the Kost galaxy is only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. This purple-clad young cultivator is a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Did Dar, the patriarch of the Kost clan, make a mistake? There's no mistake. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial would be injured by the cannons of the 17 disaster-level battleships. However, this purple-clad young cultivator is completely unharmed. Even his robe isn't damaged at all. He's at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the Kost galaxy, the first to react were the interstellar merchants who frequented the galaxies around the Kost galaxy. They were knowledgeable, so it was easy for them to determine Duan Lingtian's strength was at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, this was also due to the 17 disaster-level battleships. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable they would not be able to determine if a person was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial based on his appearance, figure, and temperament. Since you've cooperated, I'll only kill you from the Garnier family. Before the people from the Cost Galaxy could regain their senses, Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at the clan leader of the Cost clan, Dal, who was in his hand. At the instant Dar's expression changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian's hand shook as he tossed Dar into the air. Bang! With just a casual slap, he killed Dar, who was not even a cultivator. Patriarch! The members of the Cost clan cried out in grief when they saw Dar being killed through the projection. Let's go! After killing Dar, Duan Ling Tian flew toward Tang Xiaoxiao, who had been watching from afar. After greeting her, he brought her along with him as he stepped on the sword formation and left. Since Duan Ling Tian was traveling at full speed with Tang Xiaoxiao, it was as though they had disappeared into thin air. Although the projection had been specially processed, it still could not capture Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao's figures when they left. Only the 17 disaster-level battleships hovered motionlessly in space. It was as though there were 17 gigantic mountains hovering in space. How's this possible? Even the projection can't capture his figure. Even a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to capture his figure through the projection. However, the purple-clad young man and the female cultivator didn't even leave a trace in the projection. The interstellar merchants in the Cost Galaxy were dumbfounded. After regaining their senses after a long while, the same thought popped up in their minds at the same time. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. That purple-clad young man must be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to escape from the projection. The cursed clan should be thankful that this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. Otherwise, if he was enraged, let alone the cursed clan, the entire cursed galaxy would be annihilated. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to kill all of us before we could escape. The group of interstellar merchants could not help but feel relieved when they realized Duan Ling Tian was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. They were relieved that Duan Ling Tian was not a bloodthirsty person. 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? That purple-clad young man must be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. Soon after, the speculations of the interstellar merchants spread throughout the Cost Galaxy, causing everyone in the Cost Galaxy to shudder in fear. As for the members of the Garnier clan, most of them were so frightened that they fell to the ground, unable to get up. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. I almost caused the clan to be doomed. The Grand Elder of the Garnier clan kneeled on the ground and took out a laser gun. He pulled the safety pin and fired the gun to atone for his mistake. Over the next few days, the Cost Galaxy gradually regained its peace. However, the scene that day was unforgettable for the people in the Cost Galaxy. The godlike purple-clad young man's figure was deeply engraved in their minds. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. It would take Duan Ling Tian 3 months to travel from the Cost Galaxy to the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, even if he brought Tang Xiaoxiao with him at full speed. During these 3 months, Duan Ling Tian learned a lot about the galaxies ruled by technology from Tang Xiaoxiao. The disaster-level battleship isn't the most powerful weapon in a galaxy ruled by technology? That Cost star system is just a star system ruled by ordinary technology? There's an apocalypse-level battleship above the disaster-level battleship? That's the most powerful weapon in Yanhuang realm? After learning about this from Tang Xiaoxiao, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask. Chapter 25-23. Of course not. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. Although apocalypse-level battleships are powerful, one of them can only kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. If a dozen of them are deployed, they'll be able to injure a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if they want to injure a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, they'll need at least hundreds of apocalypse-level battleships. As for killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll be difficult no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships there are. Unless the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial has a death wish. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial is able to escape unscathed from an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. As for an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, they'll only need to pay a small price to destroy an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. As for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll be a piece of cake for him to destroy an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "No matter how powerful an apocalypse-level battleship is, it's impossible for it to cast a soul attack. For this reason, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships there are, they won't be able to withstand a single blow from you. Naturally, an apocalypse-level battleship is much more powerful than the disaster-level battleship we saw in the Cost Galaxy. You should have a better understanding of the disaster-level battleship after the previous encounter." Duan Lingtian nodded. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Previously, when he was in the Cost Galaxy, he had asked the patriarch of the Garnier family to order the 17 disaster-level battleships to attack him not because he was a masochist, but because he wanted to see how powerful the disaster-level battleships were. In the end, the disaster-level battleships had disappointed him. Although the 18 disaster-level battleships in the Cost Galaxy seemed powerful, it only took one apocalypse-level battleship to destroy all of them. Even if 18 disaster-level battleships fired at the same time, it would still be difficult for them to penetrate the hull of an apocalypse-level battleship. Tang Xiaoxiao continued to say, "Naturally, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships there are, they're nothing in front of you." In the end, Tang Xiaoxiao gave Duan Lingtian a lift. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was quite pleased to be praised by Tang Xiaoxiao. Apocalypse-level battleship represents the highest level of technology in the Yanhuang plane? Duan Lingtian didn't forget what Tang Xiaoxiao had told him before. Based on what Tang Xiaoxiao had said earlier, the apocalypse-level battleship was the most powerful high-tech weapon in the Yanhuang dimension. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, the apocalypse-level battleship represents the most advanced technology in Yanhuang realm. As far as I know, even the 3 large mundane realms who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone have apocalypse-level battleships as well. It seems that those technologies still can't compare to the peak existences of us cultivators in the mortal planes. Duan Lingtian sighed. Of course. Tang Xiaoxiao said matter-of-factly, "Think about it. Among us cultivators, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are considered celestials. Eminent celestials who have just ascended to the Devata realms are only as strong as 3 tribulation bodiless celestials." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was aware of this as well. In the mundane realms, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and above were considered celestials in the Devata realms. If that's the case, technology really shouldn't be underestimated. Duan Lingtian said, "We can't underestimate them. In the mundane realms, those who control technology can't be compared to us cultivators. Because of this, whether it's our Yanhuang realm or the other large mundane realms, the most resource-rich galaxies are basically occupied by us cultivators. Let alone the top forces like the Celestial Masters sect and the Heavenly Wave Mansion, even the second-tier forces like the Tang sect can't compete with those who control technology." Tang Xiaoxiao said. Duan Lingtian understood Tang Xiaoxiao's words. After all, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships one had, it was difficult to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the Tang sect, there were 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials other than the one he had killed. As for 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, according to Tang Xiaoxiao, there were at least 10 of them. A force that had 2 8th tribulation loose immortals and more than 10 7th tribulation loose immortals, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships they controlled, could only lower their proud heads in front of the former, which was the overlord of a galaxy ruled by science and technology. 3 months had passed in just a blink of an eye. We've arrived at planet Yanhuang's galaxy. When Tang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, his heart that was originally calm began to stir. The flaming yellow planet that Tang Xiaoxiao mentioned was his hometown in his previous life, Earth. Was he finally arriving at Earth? "We're here." About 15 minutes later, Tang Xiaoxiao pointed ahead and said to Duan Lingtian, Is that the Milky Way where Earth is located? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had slowed down, saw the galaxy in front of him that looked like a silver waterfall. His heart trembled when he saw the galaxy. Earth meant a lot to him. It was his hometown in his past life. Now that the Milky Way where Earth was located was right in front of him, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little homesick. However, the Milky Way is much larger than the other galaxies we've passed by earlier. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian, who had regained his senses, had also noticed this. I've long heard that the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located is not small. Now that I've seen it, it seems like the rumors are true. However, I can feel the heaven and earth spirit energy has become thin even before we get close to the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. It seems like the cultivators on planet Yanhuang have completely absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in this galaxy. That's why the galaxy hasn't recovered yet. Just as Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were getting closer and closer to the Milky Way, Tang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian accelerated and entered the Milky Way with Tang Xiaoxiao. After entering the Milky Way, the heaven and earth spirit energy became even thinner. Planet Yanhuang is over there. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao took out a star map and pointed in a direction to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately rushed in that direction with Tang Xiaoxiao as fast as he could. Along the way, although they were rushing at full speed, Duan Lingtian was still looking at the stars and planets in the Milky Way with great interest. Some of these planets were barren because they were not suitable for any life forms to live on. Some were not suitable for human habitation, so there were all kinds of monsters on them. As for the planets with humans, almost all of them were technological planets. Of course, the technology of these planets was far inferior to the technology of the Cost Galaxy. However, compared to the Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life, the Cost Galaxy was thousands of years more advanced. That's the star system where the Earth is located. Not long after, Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the star map and pointed in front of them and said to Duan Lingtian, "The solar system." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the planet that looked like a huge fireball in the distance. His breathing quickened as well. His chest rose and fell like a bellows that was constantly being pulled by someone. In the distance, around the planet that looked like a fireball, 8 planets surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon, making it look like a high and mighty emperor. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the 7 planets around the sun before it finally landed on the only remaining planet. That planet was the only one among the 9 planets in front of Duan Lingtian, including the sun, that had signs of life. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's body swayed as he brought Tang Xiaoxiao to a place near the only planet with signs of life. Duan Lingtian stopped when he arrived near the planet. At the same time, he abandoned Tang Xiaoxiao and stared at the planet in front of him in a daze. Apart from the excitement in his eyes, there was also a hint of infatuation in them. What a beautiful planet! Tang Xiaoxiao did not notice Duan Lingtian's strange behavior. Her eyes were completely attracted by the blue planet in front of her. On this planet, most of the areas were seas. This is the planet where the Tang sect originated from, planet Yanhuang? I've only heard that planet Yanhuang is a beautiful planet. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it really lives up to its name. Tang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself as she stared at the beautiful blue planet in front of her. Earth, I Lingtian am back. While Tang Xiaoxiao was muttering to herself, a loud voice suddenly rang in her ears. Moreover, this shout was filled with excitement, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Duan Lingtian? She could tell it was Duan Lingtian's voice. Tang Xiaoxiao instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian, only to see the afterimage left behind by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had already taken the lead and entered the beautiful blue planet ahead of her. Earth? Just now. Did Duan Lingtian call this planet Earth? Isn't this planet Yanhuang? Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback when she recalled Duan Lingtian's words. She did not know how to react. Chapter 25-24. Since Duan Lingtian did not tell Tang Xiaoxiao about his past life, Tang Xiaoxiao was unaware of the relationship between him and planet Yanhuang. For this reason, Tang Xiaoxiao was puzzled when she heard Duan Lingtian calling planet Yanhuang Earth. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already entered Earth in a flash. Earth was only a small planet in the Milky Way, let alone in the boundless starry sky. Just 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had visited planet Satel in the Kost galaxy. In terms of size, it was at least 100 times larger than Earth. Since Earth was so small, Duan Lingtian only needed a thought to cover the entire Earth with his divine consciousness. Nothing on Earth could hide from his divine consciousness. Earth has changed so much in just a few decades? When Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness covered the entire Earth, he discovered the changes on Earth. It was completely different from the Earth he remembered from his past life. Earth's technology was not as advanced as some of the planets in the Milky Way. However, compared to the Earth in Duan Lingtian's memory of his past life, Earth's technology had advanced by a few hundred years. It's only been a few decades. How could Earth have changed so much? Duan Lingtian was shocked by the fact that Earth's technology had advanced by a few hundred years in just a few decades. Moreover, the souls of the humans on Earth are as strong as the souls of the people in the Kost galaxy. They're not any weaker than mine. Duan Lingtian scanned the entire Earth with his divine consciousness and deliberately probed the humans with extraordinary auras. He discovered that many of these humans had souls that were as strong as his soul. After all, his soul was at the level of an eminent celestial. It was the limit of the soul of an ordinary human in the mundane realms. As for bodiless celestials, they had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? At some point, Tang Xiaoxiao had also entered Earth from space and found Duan Lingtian easily. She and Duan Lingtian were both half-step immortals. Their souls and divine senses were similar. They could easily cover the entire Earth. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to find Duan Lingtian. I remember you once told me that the reason the souls of the people from the Kost galaxy could reach the limits of ordinary people in the mundane realms was because they had taken the gene medicine. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and said, "Moreover, you said the potion can only improve their souls to the limit of an ordinary human soul in the mundane realms. However, they can't extend their divine consciousness through their souls, let alone launch soul attacks." When Duan Lingtian had first met the people of the Kost galaxy in the Kost galaxy, he had discovered that their souls were no weaker than his when he extended his consciousness. Later on, he learned from Tang Xiaoxiao that the souls of the people from the Kost galaxy were so strong because they had taken the gene medicine. Moreover, they could not extend their divine consciousness or launch soul attacks. Even so, it was impossible for him to use his soul attack against the people from the Kost galaxy. This was because the souls of the people from the Kost galaxy were no weaker than his soul. Moreover, their defenses were so strong that his soul attack could not hurt them at all. But why are some of the people here so strong as well? Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with a puzzled expression on his face. Half of the reason why their souls are so strong is because of the gene elixir. However, because the gene elixir they took was too low grade, they needed to break through their body's limits multiple times. They used the method of increasing their willpower to raise their souls to the limit and reach a level comparable to our souls. After Tang Xiaoxiao extended her divine consciousness, she quickly discovered the reason why the people on Earth had souls that were as strong as hers and Duan Lingtian's. For this reason, some of them can use their souls to sense things in heaven and earth. For example, they can sense natural elements. When Tang Xiaoxiao reached the end of her sentence, her divine consciousness locked onto a certain place on Earth. Over there were 2 people fighting. Following that, Tang Xiaoxiao took out a jade token that was inscribed with dense inscriptions. She inserted her divine consciousness into it before she crushed it. In the next moment, a constantly changing mirror image appeared in front of her. The constantly changing mirror image was the scene that Tang Xiaoxiao had discovered with her divine consciousness. A man and a woman were fighting in a unique way. One of them controlled fire while the other controlled lightning. They seemed like Dao cultivators. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. There was something else that he did not say out loud. These two people looked more like the superhumans in the sci-fi movies he had watched in his previous life. They're not Dao cultivators. They're superhumans. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Generally speaking, superhumans are the products of places with mediocre technology. Due to the mediocre technology, the genetic medicine developed is of a very low level. It can't directly enhance a person's soul to its peak. Just as I said earlier, under such circumstances, anyone who can break through the limits of their body, raise their willpower, and raise their soul to the extreme will be able to use their soul to sense the natural elements in the world. And after perceiving the natural elements between heaven and earth, the person who can control them is a superpower warrior. Just like them? Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the two people in the mirror image as she said, "They're superhumans. Why didn't you mention this to me before?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "I didn't mention this to you because there's no need to." Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "Unless they're lucky enough to become half-baked cultivators, their achievements will be limited. Let's not talk about cultivators like us. Even an ordinary person in the Cost Galaxy can easily kill the best of the best among the mutants when operating the lowest grade mecha." Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Duan Lingtian understood why she did not mention superhumans. In her eyes, superhumans were as insignificant as ants. She did not think it was necessary to mention them. What happened on Earth in the past few decades? Earth's technology has advanced by hundreds of years in just a few decades. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had too many questions in his mind. Fortunately, my motherland is still around. Almost half of the people on Earth who have reached the peak of their soul are in my motherland, Hua. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered this through his divine consciousness. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He did not know who his parents were, and he did not know if he had any relatives in this world. However, his motherland had nurtured him, and he had devoted all his efforts to his motherland. After becoming the best soldier, he had fought for all kinds of glory for his motherland. Even after he retired from the military, he still secretly protected his motherland. Those who offend my motherland will be punished no matter how far away they are. This was Duan Lingtian's unshakable belief in his previous life. It was still the same even now. It was also because of this belief that he was framed by his manager in his previous life, which led to his death. I wonder if that guy is still alive. If he's still alive, he must be doing well now. Duan Lingtian knew his agent in his previous life very well. He was not someone who was willing to be ordinary and had the ability to make himself extraordinary. In his previous life, his agent had approached him personally. The only reason she was able to gain his trust and become his manager was because she had once saved his life. Even if he did not have his agent's help at that time, he would not have died. He could have escaped successfully at the cost of serious injuries. However, he had always been grateful. Therefore, he had agreed to his agent's request and allowed him to stay by his side. After that, the agent was cautious and conscientious. After a long period of contact, he, who did not have any relatives or friends, regarded him as a brother. However, he did not expect that, in the end, it was this person who he regarded as a brother who betrayed him. "I hope you're still alive." With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness again and began to carefully investigate the people on Earth whose souls had reached the pinnacle. These people were the best among the mutant warriors. The reason why he began to investigate these people was because Duan Lingtian subconsciously thought, since the Earth had changed so much over the past few decades, not to mention why the Earth had undergone such a huge change, based on his understanding of his agent, the other party would definitely not miss this opportunity. He would definitely use his keen sense of smell to seek the greatest benefits for himself. Sure enough, he's there. Originally, Duan Lingtian was still guessing whether his agent in his previous life would be among the hundreds of elite mutant warriors on Earth whose souls had reached the pinnacle. He did not expect that his agent really was there. Under the careful investigation of his divine consciousness, he found his agent in his previous life among the hundreds of elite mutant warriors. Decades had passed, but the agent's appearance had not changed at all. He still looked so young. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. With the current technology on Earth, some genetic agents were enough to keep people young. Of course, this was only limited to the appearance of youth. With the current technology on Earth, the aging of internal organs could only be moderately delayed. It's good that you're not dead. I was really worried that you were dead. Chapter 25-25. Ever since Duan Lingtian was betrayed by his agent in his previous life, his soul had traveled to the Saint Province realm. Although Duan Lingtian hated his agent from the bottom of his heart and wished he could tear him to pieces, he did not do so. At that time, he did not think he would have a chance to return to Earth. Later on, he met the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the three-legged golden crow, Hua Lao. However, the conditions for returning to Earth were too harsh, and it would take a long time. It would take him hundreds or even thousands of years to return to Earth. At that time, would his agent still be alive? The answer was no. Because of this, even at that time, he could only think about taking revenge on his manager from his previous life, knowing full well that it was unrealistic. Under such circumstances, the manager in his previous life would naturally not become his obsession. However, ever since he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had learned that it was not difficult for him to return to Earth. Moreover, it had only been a few decades since his death in his previous life. Therefore, it was highly likely that his manager was still alive. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's dead heart was revived. Killing his manager to avenge his previous life had unknowingly become an obsession in the depths of his heart. That obsession was like a seed that was planted deep within Duan Lingtian's heart, and it gradually took root and sprouted. Even Duan Lingtian did not notice this at first. It was not until Yun Qingyan appeared and threatened Ke with his family and friends that Yun Qingyan forced her to leave him. At that time, Duan Lingtian wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. However, in the end, he discovered that his agent in his previous life had killed his agent. The hatred for his manager in his previous life had taken root in the depths of his heart, and it had become the biggest obstacle for him to improve his strength. He discovered it was getting harder and harder for him to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. In the end, he could no longer improve his strength. It was not that he had reached a bottleneck, but it was because of his obsession. So, under these circumstances, even though Ke and his friends were forced to leave, he was filled with unwillingness and pain. He could only temporarily bury the unwillingness and pain in the depths of his heart, and he didn't dare rashly touch it. Because with his current strength, even if he wanted to save Ke, his family, and his friends, he was powerless. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the celestial ascension force to lead him to the Devata realm. Only after he arrived at the Devata realm would he be able to find out where the divine offering land was that Ke had mentioned to him before she left. Before he ascended, what he had to do was to improve his strength as much as possible. However, if he wanted to further increase his strength, the obsession that stemmed from the vengeance of his manager in his previous life had also become a huge obstacle in his path of increasing his strength. If he wanted to increase his strength, he would first have to get rid of that obsession. For this reason, he left the Saint Province realm and returned to Earth in the Yen Huang realm. If his manager in his previous life had not died, his obsession would not have disappeared even after he ascended to the Devata realm. He would instinctively think that he had not gotten rid of his manager before he ascended to the Devata realm. That would be a devastating blow to his cultivation in the future. For this reason, he had to get rid of his manager before he ascended to the Devata realm and completely get rid of the obsession in his heart. "You seem to be living a good life now," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness locked onto his manager in his previous life. Duan Lingtian's manager was lying on a luxurious beach chair in the sky garden of a luxurious cruise ship, enjoying the sea breeze. There were 3 sexy beauties in bikinis on either side of him. Two of the beauties were massaging his legs, one on his left and one on his right. There was also a beauty who was constantly feeding him grapes that had been peeled. The three beauties were of different nationalities. One had blonde hair, one had brown hair, and one had black hair. However, since I'm back, your good days are over. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he disappeared into thin air. Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing at the side, did not know how to react. This guy. Where did he go this time? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned. Ever since she came to Yanhuang, she had a feeling Duan Lingtian was strange. However, she could not pinpoint what was strange about him. On Earth, there were still a few big countries, including Hua, that ruled the world. However, in addition to Hua, the other big countries were more or less infiltrated by a powerful superpower warrior organization called the Devil's Hand. Hua was the only country that was completely independent. It seemed like it was about to become the strongest country in the world. All of this was because China had a deep foundation and followed the trend of history during the Nirvana change a few decades ago. A large number of outstanding Esper warriors had risen, and those Esper warriors were all taken in by the Chinese government, causing China's strength to soar. Currently, there were two major organizations of super warriors on Earth. One of the organizations was the Soul of Yanhuang, whose mission was to protect Hua. The other organization was the Devil's Hand, which was independent of the big countries on Earth. Most of the members of the Soul of Yanhuang were from Hua. However, there were very few Hua members in the Devil's Hand. Most of them came from other countries. Only a few people knew that the leader of the Devil's Hand was a purebred Hua man. Currently, Du Wei, the leader of the Devil's Hand, was enjoying a vacation on a luxurious private cruise ship. Beside him, there were three hot beauties from different countries circling around him. These three beauties were all carefully selected by his subordinates before they were presented to him. Master, I heard that you almost defeated Long Zhenghua, the leader of the Soul of Yanhuang, a month ago? A blonde beauty with a hot body in a bikini put the peeled grapes in her hand into the mouth of Du Wei, the leader of the Devil's Hand, who was lying on a luxurious beach chair. She smiled and asked Du Wei in fluent Chinese. Smith. Du Wei raised his hand and slapped the blonde beauty's butt. Under the blonde beauty's rebuking gaze, he said, "You're pretty well informed." That's right. A month ago, when I fought Long Zhenghua, I almost defeated him. However, Du Wei paused for a moment. Du Wei paused for a moment before his eyes shone brightly. Give me 1 more year and I'll definitely be able to defeat Long Zhenghua. 1 year. At most, I'll need 1 more year for my form and will fist to produce inner energy. I'll become a form and will fist grandmaster. As he spoke, Du Wei's tone became a little hurried. It was obvious that he was very excited. Master, I heard that you're able to stand out among the super warriors because of the form and will fist. May I know where you learned the form and will fist? As far as I know, the Xing-Yi fist that is being passed down in the world is incomplete. The black-haired beauty who was massaging Du Wei's left leg looked at Du Wei and asked, Master, according to what you said, your form and will fist can even give birth to inner energy. According to rumors, only the complete form and will fist can give birth to inner energy and step into the Grandmaster stage. Girl, you're quite knowledgeable. Du Wei looked at the black-haired beauty deeply before he said slowly, That's right. I've cultivated the complete form and will fist. I'm afraid I'm the only one on Earth who has mastered the complete form and will fist Grandmaster. A proud expression appeared on Du Wei's face when he reached the end of his sentence. When the Nirvana change happened on Earth, he seized the opportunity and became one of the first people to consume the gene reagent. Then, with the help of the Form and Will Fist manual, he broke through the limits of his body and transformed his soul many times. That was how he became one of the top super warriors. He was one of the first people to become one of the top super warriors. In addition, he practiced the Form and Will Fist. Therefore, his strength was considered to be one of the most outstanding among the group of ability users who rose to prominence later on. Initially, he had planned to make a name for himself in Hua. However, at that time, there was someone in Hua Nation who could stand up to him as an equal. That person was none other than Long Zhenghua. Long Zhenghua was from the Long family, an ancient martial arts family in Hua. He was also the leader of a secret department in Hua. After Long Zhenghua became one of the top superpowered warriors, he began to recruit superpowered warriors on a large scale and formed the Soul of Yan Huang, a superpowered warrior organization, to serve the country. As the saying went, there can't be two tigers on one mountain. Under such circumstances, Du Wei, who was not willing to submit to others and was full of ambition, left China and made a name for himself outside the country. He even established the superpower organization, the Devil's Hand. Later on, he established the Devil's Hand, which became the only superpower warrior organization on Earth that could compete with the Soul of Yan Huang. Master, where did you learn the form and will fist Grandmaster? The black-haired beauty asked again. She was clearly filled with curiosity towards this matter. I learned it from a manual. As for the manual, it was left behind by an unlucky person. Du Wei replied nonchalantly. Unlucky person? However, Du Wei did not notice that there was a person hovering in the air above the cruise ship with an angry expression on his face. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was here because he was a famous celebrity. His manager from his previous life was on the cruise ship he was standing on. Chapter 25-26. In Duan Lingtian's previous life, his manager, Du Wei, was like a brother to him. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian heard Du Wei wanted to cultivate the form and will fist, he personally taught Du Wei. When he saw that Du Wei did not have the patience to cultivate the form and will fist, he drew a manual of the form and will fist and gave it to Du Wei. When Duan Lingtian died in his previous life, Du Wei's mastery of the form and will fist was only at the entry level. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. After a few decades, Du Wei had not only become a top superpower warrior, but he also seemed to have a place for himself on Earth with the help of the Xingyi fist manual he had left behind. Is the leader of the Soul of Yan Huang Long Zhenghua, who he mentioned? Is he Instructor Long? In Duan Lingtian's previous life, the person he was closest to was his manager, Du Wei, whom he treated like a brother. However, the person he respected the most was none other than his instructor from his previous life, Long Zhenghua. It could be said that Long Zhenghua was the one who had trained him to become an elite soldier. Even after he retired, his strength had surpassed Long Zhenghua, and he had never seen Long Zhenghua again. However, in his heart, he still respected Long Zhenghua. The Soul of Yan Huang? Duan Lingtian had never heard of the existence of this organization in his previous life. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to appear in front of Du Wei and meet his manager, who he treated like a brother, the people on the cruise ship stopped him. The words from the luxurious cruise ship below made him pause for a moment, and he was not in a hurry to show himself. Master, can you tell us, who is that unlucky bastard? The brown-haired beauty who had remained silent all this while could not help but look at Du Wei curiously. The two beauties turned to look at Du Wei as well. Master, I also want to know who the unlucky bastard is. Master, please tell us. Just as the blonde and black-haired beauties were about to speak, Dewey picked up a limited edition cigar. After the blonde woman lit it for him, he took a puff and said, I'm sorry, Dewey, but I don't know what to do. He took a puff and said, the unlucky bastard was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the underground world a few decades ago. Du Wei replied, Number 1 in the Earth's underground world? Hearing Du Wei's words, the three beauties couldn't help but be frightened, even though they hadn't been born at that time. However, the nirvana change didn't seem to have happened on Earth a few decades ago, right? Before that, the level of science and technology on Earth was several hundred years behind what it was now. At that time, there weren't any superpowered warriors. Even the most basic form of transportation, flying cars, didn't exist. To be able to be recognized as the number 1 person in Earth's underground world during that era, one could only imagine how terrifying that person was. But now, Dewey said, that person was an unlucky bastard. But are you talking about the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian? At this time, the black-haired beauty seemed to have thought of something and asked, You've heard of him? Du Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at the black-haired beauty. For a moment, the latter was so shocked that his face turned pale. Then he said timidly, I heard my uncle mention him before. My uncle used to be a mercenary. He greatly respects the mercenary king Ling Tian from a few decades ago. The king of mercenaries, Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who had been hovering in the air above the luxurious cruise ship, couldn't help but fall into a daze when he heard the black-haired beauty's words. The king of mercenaries. It had been a very long time since he had heard this familiar yet distant form of address. Ling Tian? The person she's talking about has the same name as you. When Duan Ling Tian's eyes were blurred and he could not help but recall the events of his past life, a voice resonated in his ears. It shocked him so much that he instantly regained his senses. Why are you here? At this time, Duan Ling Tian discovered Tang Xiaoxiao had come looking for him again. You don't seem to be in a good mood, so I came to have a look, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Earlier, when that woman mentioned the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, you seemed to be in a daze. You didn't even notice me when I approached you. Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but stare at Duan Ling Tian intently when she reached the end of her sentence. Naturally, Tang Xiaoxiao knew this was not the case. Apart from being in a daze, the reason Duan Ling Tian did not notice her presence was because she did not exude any hostility. Otherwise, with Duan Ling Tian's senses, it was impossible for him not to notice her presence. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao also noticed something was amiss when Duan Ling Tian was in a daze. However, even if she noticed something was amiss, she would never have thought it was Duan Ling Tian. In fact, the Duan Ling Tian standing in front of her was the strongest person in the underground world, the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian. If I told you the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, is me, would you believe me? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao indifferently. It's you? Tang Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She instinctively thought Duan Ling Tian was joking. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian's solemn expression, based on her understanding of Duan Ling Tian after spending time with him during this period of time, she could tell that Duan Ling Tian's expression had changed. Duan Ling Tian did not seem to be lying. However, if this was true, it would be ridiculous. An ordinary person from planet Yen Huang a few decades ago had become an eminent celestial after a few decades? Moreover, he was an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he was not an eminent celestial from planet Yen Huang. He was an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm. Tang Xiaoxiao was still in a daze when Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention back to the luxurious cruise ship. That's right. The unlucky person I mentioned is the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian said as he took a deep breath. Faced with the curious gazes of the three beauties, Du Wei blew out a puff of smoke and said unhurriedly, At that time, I was Ling Tian's manager. As soon as Du Wei said this, the three beauties beside him were dumbfounded. Naturally, they knew very well who Duan Ling Tian was. He was the leader of the Devil's Hand, one of the 2 strongest super soldier organizations on Earth. Even the leaders of major countries would have to lower their heads in front of him. It could be said that he was one of the strongest men on Earth. However, Duan Ling Tian had just said that he was an eminent celestial. Duan Ling Tian was the manager of the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, a few decades ago? I've never mentioned this to anyone in the past few decades. Since all of you are curious, I'll tell you about it, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Speaking of that unlucky person, Ling Tian, in the beginning, I wanted to be his manager because of the benefits he could bring me. However, since he's used to being alone and doesn't trust anyone, it's difficult for me to get close to him. Who do you think I am? How can I not help him? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned even more unsightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian had been saved by Duan Ling Tian all those years ago. To think he was so grateful to Duan Ling Tian for allowing Duan Ling Tian to be his manager. As it turned out, he had been tricked by Duan Ling Tian from the beginning. Is he really that Ling Tian? Tang Xiaoxiao had also heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, she noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. She could see Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao learned from Duan Lingtian that Lingtian had been tricked by Duan Lingtian and was killed by him. He's dead? That Lingtian died a few decades ago? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned. Meanwhile, on the luxurious cruise ship, the faces of the three sexy beauties in bikinis turned pale when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Du Wei had betrayed Lingtian, the king of mercenaries, who regarded him as a brother, and caused Lingtian's death. They despised Duan Lingtian's actions from the bottom of their hearts. Although they despised Duan Lingtian's actions, they did not dare to show their disdain. Speaking of which, if that Lingtian was still alive, with his mastery of the form and will fist, he could easily become the #1 person on Earth. Unfortunately, he didn't have the destiny to become the strongest person on Earth. Although he was also recognized as the most powerful person on Earth during that era in the underground world on the surface, he would have died without a doubt if any large country had mobilized its army to surround and annihilate him at all costs. Unlike me now, even if those superpowers mobilized their army at all costs, they wouldn't be able to kill me. A confident expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. I've always kept what happened a few decades ago to myself, and I've never mentioned it to anyone. Now that I've told all of you about it, it feels good. Duan Lingtian glanced at the three beauties next to him indifferently before he continued to say, however, I don't intend to let more people know about it. After all, it would damage my reputation. So, in order to keep the past a secret, the three of you will have to pay the price for your curiosity. Killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. Master, we won't tell anyone about this. When the three beauties sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent, their expressions changed as they hastily begged for mercy. I only believe in the dead. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he prepared to kill the three beauties. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in the air. Chapter 25-27. Since you dare to do it, why are you afraid of what others say? This sudden voice that came from the sky caused Du Wei, who was about to attack the three women beside him, to stop. At the same time, he stood up from the recliner. At the same time, Du Wei abruptly raised his head to look at the sky, and his expression changed. His expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Who's that?" At the same time, he could not help but reveal waves of fear in the depths of his eyes. He did not know who the owner of the voice was. However, since the person was able to appear in the sky above the cruise ship without him noticing, it meant the person had some tricks up his sleeve. "It's me." As soon as Du Wei raised his head to look at the sky above the cruise ship, the voice rang in his ears again. However, this time, the voice did not come from the sky. Instead, it came from the front of him. Suddenly, Du Wei's body trembled. He shivered and lowered his head slightly. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw a purple figure standing 3 meters in front of him. It was a young man dressed in a long purple robe. His retro-styled outfit seemed out of place with the modern beach pants he was wearing and the bikinis on the three women beside him. Even the luxurious cruise ship they were on did not match his outfit at all. He's an actor? When the three women beside Du Wei heard the voice, they instinctively raised their heads to look at the sky as well. Now, they followed Du Wei's gaze and looked at the purple-clothed youth standing 3 meters away from him. They couldn't help but be stunned. They even thought the young man who was so handsome that they could not take their eyes off him was acting in a historical drama. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they were on the cruise ship. The place where they were now was Dewey's private luxury cruise ship, so it was impossible for anyone to appear here. Who are you? Du Wei was a supernatural warrior who stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. He was also the leader of the Devil's Hand, one of the 2 major supernatural warrior organizations on Earth. For this reason, he quickly regained his senses and looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him warily. The purple-clad young man in the retro-styled outfit gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Even when facing the leader of the soul of Yan Huang, the other party had never given him such a feeling. How did he appear here? He was still talking in the sky earlier, and in just a blink of an eye, he's already in front of me. Isn't the speed too fast? Looking at the purple-clothed young man, Dewey couldn't help but panic. The other party's speed was too fast, and he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Duan Lingtian stood 3 meters away from Du Wei. After uttering Du Wei's name, he stared at Du Wei coldly. Seeing this, Du Wei felt a burst of fear in his heart, but he didn't dare to act rashly. The purple-clothed youth before him gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Ever since he had obtained his current strength and status, this was the first time someone had given him such a feeling. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to be cautious. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. Just when Duan Lingtian was staring at him like that, Duan Lingtian thought that he should test Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the faint sound of wind whistling entered Duwei's ears. Then, he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him with widened eyes. A figure had appeared out of thin air. This was a woman dressed in black. Her black clothes were also very retro. Her peerless appearance set off a temperament that seemed to be able to overshadow everything, causing her to not look like a person from Earth at all. She looked more like a peerless beauty from ancient times. The black-clad woman was none other than Tang Xiaoxiao. She had followed Duan Lingtian to the luxurious cruise ship as soon as she regained her senses. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao appeared, the 3 beauties in bikinis next to Dewey paled in comparison. Even the 3 beauties in bikinis felt ashamed of their inferiority when they saw Tang Xiaoxiao's beautiful face. How beautiful! There's such a classic beauty on Earth? Heavens! Who the hell is she? She's so beautiful. Everyone has a love for beauty. Although the 3 beauties in bikinis were also women, they were captivated by Tang Xiaoxiao's peerless appearance. It was as though they had lost their souls when they looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. The 3 beauties in bikinis were already so beautiful, let alone Dewey. Ever since Dewey obtained his current strength and status, he had been enjoying the most luxurious life, and he was not unhappy at all. This could be seen from the fact that he always brought 3 beauties with him when he went out to sea or went on vacation. Although he had many women with him over the years, none of them could compare to the black-clad woman who had just appeared in front of him. Not only did the black-clad woman have a peerless appearance, but her figure was also much better than the 3 beauties in bikinis next to him. Although the black-clad woman's clothes were slightly loose, it could not hide her alluring figure. If you dare to look at me again, I'll blind your eyes. Just as Du Wei's attention was completely drawn to Tang Xiaoxiao, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly furrowed her brows and shouted coldly. Her voice contained some soul-level deterrence. Although Du Wei's soul was not inferior to Tang Xiaoxiao's soul, which was comparable to that of an eminent celestial. However, half of Du Wei's soul had been strengthened by the gene potion. For this reason, he was caught off guard by Tang Xiaoxiao's soul intimidation, causing his soul to tremble. His expression changed drastically. Du Wei's expression changed drastically when he regained his senses. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao again. A top-tier spiritual-type super soldier? At this moment, Du Wei only thought Tang Xiaoxiao was a super soldier who specialized in spiritual interference. Moreover, since she was able to interfere with his spiritual interference, it meant she was at least a top-tier super soldier like him. When he thought about this, he sighed in relief. With his mastery of the form and will fist, apart from Long Zhenghua, the leader of the soul of Yan Huang, no other top-tier super soldier on Earth could withstand more than 100 moves from him. However, how did she appear earlier? It was as though she appeared out of thin air. Du Wei, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, couldn't help but feel a sense of dread when he recalled the scene of the woman in black appearing before him. He had never seen a top-tier super soldier capable of such a feat, not even he could do it. It seems like you don't take my words seriously. Just as Du Wei was feeling fearful, he noticed that the woman in black was looking at him with a cold glint in her eyes. This is bad. Du Wei's heart skipped a beat when he heard the hostility in the black-clad woman's voice. An ominous feeling rose in his heart when he saw the black-clad woman's eyes. As soon as the ominous feeling rose in his heart, whoosh! A gust of wind swept toward him. In just a blink of an eye, Due discovered the black-clad woman who was 3 meters away from him had appeared in front of him as though she had teleported. Before he could react, she raised her hand and slapped his left eye. At the moment the woman raised her hand, he could faintly see a sharp needle that shone with a cold light between her index finger and middle finger. Before Due could react, he felt a sharp pain in his left eye. He could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, he discovered his left eye was completely dark. He was blinded. Oh my God! The 3 bikini beauties screamed in unison. They were completely dumbfounded by the bloody scene in front of them. Due's left eye was dripping with blood. Half of his face was stained with blood as well. He looked ferocious and terrifying. After all, this was the leader of the Devil's Hand. Today, he was in such a sorry state in front of a woman. It was as though he was powerless to fight back. At the same time, they could not help but look at the black-clad woman who had teleported back to the purple-clad young man. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They could not figure it out at all. How could this woman, who looked as weak as them, have such terrifying strength? If they had such strength, how could they be enslaved by Due? Why? Who are you? At this moment, Due was no longer the manager of the King of Mercenaries. As the leader of the Devil's Hand, it did not take long for him to treat the injury in his left eye. He suppressed his anger and looked at the ground as he asked fearfully. If he still could not figure out how terrifying the black-clad woman was, he would not be fit to be the leader of the Devil's Hand. For this reason, he no longer dared to look at the black-clad woman. He was afraid the black-clad woman would destroy his right eye in a fit of rage. Are you really the King of Mercenaries, Ling Tian, who was betrayed and killed by him a few decades ago? Tang Xiaoxiao ignored Due's question. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" She could not figure it out. How could an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm whose strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial be related to an ordinary person who was killed decades ago on planet Yanhuang? Although both of them were called Ling Tian, this was simply ridiculous. But this was too ridiculous, wasn't it? Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. He did not look away from Due when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's question. Due was dumbfounded when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's question about Duan Ling Tian. The King of Mercenaries, Ling Tian, from decades ago. Chapter 25-28. Due clearly remembered what had happened that year. He had been standing behind the group of gunmen when Ling Tian, the King of Mercenaries, was shot to death. He had even witnessed how Ling Tian's body was disposed of. At this moment, someone had said, "Due, the King of Mercenaries? The mercenary Ling Tian, from back then was still alive?" Naturally, he did not believe it. Although he did not believe it, he could not help but look at the purple-clad young man who had responded to the black-clad woman's question. It was none other than the purple-clad young man who had admitted he was the King of Mercenaries, Ling Tian, from a few decades ago. They're 2 completely different people. With just a glance, he was certain the purple-clad young man before him was a completely different person from the King of Mercenaries, Ling Tian. What? Based on your gaze, you don't believe I'm the same Ling Tian who was betrayed by you and treated you as a brother? When Due looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had never taken his eyes off Due, naturally, noticed Due's disdainful gaze. For this reason, he could not help but speak up. "Although I don't know who you are, this joke isn't funny at all," Due said disapprovingly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Due looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "You're right." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Due's words. His gaze turned colder when he looked at Due. "I remember the cannon fist was the first technique I taught you about the form wolf fist. I remember my signature is on the top left corner of the last page when I drew the form wolf fist manual for you." "I remember." Duan Ling Tian looked at Due coldly as he continued to speak. It was as though he was very familiar with the matter. Only he and Due knew about it. When Duan Lingtian said the second sentence, Due's face changed. As for the things that Duan Lingtian said one after another, every single one of them was only known to him and that mercenary King Lingtian from a few decades ago. Gradually, the way Due looked at Duan Lingtian changed completely. It was as if he had seen a ghost. No. Impossible. Impossible. Due cried out in disbelief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, interrupting Duan Lingtian. After being interrupted, Duan Lingtian didn't continue. Because he knew, Due had confirmed that he was the king of mercenaries, Lingtian, from several decades ago. You were clearly dead. I saw it with my own eyes. How could you not be dead? How is that possible? At this moment, Due was like a madman. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. How could someone who died several decades ago come back to life just like that? Moreover, there had been no news of him for several decades. Heavens! Don't tell me he's really the king of mercenaries, Lingtian? Lingtian is so handsome? The three bikini-clad beauties had been stealing glances at Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Now that Due had confirmed that the purple-clad young man was the king of mercenaries, Lingtian, their eyes lit up. At this moment, they thought Due was mistaken about Lingtian not being dead. However, only Due knew that he was absolutely not mistaken. After all, he had personally witnessed Lingtian being killed and Lingtian's corpse being disposed of. It was impossible for Lingtian to be alive. However, the purple-clad young man in front of him had revealed a series of things that only he and Lingtian knew. This proved that the purple-clad young man was indeed Lingtian. Nothing's impossible, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. How did you manage to survive? Although Due was unwilling to accept this, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After listening to the purple-clad young man's explanation, he was 100% certain that Lingtian was the king of mercenaries. The purple-clad young man in front of him was indeed the king of mercenaries, Lingtian. How I managed to survive has nothing to do with you. However, I'm curious. How did the Earth change so much in just a few decades? Earth's technology is at least a few hundred years more advanced than it was a few decades ago. Duan Lingtian was not afraid Due would run away. For this reason, he was not in a hurry to kill Due. Moreover, Due had killed him in his previous life. He was absolutely irreconcilable with Due. However, if he killed Due, he would not be able to vent his anger. He wanted Due to feel despair so he could kill Due when Due was on the verge of breaking down. Seeing that Lingtian, who had changed his appearance for some unknown reason, did not have the intention to kill him for revenge, Lingtian thought to himself. For this reason, Due could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He did not know how strong Lingtian was at the moment. However, he knew he was no match for the black-clad woman next to Lingtian, let alone the black-clad woman next to Lingtian. Not long after I thought you were dead. Due to his fear of the black-clad woman next to Lingtian, Due did not dare to be negligent when faced with Lingtian's question. He quickly told Lingtian everything that had happened on Earth in the past 30 years. Duan Lingtian learned from Due that Duan Lingtian had been through a lot. As it turned out, not long after he was betrayed and killed by Due, a major event had happened on Earth. A spaceship from a technological planet in the Milky Way had arrived on Earth. The people who came down from the spaceship brought a technological civilization to Earth that was hundreds of years ahead of Earth's current technology. After leaving Earth with a technological civilization that was several hundred years ahead of its time, the spaceship left Earth again. It came and went without a trace, as if it had never appeared. If it were not for the fact that the technological civilization left behind by the people on the spaceship did not lie, the people on Earth might have thought it was a dream. In the next few years, because the spaceship was a technological civilization that spread widely across the Earth also experienced a drastic change because of that advanced technological civilization. Many people died, but many people also became successful. Since then, Earth had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was known as the Nirvana change. During that time, Wei seized the opportunity and used the form and will fist manual that Duan Lingtian had left him to further master the form and will fist. He became one of the first top mutant soldiers. He even established the Devil's Hand and dominated the area. The Devil's Hand? Even the superpowers in the world are afraid of this organization? Apart from China, there are members of the Devil's Hand in the leadership of every superpower? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but feel shocked. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant that his agent in his previous life now stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. Even the leaders of superpowers had to be respectful when they saw him. "You're doing pretty well." Duan Lingtian looked at Wei and smiled coldly. "It's all thanks to the form and will fist manual you left me." When Wei heard Duan Lingtian's cold smile, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, he still forced himself to smile. It would have been better if Wei had not mentioned this. However, as soon as he mentioned this, Duan Lingtian could not control his emotions. He did not expect that, after Wei betrayed him and caused his death, Wei actually relied on the form and will fist manual that he left behind to obtain such a lofty and honorable position on Earth. He could imagine this. If he did not return, Wei would have to spend the rest of his life in peace. "I want to know. Why did you betray me back then?" Duan Lingtian changed the topic after he learned the reason behind the changes on Earth. He stared at Wei coldly as he said, "Brother Wei, you're right." In the past, he regarded Wei as a friend because Wei had saved his life. After many years of interaction, he regarded Wei as a brother. "Don't tell me. In your heart, I'm just a tool for you to make money?" Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder when he asked this question. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wei fell silent again. At this moment, he was clear that even if he said no in order to curry favor with Lingtian, it would be useless. After all, based on the fact that he betrayed Lingtian, it was clear that he did not regard Lingtian as a friend, let alone a brother. "It seems like you've admitted it." Upon seeing Wei's silence, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. Killing intent surged out of his body. As soon as the killing intent spread out, it shrouded Wei's body. Wei's expression changed. "Initially, I wanted to torture you slowly and let you die in despair," Duan Lingtian said coldly. "However, I've changed my mind. You can't kill me." Before Duan Lingtian could continue, Wei said with a ferocious smile on his face, "Lingtian, although I don't know why you're still alive and why you have a woman who's not any weaker than me by your side, however, I want to tell you that even if you're not any weaker than this woman, you can forget about killing me. Even if I'm not as strong as all of you, my foundation on Earth is not something all of you can compare to." Wei said arrogantly, "If you dare to kill me today, my people will detonate the super nuclear bombs that the Devil's Hand has hidden all over the Earth. At that time, the entire Earth will be destroyed. Originally, I was going to leave this trump card for those aliens who might come back at any time from the Milky Way and bring Earth hundreds of years of advanced technology and civilization." Chapter 25-29. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Wei's words. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's expression changed not because he was afraid of the supernuclear bombs that could be detonated at any time. Those supernuclear bombs might be able to destroy the entire Earth. However, even if the Earth was destroyed, he would not be harmed at all. What a lunatic! Duan Lingtian's expression changed because he thought Duan Wei was a lunatic. He had tied his life to the lives of all the people on Earth. If he died, it would not take long before his subordinates detonated the supernuclear bombs all over the Earth. At that time, the Earth would be destroyed, and all the living beings on Earth would not be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian knew Duan Wei was not a simple person. However, he did not expect Duan Wei to have such a trump card after obtaining such a high status on Earth. What a lunatic! Upon seeing the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, Duan Wei naturally thought Duan Lingtian was afraid of the supernuclear bombs that were hidden all over the Earth. He could not help but smile coldly. Perhaps. However, I only did that to protect myself. Back then, the aliens from the Milky Way brought hundreds of years of advanced civilization to Earth. In the eyes of most people on Earth, they were selflessly contributing to Earth, and after they were done, they returned to their planet. However, in my opinion, they must have some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would they be so kind? A living lay phone? In fact, I feel that they may be treating us Earthlings like pigs and waiting for us to fatten ourselves up before they come and slaughter us. I can order my subordinates to detonate the supernuclear bombs at a critical moment. The people who control the detonation devices are all brainwashed by me since they were young. They won't even bat an eyelid if I order them to die. Duan Wei said. Supernuclear bombs? Are they all over the Earth? Once they're detonated, the entire Earth will be destroyed? I don't want to die. When the three bikini beauties beside Due heard Due mention the supernuclear bomb, their expressions completely changed. They fell into shock and panic and didn't recover for a long time. Now that they had regained their senses, there was only panic on their faces. However, I never thought that you, Ling Tian, would actually be able to come back from the dead and have such a powerful woman by your side. Due looked at Duan Lingan and lightly said, "But so what if the woman beside you is stronger than me? Do you think you can kill me? Unless you're willing to let yourself, the woman beside you, and even the people on Earth die with me. Of course, you can also choose not to believe me and kill me." When he reached the end of his sentence, a playful look appeared on his face. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. With your character, it's not surprising for you to have such a backup plan. At this time, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal. However, his eyes were still cold as he looked at Duan Wei. However, do you really think I'll die if the Earth is destroyed? Don't tell me you want to tell me that you'll survive if the Earth is destroyed? Due sneered and said, "Although my people will detonate the supernuclear bombs all over the Earth 1 month after I'm killed, you have 1 month to find a way to survive." Unfortunately, the technology left behind by the aliens from other planets in the Milky Way didn't have any space navigation technology. Even the space navigation technology on Earth was mysteriously damaged not long after they arrived. What's even stranger is that all the aeronautical scientists on Earth who have mastered important knowledge in this area have either disappeared or gone mad overnight. At this point, Dewey paused. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. If what Dewey said was true, then the aliens who came to Earth in the past and brought hundreds of years of advanced technology to Earth did not come with good intentions. By doing this, they were imprisoning the Earthlings and preventing them from leaving Earth to travel into space. Didn't anyone suspect this? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Of course, some people are suspicious. At that time, some people questioned the aliens. However, the aliens said it was for the good of the Earthlings. After all, the Earthlings would be in great danger if they left the solar system. When the time was right, they would come to Earth again and bring back space navigation technology. At this point, a mocking smile appeared on Dewey's face. What's laughable is that most Earthlings believe the nonsense of those Earthlings. There were many people who didn't believe it. However, what could they do in the face of a group of mysterious aliens? Speaking of which, a hint of fear flashed in Dewey's eyes. He was afraid of those aliens of unknown origin. So, you planted a large number of supernuclear bombs all over the Earth. When the aliens came to Earth and wanted to fulfill their ambitions, you planned to use the supernuclear bombs to threaten them and negotiate with them? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Dewey. Naturally, he did not think Dewey planted supernuclear bombs all over the Earth to save the Earthlings. After all, he only wanted to save himself. That's right. Dewey replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Since the aliens went to great lengths to imprison the Earthlings, they must have something in mind. As long as I threaten them with the entire Earth, it won't be difficult to obtain benefits from them. Perhaps, when the aliens come again, I'll be able to obtain a gene agent that can prolong my life. I might even be able to leave Earth and travel to other planets in the Milky Way to have a look. Du Wei's eyes lit up when he finished speaking. With Du Wei's current status, he could enjoy all the glory, splendor, and wealth that one could ever dream of on Earth. What he was after now was no longer the things on Earth. What he wanted was to prolong his life and travel to other planets in the Milky Way to broaden his horizons. That's all you've got? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Du Wei's words. His eyes were filled with pity when he looked at Du Wei. In his opinion, Du Wei's ambition was nothing more than the ambition of a frog at the bottom of a well. Leave Earth and travel to other planets? Prolong my life? What's the big deal? What did you say? Du Wei's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You said that's all I've got? What makes you think that's all I've got? In Du Wei's opinion, Du Wei's ambition was unimaginable. His ambition was so great that the average Earthling would not even dare to think about it. However, after listening to him, Duan Lingtian actually said that was all he had after hearing him talk about his ambition? What makes you think that's all I've got? Upon hearing Du Wei's words, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, there's no reason. I just think that you're a frog at the bottom of a well. Frog at the bottom of a well? Du Wei was infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words. His face paled. Wait for me here for a while. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him, and said, I'll take this kid with me. I'll bring this frog at the bottom of the well to see the other planets in the Milky Way that he yearns for. By the way, I'll let him know the gap between him and me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Du Wei to react before he waved his hand and disappeared from the luxurious cruise ship with Du Wei in tow. In the eyes of the three bikini beauties, Duan Lingtian and Du Wei seemed to have vanished into thin air. They were so shocked that they did not regain their senses for a long time. On the other side, swoosh, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Du Wei had left Earth and arrived in outer space. At this moment, Du Wei finally regained his senses. You don't even know how to brag. Do you think you have the ability to take me there? When Du Wei regained his senses and was about to mock Duan Lingtian, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was to the extent that even his legs were trembling from fear. Heavens! Was he dreaming? Du Wei's face turned pale as he looked at the blue planet that seemed so far away yet so close at the same time. At the same time, he looked down and saw that he was in outer space. He was hovering in space outside of Earth, and he didn't use any aircraft. Naturally, he knew this was not the case. Under the pressure of the aliens in the past, it was impossible for the aircraft on Earth to reach such a height. It seems like there's an invisible force supporting me, Du Wei thought to himself. After all, Du Wei was one of the top super soldiers on Earth. He was also the leader of the Devil's Hand, a super soldier organization that stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. He quickly forced himself to calm down. After he calmed down, he discovered that there was a formless power supporting him, preventing him from falling. You don't even know how to brag? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears, scaring him out of his wits. However, when he turned around, he saw that Du Wei was standing at the foot of the mountain. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a composed expression as he looked at him with a mocking expression. It was as though he was looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. How is this possible? How could you reach such a high altitude without using any aircraft? Even a wind elemental warrior can only stand in the air for a moment, at most 100 meters in the air. Chapter 25-30. Du Wei had not expected this at all. Along the way, Du Wei had encountered many powerful superhumans. He had even seen a wind-type superhuman warrior who could fly more than 100 meters in the air without the use of any aircraft and could hover for a short period of time. Now, he was completely dumbfounded. The purple-clad young man in front of him was standing in space without the help of any aircraft. Am I dreaming? At this moment, Du Wei even thought he was dreaming. He did not even hesitate to slap himself in front of Duan Lingtian. The next moment he felt a burning sensation on his face, which made him even more confused. Just as Du Wei was stunned by the burning sensation on his face, Xianxia turned around. Now, can you confirm that you're not dreaming? Duan Lingtian's voice resounded in his ears, and it caused his expression to change drastically. It was as though he had seen a terrifying ghost. Who are you? When Du Wei looked at Duan Lingtian again, he was completely flustered. The shock that the person in front of him brought to him was too great, so great that he found it hard to accept from the bottom of his heart. Who am I? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Didn't you confirm it when we were on the cruise ship earlier? Impossible. It's impossible. You can't be Lingtian, you can't be him. Even if he didn't die decades ago, it's only been a few decades. It's impossible for him to have such an ability like yours. Duan Lingtian's strength had shocked Du Wei. He no longer believed that Duan Lingtian was the Lingtian from decades ago. I have such an ability? Duan Lingtian smiled. Just the strength I've displayed so far is enough to scare the leader of the Devil's Hand? I'm going to take you to the other galaxies in the Milky Way so you can have a look at my strength. If Du Wei had heard Duan Lingtian's words before this, he would have thought that Duan Lingtian was talking nonsense. However, he did not dare to doubt Duan Lingtian's words now. In his eyes, the purple-clad young man in front of him was not a human at all. How could a human stand in space with just a body of flesh and blood? Most importantly, Du Wei was not a human. It was one thing for him to stand alone in space, but to think that he could even bring an ordinary person with him to stand in space with him. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Du Wei no longer dared to regard himself as a top mutant. In front of such a powerful person, he was no different from an ordinary person. It was as though a gust of wind had blown through space. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and Du Wei began to make their way out of the solar system. Originally, with his speed, it would not take him long to leave the solar system. However, in order to let Du Wei have a good look at the scenery in space, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Du Wei was carried by Duan Lingtian's invisible force. He felt as though his body was bound by something, and he could not move at all. In his panic, he could only move his eyes. Under such circumstances, he could clearly see the scene of him approaching the sun in the solar system. Du Wei's expression changed when he brushed past the sun. He was afraid he would be burned by the sun. After all, in his opinion, the temperature of the sun was terrifying. Even the temperature of the sun can't hurt him? When Du Wei saw Duan Lingtian and Du Wei were completely unscathed, he could not help but feel even more shocked. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly sped up. Du Wei only saw a blur in front of him. The sun that looked like a huge fireball gradually disappeared from his sight. In just a blink of an eye, it had turned into a small red. This is another star system in the Milky Way. Du Wei muttered to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Du Wei arrived in outer space on a barren planet and came to a halt. When Du Wei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he took a closer look and discovered that they were already far away from the solar system. Do you see the planet in front of us? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded. Du Wei followed Duan Lingtian's finger and looked in the direction Duan Lingtian's finger was pointing. He saw a grayish-yellow planet in front of them. It was obvious that the planet did not have an ocean like the one on Earth. How is the size of this planet compared to Earth? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Du Wei. Although Du Wei did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's shocking strength, he quickly answered Duan Lingtian's question even though he had been trembling in fear throughout the journey. It's at least 5 or 6 times bigger than Earth, Du Wei replied. You have a good eye. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly when he heard Du Wei's words. This planet is about 5 times bigger than Earth. Do you think the supernuclear bombs you planted on Earth can destroy this planet? Duan Lingtian asked again. Although Du Wei did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this question, he answered honestly. Then, do you think a person can destroy a planet with his own strength? Duan Lingtian asked again. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Du Wei's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He was not stupid. Naturally, he understood what Duan Lingtian meant. However, he still did not believe Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian could bring him across space, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had the strength to destroy a planet 5 times bigger than Earth. It should be noted that 5 times the size of Earth meant that the surface of the planet was extremely deep. Even a supernuclear bomb with 5 times the number of the supernuclear bombs he planted on Earth would not be able to destroy this planet. Even a supernuclear bomb with 10 times the number of the supernuclear bombs he planted on Earth would not be able to destroy this planet. This was because the explosion range of a supernuclear bomb was limited. It would be difficult for it to cover the surface of the planet. Judging from your eyes. It seems like you don't believe me? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see through Du Wei's eyes that he did not believe Duan Lingtian. In response, Duan Lingtian only said this one sentence and did not say anything else. Instead, under Du Wei's gaze, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the barren planet 5 times the size of Earth. Then he slowly raised his hand. This planet was barren. There was no life on it. It was obvious that this planet was not suitable for life. Apart from the fact that this planet is not suitable for life, it doesn't have any rotation with other planets. Even if it's gone, it won't affect this galaxy at all. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised his hand. This was the reason he had chosen this planet. He did not want to harm the innocent, nor did he want to destroy the balance of the planets in the galaxy. For this reason, he had chosen this unimportant barren planet. Watch carefully, Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he raised his hand. Although he did not look at Duan Lingtian, Du Wei knew Duan Lingtian was reminding him. For a time, he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian without blinking, as if he was deeply afraid he would miss the next scene. Elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that was considered extraordinary even in the Devata realms. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with Duan Lingtian's body before it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that Du Wei did not even have time to see it clearly. Du Wei only saw a black shadow flash before Duan Lingtian's body, but he did not see what it was. Swoosh. In the next moment, under Du Wei's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's hand that had been raised a long time ago suddenly surged with majestic energy. The radiance of his power soared, as if it had turned into a scorching sun. Du Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Meanwhile, bang! Under Du Wei's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's hand that was filled with strength slowly pressed down on Du Wei's hand. His palm pressed down in the direction of the barren planet. As Duan Lingtian's men pressed down to a certain extent. Boom! In the void, a huge handprint fell, and a terrifying power swept out. It even caused the space to collapse, leaving tiny cracks in the void. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave spread out in the void, and it was clearly visible. Although Du Wei was under the protection of the Duan Lingtian's power, he was not affected at all. However, he could still see it clearly. The void in front of him was distorted by Duan Lingtian's power, and ripples spread out like a stone falling into a calm water surface. While Du Wei was stunned by this scene, he was momentarily in a daze. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out from the direction of the barren planet. Du Wei snapped out of his daze and instinctively looked in the direction of the barren planet. Boom! 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 As soon as Du Wei looked at the barren planet, another series of loud noises rang in his ears. In the next moment, his vision was obscured by a cloud of dust, making it impossible for him to see the situation of the barren planet. However, a moment later, when the dust settled, his pupils suddenly shrank and widened. It was as though his eyes would pop out at any time. Chapter 25:31. As the dust in front of him dissipated, Du Wei was shocked to see that the dust in front of him had disappeared. The planet that was 5 times the size of Earth had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed in the first place. All that was left was a boundless starry sky. Gone, gone. That's a planet. And it's a planet that's 5 times larger than Earth. Du Wei stared blankly at the boundless starry sky in front of him. His emotions were in turmoil, rising and falling continuously. He was unable to calm down even after a long time. If he could, he would rather believe that everything in front of him was a dream. However, after the probing just now, he was certain that the young man was not a fool. Everything in front of him was not a dream, it was real. Back then, after I was betrayed by you, I did die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in Du Wei's ears, causing him to regain his senses. At the same time, he was shocked. Could it be that this purple-clothed young man was the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, who was betrayed by him several tens of years ago? Impossible! 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 Du Wei didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Even if Ling Tian did not die a few decades ago, how could Ling Tian possess such a godlike power in just a few decades? In Dewey's opinion, Qin Yi was a genius. Destroying a planet that was 5 times the size of Earth with just a flip of the palm, this kind of power was far beyond the scope of his understanding. It was like the power of a god. However, I was lucky. Although I died, for some unknown reason, my soul was transported to another world. In that world, I was reborn. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Wei and continued. From the beginning to the end, his face was calm, as if he was narrating an unimportant matter. That world is a world where martial power reigns supreme and the strong are respected. Relying on the various fortuitous encounters in that world, I've been able to reach where I am today after a few decades. Not long ago, I just returned from that world to this world where Earth is. The power that I possess now can be considered as the top power in the first echelon of the world where Earth is located and the endless starry sky. You can boast that you're at the top of the food chain on Earth, but I, Ling Tian, am at the top of the food chain in this world where Earth is located. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he reached this part of his sentence. At this moment, Du Wei's expression also changed drastically. There was only shock in his eyes. He believed this was the truth. There was no need for this purple-clothed young man. In that case, was this purple-clad young man really the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, who was killed by him a few decades ago? However, he did not expect this Duan Ling Tian would be so. Back then, after Ling Tian died, his soul was actually fortunate enough to be transported to another world. In just a few short decades, he possessed a strength that allowed him to stand at the top of the food chain in this world. For a moment, jealousy and hatred appeared in the depths of his shocked eyes. But why did a dead person do better than him? Perhaps, in your opinion, the Milky Way is already the world that I'm talking about. Duan Lingtian looked at Du Wei and said indifferently, however, I want to tell you that the world Earth is in is called the Yanhuang realm. In the Yanhuang realm, there are countless galaxies like the Milky Way. Even in the Yanhuang realm, the Milky Way is just a very backward galaxy with a lack of heaven and earth spirit qi. Some powerful cultivators and even forces with top-notch high-tech civilizations don't even bother to take root here. You might be shocked when you saw how I destroyed a planet with just a wave of my hand. You might even think that not many people in this world are capable of this. However, I want to tell you that I didn't use my full strength earlier. And there are many cultivators who can do what I just did in the world where Earth is located, which is the Yanhuang realm. Moreover, the apocalypse-level battleships controlled by the forces with advanced technology are capable of destroying the planet with just one blast. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Wei with disdain when he said this. Now, do you think you're a frog at the bottom of a well? Your ambition is nothing but a joke in front of a true powerhouse. In fact, Duan Wei's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words earlier. Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength earlier when he destroyed the planet with just one blast? In this world, there were actually so many people who could destroy a planet with their own strength? Furthermore, the apocalypse-level battleship, possessed by a force that possessed a top-notch high-tech civilization, could destroy that planet with just one shot. A frog at the bottom of a well. Unknowingly, a bitter smile appeared on Duwei's face. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said. He was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well in the face of Duan Lingtian's words. To me, the so-called backup plan you left behind on Earth is nothing but a joke. As long as I'm willing, I can use my divine consciousness to lock on to anyone who has come into contact with you. This is because anyone who has come into contact with you will more or less have your aura on them. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Wei indifferently and continued to say, for this reason, it's not difficult for me to find the men of sacrifice you've cultivated who have mastered the super-nuclear detonation device. In fact, as long as I want to, I can find all the nuclear weapons on Earth in half an hour at most and throw them into space, letting them be destroyed in space. Bang, bang. Duan Lingtian's last two sentences were like a sledgehammer that slammed heavily on Duan Wei's chest. His face turned pale, and his eyes glazed over as though he had lost his soul. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. After all, this was a person who could destroy a planet 5 times the size of Earth with just a flip of his palm. At this moment, Duan Wei felt the scheme he had set up in the past was nothing but a joke. I've said all that I have to say. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's indifferent gaze that had been looking at Du Wei suddenly turned cold and piercing. Now, it's time to settle the old score between you and me from decades ago. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent surged out of his body. As soon as the killing intent swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian, Duan Wei's expression changed drastically. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a panicked expression and said anxiously, Duan Lingen. Little brother Tian, don't kill me, don't kill me. Brother Wei was wrong. Brother Wei knows his mistake. Brother Wei really knows his mistake. Fortunately, Du Wei was unable to move his body. Otherwise, he would have collapsed to the ground in fear. Even so, Du Wei's body was still trembling uncontrollably. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he decided to stop restraining Du Wei's body. Immediately, Dewey collapsed to the ground. The moment he fell to the ground, he lowered his head to look at the boundless starry sky with a panicked expression. His legs trembled, and drops of liquid fell from between his legs. He was so scared that he peed. At this moment, Dewey collapsed on a transparent glass-like wall of air that traversed the void. Even though Dewey did not have acrophobia, he still could not help but tremble with fear. After a while, he discovered that the transparent glass-like wall of air was strong enough to support his body, so he stood up. After standing up, he fell to his knees in front of Duan Lingtian with a thud. Brother Tian, please spare me, spare me. Back then, it was Brother Wei who was blinded by greed. Brother Wei let you down. Little brother Tian, please don't kill me. Brother Wei knows his mistake. Brother Wei really knows his mistake. Du Wei continued to kowtow as he begged for mercy. His voice was filled with despair. In the past, Duan Lingtian regarded Du Wei as his brother. Since Duan Lingtian was older than him, he addressed Du Wei as Brother Wei while Du Wei addressed him as Little Brother Tian. After so many years, Duan Lingtian did not feel nostalgic at all when he heard this form of address again. In fact, at this moment, there was only disgust in his heart when he heard this form of address. Hypocrite! Duan Lingtian glanced at Du Wei in disgust before he said indifferently, everyone has to be responsible for their actions. For the sake of our past friendship, I'll give you a quick death. Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to slowly torture Du Wei before killing him. However, when he saw Du Wei kneeling on the ground and completely abandoning his dignity, he felt that there was no need for him to waste any more time on Du Wei. Lingtian. When Du Wei heard the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice, he knew that once Duan Lingtian made up his mind, no one would be able to change his mind. For this reason, he did not continue to beg for mercy. He stood up and glared at Duan Lingtian as he growled, "If I didn't kill you back then, how could you be where you are today? If you didn't die a few decades ago, even if you stood at the peak of Earth and became the strongest person on Earth, it would still be incomparable to your current achievements. In other words, I, Du Wei, am the one who made you who you are today." When Du Wei reached the end of his sentence, it was as though he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He shouted hysterically, "Weren't you very particular about repaying kindness in the past? I've done you such a great favor. If you kill me, the heavens won't tolerate it." When Duan Lingtian heard Du Wei's words, he was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Chapter 25:32. Did I say something wrong? Du Wei shouted, "If I hadn't betrayed you and caused your death, would you, Ling Tian, be where you are today?" What a twisted argument! Duan Ling Tian sneered. "Don't tell me you already knew my soul would travel to another world and achieve my current achievements when you planned to betray me and kill me?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian found Du Wei's words laughable. Betrayed him and caused his death? Did he owe him a favor? Ridiculous. "Whether I knew it or not, it's the truth." Du Wei continued to shout, "That's why you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be repaying kindness with ingratitude. That's not Ling Tian's character, and it's not Ling Tian's style." At this moment, when his life was on the line, Du Wei threw caution to the wind and tried to use morality to coerce Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, Du Wei was a fool. A few decades ago, Ling Tian was a person who knew how to repay kindness with ingratitude. However, at this moment he was full of himself. He knew this. Although he had betrayed Ling Tian and caused his death, he had allowed Ling Tian to achieve his current achievements. The benefits he had brought to Ling Tian were more than enough to make up for his past mistakes. "You seem to know my character and style very well, right?" Duan Ling Tian continued to sneer. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the energy that was supporting Du Wei's kneeling position in outer space, exposing Du Wei's body to outer space. In the blink of an eye, the cold air in space froze Du Wei to death as he screamed in agony. Although Du Wei was a super soldier and his soul was comparable to the soul of an eminent celestial, his body was still that of an ordinary person. As an ordinary person, it was impossible for him to survive in space. Bang! When Duan Lingtian saw that Du Wei was frozen to death and his body was frozen, his expression was calm. He struck with his palm and shattered Du Wei's frozen body. He said he shattered Du Wei's body. At this moment, Du Wei's body was completely frozen from the outside to the inside. Duan Lingtian's palm whistled out, and it was as though he had struck a solid block of ice. The ice then shattered, turning into ice shards that filled the sky and scattered into space. Under the illumination of the star not far away, they shone brightly. Du Wei, the man who betrayed Duan Lingtian and killed Duan Lingtian in his past life, had fallen. HM? When Duan Lingtian saw Du Wei's frozen body shattering, he raised an eyebrow and closed his eyes as though he sensed something. His entire body stood straight like a javelin in the same place. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and stood straight on the spot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of rolling power swept out from his body. As soon as the energy was released, it shrouded his body and formed the shape of a sword. Streaks of energy that were condensed into the shape of swords rose from Duan Lingtian's body and continued to stack on top of each other as though they would never stop. These streaks of sword-shaped energy rose from Duan Lingtian's body like burning sword-shaped flames. In the end, they gathered together, causing the sword-shaped flames to soar and become increasingly deep. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. In the past, he had only comprehended the 6th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. After that, he could not make any further progress. He always felt there was an obstacle. However, it was not a bottleneck, but an obsession. As for the obsession, it was because of Du Wei, his manager in his past life. Now that Du Wei was dead, his obsession was naturally gone without a fight. As Duan Lingtian watched Du Wei die, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, suddenly appeared in his mind. However, Although Duan Lingtian could ignore the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that suddenly appeared in his mind, he did not do so. This was because he knew, since the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, had appeared at this time, there must be a reason for it. If he ignored it, he might miss out on something. This is, soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. In the past, no matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, he could not make any progress in the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. At this moment, with just a thought, he could make rapid progress. The speed of his advancement had reached a shocking level. Could it be that I've encountered an epiphany? After this thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind, he no longer dared to be distracted. He devoted all his attention to the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, and turned a deaf ear to everything around him. Duan Lingtian stood in space like an old monk in a meditative state. The sword-shaped flames that were formed from the surging energy on his body rose even higher, causing the sword-shaped flames that were hovering above Duan Lingtian's head like a gigantic mountain that enveloped Duan Lingtian began to soar even higher. 7th Green Lotus Sword. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had successfully comprehended the 7th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. However, this was not the end. 8th Green Lotus Sword. 9th Green Lotus Sword. 10th Green Lotus Sword. It felt like only a moment had passed, yet it also felt like thousands of years had passed. By the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he had already comprehended the 13th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Since then, he had completely mastered the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I actually entered the state of epiphany when Duan Lingtian died and successfully mastered the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the sword-shaped flame that was like a towering mountain that enveloped Duan Lingtian began to shrink rapidly as soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. In the end, it merged with Duan Lingtian's body and completely disappeared. It was as though it had never appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he opened them. Bush. 2 streams of sword chi whizzed out from his eyes without any warning. While he was startled, they had already dissipated into the void in front of him. Sword chi from the eyes. This is indeed the sign of completely mastering the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. During the state of epiphany, Duan Lingtian knew he had successfully mastered the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. He knew he had successfully comprehended the last few swords of the 13 green lotus swords, including the last sword. However, it was just a feeling after all. For this reason, even he did not dare to say he had mastered all the profundities of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, before he confirmed it. Now that the sword chi from the eyes had appeared, he was even more certain that he had completely mastered the 13 green lotus swords. Sword chi. However, even with the appearance of the sword ray, Duan Lingtian still raised his hand and formed a sword with his fingers. When he pointed his finger out, the sword ray whistled as he tested the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords that he had just comprehended. The first sword chi whistled as it shot out. Almost at the same time as this sword gleam whizzed out, another sword gleam whizzed out like a shadow following the body. In the end, all the sword chi merged with the first sword chi, causing the first sword chi to surge. Based on the number of sword chi that shot out, it was clear that Duan Lingtian had mastered the divine ability. Duan Lingtian had indeed mastered all the profundities of the 13 green lotus swords. Not only that, but he had also cast the remaining 7 swords of the green lotus sword, including the last sword of the 13 green lotus swords. It seems that my previous actions of bringing Due away from Earth with great fanfare, gradually making him despair, and then killing him, although it was somewhat troublesome, it was the right thing to do. It seems that because I did this, I was able to completely vent my anger and let go of the obsession that arose because of him in my previous life. As a result, I was somewhat inexplicably immersed in the enlightenment state of the 13 swords of Green Lotus, successfully comprehending all the mysteries of the 13 Swords of Green Lotus, and completely grasping the 13 Swords of Green Lotus. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to bring Duan Lingtian to Earth with him. Taking Du Wei away from Earth with a single thought and killing him after Du Wei had given up all hope would bring him such benefits. Fortunately, I brought him away. If I had killed him on the luxurious cruise ship, I might not have been able to vent my anger like I did now. If I couldn't vent my anger, I wouldn't have sunk into the state of epiphany of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Duan Lingtian could not help but rejoice when he thought of this. In this way, it was worth it for him to make such a big fuss. You're finally awake. Right when Duan Lingtian had slightly recovered from his shock, a familiar voice sounded out by his ears. He looked sideways and saw Tang Xiaoxiao sitting cross-legged not far away, looking at him. Why you here? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao. Aren't you on planet Yanhuang? You've been standing here for 5 years. Why do you think I'm here? Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head before she continued to ask, You seem to be comprehending some kind of divine ability. How was it? Did you manage to comprehend it? What? 5 years. Duan Lingtian did not hear the second half of Tang Xiaoxiao's sentence since his attention was completely focused on the first half. 5 years? It took him 5 years to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords? Damn it. A month after Du Wei's death, his people detonated the supernuclear bombs that were hidden all over Earth. However, 5 years have passed since then. Earth is destroyed. Chapter 25-33. No! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His heart was burning with anxiety when he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and asked with a burning gaze, Xiaoxiao, before you left planet Yanhuang, did you remove the supernuclear bombs that Duan Wei placed all over planet Yanhuang? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Tang Xiaoxiao must have known about this at that time. Logically speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao should have helped him since he had not returned for a long time. Moreover, planet Yanhuang was not only his hometown in his previous life, but it was also the cultivation planet of the Tang sect behind Tang Xiaoxiao. No matter what the reason was, Tang Xiaoxiao would not stand by and do nothing. I followed you a day after you left, but you didn't return. Tang Xiaoxiao felt slightly embarrassed when she saw Duan Lingtian's burning gaze. I've been looking for you for a few days before I finally found you here. Since then, I've been comprehending the divine ability and guarding you until now. Sush. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. A hint of regret could be seen in his eyes. He regretted that he had sunk into the state of epiphany and missed the opportunity to save Earth. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again, but Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but chuckle. The awkward expression on her face disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Actually, it's only been 10 days since you left planet Yanhuang. Tang Xiaoxiao said. It was obvious she was joking when she said Duan Lingtian had stood in space for 5 years. Duan Lingtian regained his senses as soon as Tang Xiaoxiao finished speaking. Then he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and pointed at her. He didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood. It made sense. Just a moment ago, he thought Earth had been destroyed because of his mistake. However, Tang Xiaoxiao said that she was joking with him. It had only taken him 10 days to achieve enlightenment, not 5 years. All right, enough with the... Let's go and solve those troublesome matters. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head with a smile. This was the first time she had seen Duan Lingtian lose his composure since she met Duan Lingtian. For a moment, she was no longer in the mood to joke with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was both angry and helpless at this moment. After all, he really thought that he had spent 5 years to comprehend the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Don't make such a joke next time. Duan Lingtian glared at Tang Xiaoxiao before he made his way to the solar system where Earth was located. It did not take him long before he returned to the solar system. It was just like what Duan Lingtian had told his agent in his previous life, Du Wei. It was not difficult for him to find Du Wei's men of sacrifice. As long as he was willing to spend some time and effort, it would be easy for him to find them. That was indeed the case. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and searched patiently. It only took him a day and a night to find all the kamikaze warriors that Du Wei had trained. Then, he killed all of them without leaving any loose ends. The hands of these men of sacrifice trained by Du Wei were stained with the lives of many innocent people. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not feel pressured at all when he killed them. After Duan Ling Tian killed all the kamikaze warriors that Du Wei had trained, he took out the super-nuclear bombs that Du Wei had hidden all over Earth and threw them into the boundless space. After leaving behind mushroom clouds, they completely disappeared from this world. When Duan Ling Tian appeared outside the completely enclosed base, a group of staff in charge of daily surveillance in the base also noticed Duan Ling Tian, who seemed to have appeared out of thin air from the surveillance screen in front of them. When they saw Duan Ling Tian on the surveillance screen, they were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The reason these staff in charge of surveillance were so stunned was mainly because the way Duan Ling Tian appeared was too frightening. How did he appear? He can fly? Moreover, it seems like he has been standing in the air for some time. Even a top-wind mutant warrior can't stand in the air for such a long time without any flying equipment, right? Did he use some kind of invisible flying equipment? Impossible. I've already scanned him just now. He doesn't have a single technological product on him. In fact, he doesn't even have a communication device. And he's wearing an ancient costume. Could he be an actor from a film crew who got lost and came here? An actor? Have you ever seen an actor who can stand in the air for such a long time without any support? A moment later, the huge surveillance room became as noisy as a wet market. Their eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief as they stared at the handsome purple-clad young man standing in the air on the surveillance screen. It was as though there was some kind of special magic on him that attracted their attention. I just noticed his face. He's so handsome. Did you guys notice that his temperament is otherworldly? He's like a celestial being who has descended to Earth. Compared to him, those male celebrities who are extremely good-looking are just good-looking shells. There were only a few young girls in the monitoring room. At this moment, they were like hungry wolves as they stared at the purple figure on the screen with gleaming eyes. Just when everyone in the monitoring room was attracted by the purple figure standing in the air on the monitor screen, the purple figure suddenly appeared on the monitor screen. I'm looking for Long Zhengue, Instructor Long. A voice that seemed to contain a very special magic was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Where did this voice come from? Everyone in the monitoring room couldn't help but be stunned. His mouth moved just now. Was he talking? At this time, a male staff member pointed at the purple figure on the monitor screen and said with a slightly sluggish expression, "He's talking? There's no loudspeaker where he is. There's no sound transmission device." The other staff members in the surveillance room were confused. Long Zhengue, isn't that the leader? Why would he call the leader instructor? At the same time, the person in charge of the surveillance room, a member of the soul of Yen Huang, was stunned. I'm looking for Long Zhengue, Instructor Long. Chapter 25-34. In fact, when Duan Ling Tian had returned to Hua Nation, he had used his divine consciousness to locate his former instructor, Long Zhengue. However, since Long Zhengue was in a completely sealed-off base, he did not appear in front of Long Zhengue. If he chose to appear in front of Long Zhengue, he would definitely destroy Long Zhengue's base. Therefore, he chose to wait outside the base for Long Zhengue. Waiting was one thing, but he wasn't foolish enough to wait. He directly said that he wanted to see Instructor Long Zhengue. Duan Lingtian's voice echoed in the air. The voice, which contained his power, spread through the base and into the ears of everyone in the base. I'm looking for Long Zhenghua, Instructor Long. When Duan Lingtian's words reached everyone's ears, it also reached Long Zhenggua's ears. Long Zhenghua was a middle-aged man with big shoulders and a thick waist. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he was in a meeting with his 10 generals in a spacious meeting room. If he was the soul of Yen Huang, then the 10 generals under him were the body of the soul of Yen Huang. They were indispensable to the organization. Instructor Long? Long Zhenggua's expression turned grave when he heard the voice that sounded like it was right next to his ear. He knew the person who spoke must be an expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know such a method of communication. However, he had not heard the name Instructor Long for many years. This was because he had not been an instructor for many years. Sush, sush, sush. At the same time, the other 10 people in the meeting room turned to look at Long Zhenghua in shock when they heard the voice. At this moment, one of them had a communication device that looked like a watch on his wrist. Then, as though he had received news, he looked at Long Zhenghua and said, "Leader, according to the surveillance department, the person who's looking for you is outside our base." Outside our base? Instantly, the other 9 people were shocked. Even Long Zhenghua had a look of surprise in his eyes. He raised his hand and pressed one of the buttons on the conference table in front of him. As soon as he pressed the button, a projection appeared on the table. It was a mirror image of the scene outside the base. At this moment, a purple-clad young man was hovering in the air outside the base. He stood there in the air, not relying on anything, and it didn't seem like he was using an invisible flying tool. According to the surveillance department, there's no technological equipment on him. He doesn't even have a communication device. The person who warned Long Zhenghua said, "Gasp, gasp, 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 gasp." As soon as the person who had warned Long Zhenghua finished speaking, everyone present, including Long Zhenghua, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. I don't think even a peak wind special ability warrior would be able to do that. A young man who was sitting on the other side of the table looked at a young woman in a green suit. If I don't use a flying tool, I can only stay in the air for half a minute at most. The young woman was one of the peak wind special ability warriors in the soul of Yen Huang. Among all the peak wind special ability warriors on Earth, she was one of the top 3 peak wind special ability warriors. For this reason, her words represented more than 90% of the peak wind special ability warriors. This person seems a little strange. He's wearing an ancient robe. Could he be from one of the reclusive clans in Hua? As far as I know, some of the reclusive clans have been living in the mountains and forests since ancient times without any contact with the outside world. Another person speculated, many of those reclusive clans still wear ancient robes. Their lifestyle is no different from ancient times. I'm Long Zhenghua. Who are you? At this moment, Long Zhenghua pressed another button on the table in front of him and asked. His voice was amplified outside the base and into Duan Lingtian's ears. Instructor Long. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the familiar voice. He could not help but feel excited. In the end, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and sent a voice transmission that only Long Zhenghua could hear. Instructor Long, I'm Blood Wolf Ling Tian. Blood Wolf Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian revealed his identity in his past life. If he had only told Duan Lingtian that he was Blood Wolf, Instructor Long might not know which generation he was from. Now that he had said his name, he believed that Instructor Long would definitely be able to react and confirm his identity in the first place. Instructor Long, I'm Blood Wolf Ling Tian. When Long Zhenghua heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he was dumbfounded. Ling Tian. How long had it been since he last heard this name? Ling Tian was the most outstanding soldier he had ever trained. If Ling Tian did not retire from the military, Ling Tian's achievements would not be inferior to his. Although Ling Tian had retired from the military and became an international mercenary, Ling Tian had never forgotten his roots. He had always taken it upon himself to protect his country. Long Zhenghua was very pleased with this. Unfortunately, Ling Tian had disappeared a few decades ago. Since then, Long Zhenghua had not heard any news about Ling Tian. Long Zhenghua had even sent someone to investigate Ling Tian but to no avail. How did he change so much in just a few decades? Long Zhenghua could not help but frown as he looked at the purple-clad young man in the projection. He felt the purple-clad young man before him was a completely different person from the blood wolf Ling Tian in his memory. Although he had his doubts, he was still prepared to meet this person who claimed to be blood wolf Ling Tian. Today's meeting will end here. I'm going out for a while. Long Zhenghua looked at the other 10 people around the table and said, "Leader, are you going to meet this person?" "Leader, there's something strange about this person. I'll go with you." "That's right, leader. We don't know this person's identity, and we don't know where he came from. I don't think it's appropriate for you to meet him like this." The 10 people in front of the conference table advised Long Zhenghua one after another. "Didn't you hear him say he's blood wolf Ling Tian?" Long Zhenghua asked with a frown on his face. Long Zhenghua was unaware that he was the only one who had heard what Duan Ling Tian had said to him earlier. Blood wolf Ling Tian? The 10 people present were stunned when they heard Long Zhenggua's words. As one of the 10 great generals under Long Zhenggua's command, they had heard Long Zhenghua talk about his past in their free time. Among them were a group of elite soldiers whom Long Zhenghua had trained when he was an instructor. Among the elite soldiers, Blood Wolf Ling Tian was the best. "He's Blood Wolf Ling Tian?" The eyes of the young woman in the green suit lit up as a look of admiration appeared on her face. Before the Nirvana transformation, Blood Wolf Ling Tian was a powerhouse whose name resounded throughout the underground world. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the underground world. At that time, although she was still young, she still saw Ling Tian as her idol and worshipped him greatly. It did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that Long Zhenghua was not the only person who had shown up. Rumble! Rumble! As the door to the base opened, Long Zhenghua strode out in large strides like a dragon. Surprisingly, there were 10 people following behind him. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell they were the people he had probed with his divine consciousness earlier. They were the best superpowered warriors on Earth. Their souls were as strong as eminent celestials. Naturally, half of the reason why their souls were so strong was because they had taken the gene reagent. Therefore, their use of the soul was limited to communicating with some natural elements between heaven and earth, and from there, they could use all sorts of abilities of superpowered warriors. "Are you Blood Wolf?" Long Zhenghua asked solemnly as he stepped forward and looked at the purple-clad young man hovering in the air. "Instructor Long." A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he saw his instructor still looking the same as before. Then he slowly landed in front of Long Zhenghua and stood as straight as a javelin. At the same time, he gave Long Zhenghua a standard military salute. Although Long Zhenghua was not certain if the purple-clad young man was Ling Tian, he still returned the salute. "You look completely different from Blood Wolf. How can you prove that you're him?" Long Zhenghua asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Instructor Long, do you really want me to prove it?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Zhenghua meaningfully when he heard Long Zhenggua's words. A hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes. "Speak." Long Zhenggua's tone left no room for doubt. "I remember the first time I went to your house. Sister-in-law punished you by kneeling on a durian for 15 minutes. Initially, she wanted you to kneel for half an hour, but when she saw that I was around, Duan Ling Tian said slowly. However, before he could finish speaking, Long Zhenghua hastily interrupted him. "All right, that's enough. I can't believe it's really you." At this moment, Long Zhenghua could clearly sense the strange gazes that were directed at him from behind. These strange gazes came from the 10 great battle generals under his command, causing his dignified face to heat up for a moment. "Boy, I haven't heard from you for the past few decades. I've sent people everywhere to look for you, but it's to no avail. Where have you been all these years?" Long Zhenghua changed the topic and looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chapter 25-35. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Long Zhenggua's words. It turned out that after he was betrayed and killed and disappeared without a trace, This instructor Long in front of him had once sent people to inquire about him. At that time, he had already retired from the military, so he did not have any relationship with Long Zhenghua. All he had was a personal relationship. Instructor Long, after I disappeared a few decades ago, a series of things happened to me. It's hard to explain in a few words, but it's also unbelievable. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Zhenghua and said, "There are some things that you'll only believe if you see them with your own eyes. Kid, why are you keeping me in suspense? If you have something to say, just say it." Long Zhenghua said impatiently when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was slightly annoyed. "In that case, Instructor Long, you and the 10 people behind you will follow me into outer space." Duan Lingtian did not waste any more words when he heard Long Zhenghua's impatience. With a wave of his hand, he brought Long Zhenghua and the 10 people behind him into the air. "We're flying. How is this possible? Not only can he fly by himself, but he can also bring the 11 of us with him?" This was because Duan Lingtian had intentionally slowed down when he brought Long Zhenghua and the others into the air. Therefore, Long Zhenghua and the others could clearly see themselves rising into the air at an exaggerated speed as they flew into outer space. The buildings in their eyes gradually became smaller until they could no longer see clearly. Mountains and rivers appeared in their eyes as well. In the end, a beautiful blue planet appeared before their eyes. The planet grew smaller and smaller in their eyes as it grew further and further away from them. When the planet became the size of a basketball in their eyes, they finally stopped flying into outer space. For a moment, they realized that they were suspended in outer space as though they were being supported by an invisible force. All 11 of them, including Long Zhenghua, stood in outer space. Their bodies were stiff, and they did not dare to move. Not far away from them, Duan Lingtian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the basketball-sized earth in front of him. Such a technique is comparable to the technique of a god, right? Moments later, Long Zhenghua and the others regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only shock in their eyes. Was this even something a human could do? "Blood Wolf, you little..." No matter how confused Long Zhenghua was, he could not bring himself to call Duan Lingtian kid when he tried to address him as Duan Lingtian. Now, the purple-clothed young man before him was like a god in his eyes. Unknowingly, he felt the distance between him and the purple-robed young man gradually widening, even if he knew that the purple-robed young man was a soldier he had trained in the past. "Instructor Long, I'm still the same blood wolf as before. There's no need to hold back between us." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Long Zhenghua's hesitation. "Ask away if you have any questions. No matter how unbelievable my power is, I'm still the same soldier you trained in the past." "Good boy, you almost scared the hell out of me." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Zhenghua finally let go of his worries. He said snappily, "What have you been doing for the past few decades?" He's simply amazing the world with a single brilliant feat. Although Long Zhenghua had thought about this more than once over the years, Duan Lingtian was not the only one. If the soldier he trained in the past did not go missing, his achievements would not be inferior to his. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's achievements would not only be on par with his, but it had also reached a stage that he could not comprehend. The technique that the other party was using right now was comparable to the techniques of the immortals and gods in the ancient myths and legends of China. At this moment, the 10 men standing behind Long Zhenghua looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief and reverence. They revered the strong. However, the purple-robed young man's strength was beyond their understanding. They could only look up to him. As expected of the blood wolf Ling Tian, the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian. The young woman in the green suit, as a top wind elemental warrior, looked at Duan Ling Tian as though she was a fangirl looking at her idol. She was infatuated and fanatical. She discovered that she, who used to idolize Ling Tian, worshipped Ling Tian even more now. At this moment, Ling Tian was like a god in her heart. He was so high and mighty that he could not be blasphemed. "Actually, I died a few decades ago." Duan Lingtian sighed when he heard Long Zhenghua's question. "What? Whether it was Long Zhenghua or the 10 people behind him, all of them were confused when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Did this fellow just say he died a few decades ago? Then, who was the person standing in front of them now? Was he a ghost? Blood Wolf, your joke isn't funny at all, Long Zhenghua said sternly. Long Zhenghua said with a straight face. He thought Duan Lingtian was joking. What a joke! If this kid had died a few decades ago, how could he be standing in front of him now? Instructor Long, I'm not joking. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, under the skeptical gazes of Long Zhenghua and the others, he slowly said, a few decades ago, I was betrayed by my manager and died in Country R. However, I was lucky. Although my body died, my soul traveled to another world. That world is a world where the strong are respected. Martial artists cultivate to defy the heavens and change their fates. It was from that world that I returned to the world where Earth is located. Duan Lingtian continued to speak. When Duan Lingtian mentioned that the person who killed him was Du Wei, the leader of the Devil's Hand, the 10 people behind Long Zhenghua were shocked. The Devil's Hand was the archenemy of the soul of Yan Huang. The leader of the Devil's Hand, Du Wei, was a huge threat to the soul of Yan Huang. Even their leader had said that he might not be a match for Du Wei the next time they met. For this reason, they had been under a lot of pressure recently. No wonder he knows the complete form and will fist. As it turns out, he's your manager and has the form and will fist manual that you left behind. Realization dawned on Long Zhenghua. Senior Ling Tian. At this moment, a young man among the 10 people behind Long Zhenghua looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Since Du Wei killed you, you can seek revenge and kill him now. With your current strength, isn't it child's play for you to kill him? The others nodded in agreement when they heard the young man's words. He's already dead. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, the first thing I did when I returned to Earth was to look for him. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he took out a jade token and crushed it. A few moments later, a mirror image appeared in front of Long Zhenghua and the others. The mirror image kept changing until it showed Duan Lingtian bringing Du Wei to a barren planet outside the solar system. The barren planet was 5 times the size of Earth. Following that, Tang Zhenghua and the others saw another scene. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian slammed his palm down and destroyed the planet that was larger than Earth. Instantly gasp, 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 gasp. Tang Zhenghua and the others were stunned for a long time before they inhaled sharply. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. When they were brought to outer space by Duan Lingtian, they knew Duan Lingtian had unfathomable strength. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to destroy a planet that was larger than Earth with just a wave of his hand. Did this not mean that? If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could destroy Earth with just a wave of his hand. That planet, it's much larger than Earth, right? Long Zhenghua asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said nonchalantly, it's about 5 times the size of Earth. Long Zhenghua and the others who had just regained their senses were stunned again. Soon after, Long Zhenghua and the others saw Du Wei, the leader of the Devil's Hand, being frozen to death in space. This made them realize that the Devil's Hand's leader, Du Wei, had been frozen to death. It was impossible for ordinary people to survive in outer space. Although Duan Wei is dead as far as I know, he has planted many supernuclear bombs all over Earth. It's said that if he dies, his men of sacrifice will detonate those supernuclear bombs. Long Zhenghua looked at Duan Lingtian warily and asked, how long has it been since you killed Duan Lingtian? About 10 days. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. However, you don't have to worry, Instructor Long. Before I came to look for you, I've already dealt with those supernuclear bombs. I won't leave behind any threats to Earth. That's good. That's good. Long Zhenghua heaved a sigh of relief. Long Zhenghua heaved a sigh of relief before he solemnly saluted Duan Lingtian. Comrade Lingtian, thank you for everything you've done for Earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the 10 people behind Long Zhenghua saluted Duan Lingtian as well. Their gazes when they looked at Duan Lingtian turned even more fervent and admiring. Instructor Long, I'm also a member of Earth. This is what I should do. Duan Lingtian smiled. Otherwise, their eyes would have turned red from envy. I thought you've forgotten about me. A resentful voice sounded from behind Long Zhenghua. A moment later, a slightly resentful voice rang out, causing Long Zhenghua and the others to look left and right in shock. However, they did not see anyone in the surroundings. Sush. While they were looking around, a young woman dressed in black appeared next to Duan Lingtian. In Long Zhenghua and the others' eyes, it was as though the black-clad woman had appeared out of thin air. Who's she? Is she another powerhouse comparable to a god like Senior Ling Tian? The people standing behind Long Zhenghua were shocked. How beautiful! At the same time, everyone was captivated by the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. It was their first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Moreover, the aura she exuded was so elegant that it was difficult for them to disrespect her. The newcomer was none other than Tang Xiaoxiao. I need your help with something. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He cut to the chase and said, I'm looking for a planet in the Milky Way called Planet Lissa. Can you take a look at the star map in your hand and see if it's marked? Duan Lingtian would be able to find Planet Lissa if he spent some time looking for it. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to waste his time. Unless Tang Xiaoxiao did not mark Planet Lissa on the star map in her hand. If that was the case, he and Tang Xiaoxiao would have to look for it themselves. You're really rude. Tang Xiaoxiao glared at Duan Lingtian before she raised her hand and took out the star chart she had obtained from her ancestor. Then, she began to study the stars and galaxies in the Milky Way and the planets in the stars and galaxies in the stars and galaxies. I found it. Planet Lissa. About 3 minutes later, Tang Xiaoxiao pointed at a mark on the star map in her hand and said to Duan Lingtian, Lead the way. Lead the way, we'll go there. Duan Lingtian said. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to be used to Duan Lingtian's rudeness. She did not waste any time and led the way. Duan Lingtian, Long Zhenghua, and the others followed behind her. Planet Lissa was located in a star system in the Milky Way called the Taylor Galaxy. It was one of the 3 life-preserving planets in this star system. Moreover, it was the largest life-preserving planet among the 3 life-preserving planets. In the Milky Way galaxy, Planet Lissa in the Taylor Galaxy was also a very famous planet. Because the technological civilization on Planet Lissa, in the entire Milky Way, could be ranked as the first echelon. The most powerful family on Planet Lissa, the Barker family, was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. The 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way represented the 10 most powerful forces in the Milky Way. All of them had the most advanced technology in the Milky Way. Chapter 25:37. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared coldly at the gigantic castle in front of him. This was the headquarters of one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way, the Barker family. If he wanted to, he could destroy this castle with a wave of his hand. However, he did not do so. Ever since he found out that the Barker family was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way and had the most advanced technology in the Milky Way, he had an idea. And this idea would bring about earth-shattering changes to his home planet, Earth. Even his motherland on Earth, Hua, was expected to enter the first echelon of the many forces in the Milky Way in the near future. It was because of this that he did not want to destroy the Barker family. They're here. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. She had brought Long Zhenghua and the others to Duan Lingtian's side. Just like Duan Lingtian, she hovered in the air without the use of any flying tools. Naturally, Long Zhenghua and the others were led by Tang Xiaoxiao as they flew in the air. If Tang Xiaoxiao withdrew her power, they would lose their footing. Unless they fell into a deep river or deep sea, they would either die or be crippled. Almost at the same time that Tang Xiaoxiao and the others appeared. Bush, 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 bush. Within the castle, several flying tools rose into the air and flew towards Duan Lingtian and the others. In the blink of an eye, half of the sky was filled with flying tools. The people in these flying tools were the leaders of the Barker family. The leader of the group was none other than the patriarch of the Barker family. He stood on top of a flying tool that looked like a speedboat. His face was full of smiles. When he was still some distance away from Duan Lingtian, the flying tool beneath his feet came to a halt. It was as if he did not dare to cross the line. "Sir, I am the patriarch of the Barker family, Leyland. I don't think the Barker family has done anything to offend you." The patriarch of the Barker family, Leyland, spoke to Duan Lingtian through the loudspeaker of his communicator. The fact that the purple-clad young man could evade the Barker family's radar meant that he was no ordinary cultivator. If possible, he and his clansmen didn't want the Barker family to provoke a powerful cultivator. It would be best if they could kill a powerful cultivator. If they couldn't and the cultivator decided to seek revenge in the future, the Barker family would not be able to fend them off no matter how powerful they were. "The head of the Barker family, is it?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Lei Lin and said, "A few decades ago, a group of people from the Barker family went to a star system called the Solar System. They went to the only planet in the Solar System, Earth. Right now, go and call out the leader of that group." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, there was no room for doubt in his tone. It was as though he was giving an order. "How can you speak to our patriarch like that? Damn it. The patriarch is being courteous to you because he's giving you face. Don't be so shameless." Seeing the purple-clad cultivators speak to their patriarch in such a commanding tone, many of the Barker family's higher-ups were enraged. They glared at Duan Lingtian, their eyes blazing with fury. "Shut up." Just as the Barker family's higher-ups were reprimanding Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. His voice was like a clap of thunder, drowning out the voices of the Barker family's higher-ups. "I'm talking to your patriarch. Why are you interrupting? Show some respect." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Barker family's higher-ups reacted. Duan Lingtian didn't do anything, but every single one of the Barker family's higher-ups who had reprimanded Duan Lingtian earlier had their left arms severed at the shoulder. Chapter 25:38. Long Jinghua could still remember. Back then, when this young man in a silver suit had arrived on Earth, he had been in high spirits. Every leader of a major country on Earth revolved around him. Now, this once high-spirited alien leader was as docile as a cat in front of the patriarch of the Barker family. In fact, when he mentioned that he was the one who had gone to Earth, his tone was full of anxiety. "Reynold, what did you do on that planet?" Lei Lin looked at his nephew and asked in a low voice. This nephew of his was the child left behind by his only younger brother. That was because his younger brother and his wife had died in order to save him. Thus, he treated this nephew of his as his own son. Reynold wanted to say something, but he hesitated. At the same time, he glanced at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance with fear. He could tell that this young man was here. This purple-clad young man had probably come looking for him because of that planet. However, he would never have dreamed that this would happen. That backward planet was actually related to a cultivator with extraordinary strength. Lei Lin saw his nephew's hesitation, and he glared at him and shouted coldly. "I saw that the planet was backward, so I brought them a technological civilization that was a few hundred years more advanced than their current one. I had good intentions." Reynold lowered his head as he spoke, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "What, you had good intentions?" However, as soon as Lei Luo finished speaking, a sneer was heard. The sneer came from Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his hand gently. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk after that, Raylo, who was next to Leylin, immediately left the flying tool under his feet and shot toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Before anyone could react, Duan Lingtian had already grabbed Reynold by the neck. Duan Lingtian lifted Reynold into the air. Since Duan Lingtian had removed the power that was holding Reynold, Reynold was now dangling in Duan Lingtian's hand. His face was as red as blood, and he could not breathe. It was obvious that he would suffocate to death soon. Sir, don't cross the line. Leylin's expression changed as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Cross the line? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at Leylin's words. I was going to have some fun with the Barker family, but I've changed my mind. Perhaps I shouldn't have wasted so much time on the Barker family from the start. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the energy in his body transformed into waves of invisible energy that swept out and shrouded the back of the gigantic castle in front of him. The back of the castle was where the Barker family's armory was located. The Barker family owned 37 of the most powerful warships equipped with the most advanced weaponry. They were usually docked there, protecting the Barker family like guardians. Bang, 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 bang. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the huge castle in front shook as though it had experienced a violent earthquake. Immediately after, a series of thunderous booms came from the back of the castle from afar. What's going on? An earthquake? Every member of the Barker family, including the Barker family patriarch, turned to look in the direction of the commotion. With just one look, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Good heavens! What did they just see? Under the watchful eyes of the Barker family's higher-ups, a cloud of dust rose from the back of the huge castle. A moment later, 37 mountain-like behemoths rose into the air from the dust-filled ground. It didn't take long for the behemoths to reveal themselves. They were warships, each emblazoned with the insignia of the Barker family. Those are transcendent-level warships? Heavens! They really are transcendent-level warships. There are 37 of them. I've heard that the Barker family owns 37 transcendent-level warships. I can't believe it's true. These are the foundation of the Barker family's survival. Is the Barker family going to use all of their transcendent-level warships to kill that cultivator? On Planet Liss's internet, a group of netizens who saw the 37 transcendent-level warships through the livestream were stunned. One transcendent-level warship was already scary enough. Now that 37 transcendent-level warships had been deployed, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Leylin, the patriarch of the Barker family, saw the 37 extraordinary-class warships and turned to the high-ranking members of the Barker family behind him. He bellowed, "Damn it! Who gave you the permission to use the transcendent-level warships?" Leylin knew that once the transcendent-level warships were deployed, it would mean that they would have to fight to the death with that cultivator. It would be fine if they could kill the cultivator. But if they couldn't, the Barker family would be the ones to suffer when the cultivator recovered. Patriarch, without your permission, no one can use the transcendent-level warships. Yes, Patriarch. Without your permission, no one can use the family's transcendent-level warships. The Barker family's higher-ups felt wronged by Leylin's glare. They were also dumbfounded by the situation in front of them. They didn't know what was going on. Leylin, the head of the Barker family, snapped out of his daze upon hearing the words of the Barker family. That's right. The transcendent-level warships were the Barker family's most powerful weapon. Without his permission, they would not be deployed. Could it be, all of a sudden, a thought flashed through Leylin's mind. As if he had thought of something, he immediately turned around and looked at the purple-clothed youth who was holding his nephew in the distance with an expression of shock and disbelief. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. That was, the great commotion before their eyes was all caused by this purple-clothed young man. The strange movements of the 37 transcendent-level warships must have something to do with this young man. This seemed to confirm Leylin's suspicions. So these are the transcendent-level warships that the Barker family relies on to survive? They don't seem like much. They're much worse than the disaster-level warships I saw in the Cost Galaxy. Duan Lingtian commanded the 37 transcendent-level warships to speed up again. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around him and Tang Xiaoxiao, circling around them. The weapons of the 37 transcendent-level warships were pointed at the Barker family. In an instant, bush, 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 the Barker family members' expressions changed. If they couldn't figure out what was going on by now, they would have lived their lives in vain. All 37 of the Barker family's warships were under the control of the cultivator before them. What's going on? These transcendent-level warships don't seem to belong to the Barker family. It looks more like this cultivator is controlling them. Look at how he controls them. It's like he's playing with toys. Who the hell is he? At the same time, the internet on planet Lissa was filled with awe. Of course, Tang Xiaoxiao continued Duan Lingtian's words. She smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, "These transcendent-level warships are 2 grades lower than the disaster-level warships. I've recorded everything you did in the Cost Galaxy using the mirror image talisman. Let's show them." Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand and took out a Dao talisman before she crushed it. A moment later, a huge mirror image that was constantly changing appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was also shown to everyone on planet Lissa through a live broadcast. The mirror image formed by the mirror image talisman was similar to a projection. It showed the scene of Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao being surrounded by 18 disaster-level warships from the Garnier family in the Cost Galaxy. Are those disaster-level warships? Heavens! Those are the legendary disaster-level warships. It's exactly the same as the legends. I once obtained a portrait of a disaster-level warship from an interstellar merchant. The 18 disaster-level warships in the projection are indeed disaster-level warships. They're 2 grades higher than transcendent-level warships. These two, they're surrounded by 18 disaster-level warships, but they're still alive? Isn't it obvious? If they're dead, why would they be here on planet Lissa? Everyone on planet Lissa was shocked by the projection that appeared before them. However, they were even more shocked by what happened after that. A purple light flashed, and the purple-clad young man in the projection disappeared. In the next moment, one of the disaster-level warships was destroyed. A moment later, they saw the purple-clad young man in the projection. As the 17 disaster-level battleships opened fire at the same time, the purple-robed young man emerged from the barrage unscathed. Silence fell on planet Lissa at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, one of the disaster-level warships was destroyed. Under the bombardment of 17 disaster-level warships, the purple-clad young man was unscathed. Heavens! Is he still human? How terrifying! How terrifying! No wonder he was able to toy with the 37 transcendent-level warships of the Barker family. With the power he displayed in the projection, even a disaster-level warship is no different from a toy in front of him. Duan Lingtian's peerless strength was displayed before everyone on planet Lissa. Chapter 2539. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a soft thud, the patriarch of the Barker family, Leyland, collapsed on the flying tool at his feet. He stared blankly at the godlike purple figure in the projection. His heart seemed to have stopped beating for a moment. The faces of the Barker family's higher-ups were drained of all color. Their legs were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. Heavens! How did the Barker family provoke such a powerful being? Well, are you still going to say that you helped Earth out of kindness? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Reynolds, who was lifted up by his neck as he asked coldly. Reynolds was already stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian controlling the 37 extraordinary-level battleships as if they were toys. At that time, he had already realized something. The cultivator in front of him was not someone the Barker family could deal with. Now, after witnessing everything that was displayed in the mirror image that looked like a projection, The cultivator in front of him could easily destroy the legendary disaster-level battleship, which was 2 levels higher than the transcendent-level battleship. Moreover, he was unscathed under the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships. He's not human. He's not human. He's a demon. He's a demon. Reynolds roared in his heart. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with fear. No, it's not that. Under Duan Lingtian's cold gaze, Reynolds finally revealed the truth. I want to nurture that planet and make it a colonial planet for the Barker family. I want it to be a slave for the Barker family to do whatever we want. Duan Lingtian shook his head. As soon as Reynolds said this, Duan Lingtian had an expression that said, as expected. Long Zhenghua and the others' faces changed. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, they could imagine that Earth would not have been able to escape the calamity in the near future. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the Barker family's higher-ups heard Reynolds' words, they were so angry that they almost fainted. They could understand Reynolds' actions. After all, they often went out to look for underdeveloped planets, nurture them, and enslave them. However, the planets they chose did not have any background. Now they could see it too. The backward planet that Reynolds found, although its technology was backward, had powerful cultivators. In other words, this time, Reynolds had kicked an iron plate. Sir, Reynolds' actions are purely personal. They have nothing to do with the Barker family. Please do not drag the Barker family into this. An elder from the Barker family voiced his opinion. Yes, Your Excellency. We didn't know what Reynolds did. Sir, Reynolds is at your mercy, but I hope you can spare the Barker family. More and more of the Barker family's higher-ups spoke up, choosing to sacrifice the rook to save the king. What say you, patriarch of the Barker family? Duan Lingtian ignored the high-ranking officials of the Barker family and looked at Leylin with a faint smile on his face. Leylin stood up, but his legs were still trembling. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, although Reynolds acted on his own accord, he was also helping the Barker family colonize planets. Duan Lingtian shook his head. On behalf of the Barker family, I, Leylin, am willing to bear this responsibility. Leylin declared. Patriarch. The Barker family elders' faces paled. They wanted nothing more than to sever all ties with Reynolds, but their patriarch was still trying to tie Reynolds to their family? Patriarch, I know Reynolds' parents saved your life, and both of them died trying to save you, but today's matter concerns the survival of the family. Please reconsider. Yes, Patriarch. You can't risk the family's survival because of your personal grudge. Many of the elders of the Barker family glared at Leylin, trying to pressure him to change his mind. Uncle. Reynolds did not expect that when the upper echelons of the family were about to give up on him, his uncle would still protect him. For a moment, he was so touched that he could not help but tremble. My lord, what happened on Earth was my own doing. It has nothing to do with the Barker family. Reynolds gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, You can kill me or torture me as you wish. You two, uncle and nephew, are quite affectionate. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Leylin and Reynolds before he released Reynolds from his grip. Then, he casually sent Reynolds to the flying tool that Leylin was on. The members of the Barker family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what this cultivator was up to. Bush, 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 bush. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian waved his hand and brought Tang Xiaoxiao, Long Zhenghua, and the others with him as they flew toward the gigantic castle. At the same time, under Duan Lingtian's control, the 37 transcendent-level warships returned to the armory behind the castle. Of course, the armory was now in ruins. Now, my friend and I would like to visit the Barker family. Patriarch Leylin, you wouldn't mind, would you? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Leylin, the patriarch of the Barker family, when they arrived at the top of the castle. Leylin was taken aback at first, but quickly regained his composure. He realized that there was still room for negotiation. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. It is the Barker family's honor to have you as a guest, my lord. Soon, the lively scene in the live broadcast disappeared. The Barker family elders escorted Duan Lingtian and the others into the huge castle where the Barker family's headquarters was located. What's going on? It seems like that cultivator intentionally showed mercy. Isn't it obvious? With his strength, it would be easy for him to destroy the Barker family. He must be planning to let the Barker family go. At this time, everyone on planet Lissa could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had been worried that the cultivator would destroy the Barker family. After all, the Barker family had deep roots on Liza. Their businesses were spread all over the planet. If the cultivator decided to make a move on the Barker family, they would be implicated as well. Under these circumstances, they hoped that the cultivator and the Barker family could resolve the matter peacefully. Elsewhere, Duan Lingtian, Tang Xiaoxiao, Long Zhenghua, and the others were escorted by Patriarch Leylin into the castle where the Barker family's headquarters was located. They entered the Barker family's largest meeting room. As expected, Duan Lingtian was ushered in at the head of the table. Originally, I was going to take away all your transcendent level warships and all your researchers. I was going to leave you to fend for yourselves. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point after the Barker family elders had taken their seats. Duan Lingtian's words caused the faces of the Barker family elders to turn pale. If Duan Lingtian's words were true, the Barker family would soon be swallowed up by the other 9 families of the Milky Way. Without transcendent-level warships and researchers, the Barker family would be a toothless tiger. But I've changed my mind. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Barker family elders to heave a sigh of relief. I won't be asking for your opinion on what I'm going to say next. It doesn't matter if you agree or not. It won't affect the outcome. Duan Lingtian said domineeringly under the watchful eyes of the others. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Barker family elders to grimace. At this time, did they still have a choice? As long as the cultivator before them did not destroy the Barker family, they would have no choice but to grit their teeth and accept the terms no matter how harsh they were. Next, I will place a seal on the bodies of the Barker family elders. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and sword rays shot out of his hand and pierced into the bodies of the high-ranking members of the Barker family. The Barker family elders' faces paled. They felt as if their lives were no longer in their own hands. I will pass the seal to this man. His name is Long Zhenghua. He is the head of the Special Case Department on Earth. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Zhenghua. With the seal I've placed on him, he can kill all of you with a single thought within 100 years. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the Barker family's high-ranking officials changed drastically. Don't even think about using your technology to investigate the seal I've placed on you. Not only will you fail to do so, you might even trigger the seal. Once the seal is triggered, all of you will be dead. Duan Lingtian said again, cutting off any chance of escape for the Barker family's high-ranking officials. My lord, what do you want the Barker family to do within 100 years? As the patriarch of the Barker family, Leylin knew that Duan Lingtian had a reason for doing this. He wanted the Barker family to do something for him. As for the seal, Duan Lingtian must be worried that the Barker family would not be obedient enough. Within 100 years, I want you to bring Earth's technology to a level where it can rival the Barker family's technology. I want the Hua family to be the 11th most powerful force in the Milky Way in 100 years. I want the Barker family to be on par with the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. Chapter 2540. This. The moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Long Zhenghua and his 10 generals couldn't help but inhale sharply. They would never have thought that Duan Lingtian had put in a lot of effort to get China out of the solar system and into the Milky Way. 100 years later, it became the 11th most powerful force in the Milky Way, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. Although this is a little difficult, the Barker family will do our best. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Barker's expression turned solemn. He knew how difficult the task Duan Lingtian was talking about was, but he had no other choice. The Barker family had no other choice. Unless he had a death wish, and unless every member of the Barker family had a death wish. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Long Zhenghua and said, Instructor Long, you and your men will stay here and discuss the details with them. When the time comes, they'll send you back to Earth. With the speed of the extraordinary level warship that they have, it will only take them a few days to send you all back to Earth. Duan Lingtian's words caused the corners of the Barker family members' mouths to twitch uncontrollably. That was an extraordinary level battleship. Now, judging from the words of this cultivator, he actually wanted to use the extraordinary level battleship as a means of transportation? Lingtian, thank you for everything you've done for China. Long Zhenghua abruptly rose to his feet, straightened his back, and saluted Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Long Zhenghua's 10 generals also saluted Duan Lingtian. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only worship in their eyes. When Duan Lingtian sailed through space with his physical body and took them away from Earth, they were already shocked by Duan Lingtian's means. However, it was only later that they realized that was only the tip of the iceberg of Duan Lingtian's strength. The transcendent level battleship was the strongest weapon in the Barker clan, one of the 10 great clans in the Milky Way. However, before Duan Lingtian, the transcendent level battleship was like a child's toy. The Barker family was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. In other words, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, even if he wanted to dominate the Milky Way, it would be a very simple matter. Instructor Long, I'm Chinese too. Duan Lingtian smiled at Long Zhenghua before he beckoned to Tang Xiaoxiao and left with Tang Xiaoxiao. They left the Barker family and planet Lissa. With your strength, you could easily force the 10 great families of the Milky Way to submit to Earth's Hua Nation. Why did you only ask the Barker family to help Earth's Hua Nation become the most powerful family in the Milky Way in 100 years? After leaving planet Lissa, Tang Xiaoxiao asked the question in her heart. In her opinion, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for Earth's Hua Nation to dominate the Milky Way. It's not difficult for Earth's Hua Nation to dominate the Milky Way, but what about after that? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's question. Humans are greedy creatures. If Earth's Hua Nation were to dominate the Milky Way, it would definitely try to expand its influence to other galaxies. After all, the resources in the Milky Way aren't that great. If I could force the Milky Way to submit to Earth's Hua Nation, would I be able to force all the galaxies in the Yanhuang realm to submit to it? Even if I could, I don't have the time to do it. Duan Lingtian continued, so, what I'm doing now is undoubtedly the best choice. This way, not only will Earth's Hua Nation become the most powerful family in the Milky Way, but it will also put some pressure on Earth. After all, there are still the 10 great families in the Milky Way that are not inferior to Earth's Hua Nation. Under such circumstances, don't you think it's the best choice for Earth's Hua Nation to build a solid foundation and slowly develop? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. You really put a lot of thought into this. Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but sigh when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something and asked, won't Instructor Long be unhappy with what you're doing? After all, he can tell you're strong enough to dominate the Milky Way and help Earth's Hua Nation dominate the Milky Way. After all, as you said earlier, humans are greedy creatures. Tang Xiaoxiao said. He won't. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I know Instructor Long very well. He's a person who's content with what he has. Furthermore, I believe that he can also see the reason behind my actions. You mean he can tell you're doing this for his own good? Tang Xiaoxiao was surprised. Duan Lingtian nodded. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. After Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao left, Long Zhenghua and his 10 generals were led to a luxurious guest room by the patriarch of the Barker family. However, Long Zhenghua and his generals did not rest immediately. The 10 great battle generals under his command were all gathered in the guest room he was staying in. Leader, with Blood Wolf Lingtian's current strength, It won't be difficult for him to help Huan Nation conquer the Milky Way. Why didn't he do that? One of the generals asked. While Long Zhenguo's 10 generals were still in awe of Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying strength, one of them could not help but look at Long Zhenguo with a puzzled expression on his face. The other 9 generals turned to look at Long Zhenguo. Long Zhenguo snorted. There's a saying in the Hua Nation that goes, contentment is bliss. That brat Ling Tian has done so much for the Hua Nation, and he's done us a huge favor. There's no reason for us to ask him to do more than that. Understood. The 10 generals nodded in agreement. Besides, he's doing this for the long term. Long Zhenguo's next words were similar to what Duan Lingtian had said to Tang Xiaoxiao. What kind of seal did you place on the Barker family's leaders? Tang Xiaoxiao asked Duan Lingtian after they left planet Lissa's solar system. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian had done to the high-ranking officials of the Barker family. It's not a restrictive seal. It's just a little trick I used to toy with them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. In truth, he did not know anything about restrictive seals. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Aren't you afraid that they'll find out and ignore you? Once they find out, they definitely won't do as you say and help Earth and China to improve their technology. Do you think they'll find out? Are they willing to take the risk? Duan Lingtian responded with a question. Chapter 2541. Young Master Qin Yan. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard the skinny middle-aged man's words. In the depths of his eyes, boundless flames of fury were burning fiercely. Yun Qin Yan. Upon hearing the skinny middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian knew Yun Qin Yan had sent the skinny middle-aged man to kill him. He knew Yun Qin Yan would not let him go so easily. But he didn't expect that. He did not expect Yun Qin Yan would be so heartless as to send someone to kill him. Since he dares to send someone to kill me, it means he's not afraid of Kerr finding out I'm dead. After all, Kerr has my soul pearl. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Yun Qin Yan was not afraid. Yun Qin Yan must have used his family and friends to threaten Kerr again. Yun Qin Yan. When Duan Lingtian thought to himself, his gaze turned even colder as he looked at the skinny middle-aged man. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have killed the skinny middle-aged man many times over. So, you're one of Yun Qin Yan's men. Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the skinny middle-aged man. As soon as he sneered, he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength. Then, he took out his celestial sword and cast the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tens of thousands of sword rays formed a sword formation that hovered above Duan Lingtian's head. The offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was ready to be unleashed. Currently, Duan Lingtian had completely comprehended the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. His strength was much stronger than before. He was confident he could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just one strike. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was different from ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. Once one comprehended it to its peak, its power would far surpass ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. However, his strength was nothing compared to the expert Yun Qin Yan had sent to kill him. Xiao, quickly leave this place. This person's strength is not inferior to the great overarching golden celestials who left behind all kinds of treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian asked Tang Xiao to leave through telepathy. He was ready to fight to the death. Even though he knew he was no match for the expert sent by Yun Qin Yan, he did not intend to resign himself to his fate, because that was not his style. However, he did not want to implicate Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was innocent. Shua. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. When the thin middle-aged man in front of her walked out of the spatial rift in space, she had already realized that the other party was not simple. She had extended her divine consciousness and discovered that there were no pseudo-realms in the surroundings. If the thin middle-aged man came from a pseudo-realm, he might not be as strong as her and Duan Lingtian. However, since there were no pseudo-realms in the surroundings, it meant the thin middle-aged man did not come from a pseudo-realm. He must have come from somewhere else. According to the ancient records in the Tang sect, only great overarching golden celestials or stronger in the Devata realms were capable of such a feat. Ordinary golden celestials were not capable of such a feat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiaozhao's expression changed drastically when she confirmed this. Duan Lingtian, how did you offend such a powerful person? Tang Xiaozhao's voice trembled slightly when she sent the voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Fear could be heard in her voice. She could not help but feel apprehensive. The skinny middle-aged man's words continued to reverberate in Duan Lingtian's ears. He had indirectly caused Senior Feng Qingyang's death. A heavenly emperor? Tang Xiaozhao's expression changed drastically when she heard the thin middle-aged man's words. She was shocked. She looked at the thin middle-aged man in disbelief. You're saying a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm can't last more than 100 moves against you? Moreover, you forced him to enter a deadliest place in the Azura Hell where even a heavenly emperor can't survive? Tang Xiaozhao's voice trembled as she spoke. Naturally, she knew what a heavenly emperor meant. According to the ancient records in the Tang sect, heavenly emperors were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. They were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. There were only 81 heavenly emperors in the 81 Devata realms. However, based on the thin middle-aged man's words, he was even stronger than a heavenly emperor. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be shocked? Humph! The thin middle-aged man scoffed. Among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, there are only a handful who can last more than 100 moves against me. However, Feng Qingyang managed to last more than 100 moves against me. In terms of strength, he's at least in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Tang Xiaozhao's body trembled when she heard the thin middle-aged man's words. She was stunned as though she had been petrified. Boy, I really don't see anything special about you. I didn't expect you to win the heart of the most beautiful woman in the divine offering land. The skinny middle-aged man shifted his gaze from Tang Xiaozhao to Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. It seems like you're going to attack me. How about this? I'll stand here. If your attack can reach within 10 meters of me, I'll leave your corpse intact. The thin middle-aged man's voice was filled with disdain and contempt when he spoke. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for this moment, could no longer hold back when he heard the thin middle-aged man's provocation. A sword formation appeared above his head. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the mighty sword formation whizzed out, it was followed by a string of densely packed sword formations. There were a total of 12 sword formations. Including the sword formation that appeared first, there were a total of 13 sword formations. It was obvious Duan Lingtian had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength and cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword. He had also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had comprehended to the highest level. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the first sword formation merged with the 12 sword formations behind it, the sword light also grew more and more intense. It was so powerful that it seemed like it could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, wherever the sword formation passed, terrifying cracks in the void tore open in space as if they were free, cutting across the vast sky. From afar, it looked like gigantic pythons swaying their huge bodies. It seems like I've underestimated you. It's surprising that an eminent celestial from the mundane realm can wield strength comparable to a golden celestial from a Devata realm. But, with this little bit of power, It's impossible for him to get within 10 meters of my body. The thin middle-aged man merely smiled disdainfully when faced with Duan Lingtian's powerful attack. Although she wanted to help Duan Lingtian, she was powerless to do so. After all, she was not even as strong as Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian was powerless in front of the thin middle-aged man, let alone Tang Xiaoxiao. If there's an afterlife, remember that not every woman is someone you can touch. The thin middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. His face was expressionless. In the next moment, the thin middle-aged man's aura changed abruptly. An invisible gust of wind swept out toward Duan Lingtian. The thin middle-aged man did not even need to lift a finger to kill someone as insignificant as Duan Lingtian. With just a thought, he could kill Duan Lingtian. With just a thought, the thin middle-aged man sent out an invisible energy that resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, aiming to kill Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao not notice the thin middle-aged man's energy, but they did not even have time to react. This was because it was too fast. A cruel smile appeared on the thin middle-aged man's face when he saw the invisible energy that extended from his body was about to engulf Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. In his opinion, the thin middle-aged man was an ordinary person. If his energy enveloped a mere eminent celestial from the mundane realm, he would be annihilated in just a blink of an eye. However, at this critical moment when the thin middle-aged man's energy was about to land on Duan Lingtian, a sudden change occurred. At this moment, the thin middle-aged man's cruel smile froze. Rip! The sound of something tearing rang in the air. The space in front of Duan Lingtian suddenly cracked open. It was a spatial tear. The spatial tear appeared in a timely manner. As soon as it appeared, it swallowed the thin middle-aged man's energy that was about to attack Duan Lingtian. "Who's there?" The thin middle-aged man's expression changed as he stared coldly at the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as though someone was hiding behind the spatial tear. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's attention was caught by the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared in front of them. "It's me!" Suddenly, a lazy and indifferent voice came out from the space crack. As soon as the voice rang in the air, a figure limped out of the spatial tear. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and he would occasionally take a sip from it. Based on his figure, it was obvious he was an adult man. Due to his messy hair and the fact that he had his head lowered, one could not see his face clearly. It was impossible to tell if he was young, middle-aged, or old. However, based on his rough voice, one could tell he was a middle-aged man. He was clearly a middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were stunned when they saw the man in tattered clothes who looked like a beggar walking out of the spatial tear. How can he force her to marry someone else? Damn it! Damn it! Duan Lingtian became hysterical when he spoke. It was as though he had lost his mind. From the beginning until the end, Xianxia watched silently as Duan Lingtian threw a tantrum. However, his gaze that was hidden under his messy hair was a little strange. Duan Lingtian, when Tang Xiaoxiao saw the peculiar expression on Xiajia's face and recalled that Duan Lingtian seemed to have insulted Xiajia's elder brother, she felt slightly anxious. She was afraid Xiajia would vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. Impulsive. Tang Xiaoxiao was about to persuade Duan Lingtian when Xiajia's hearty laughter interrupted her. "That fellow is a bastard. A damn bastard. I've been wanting to scold him for a long time. Bastard." At this moment, Xiajia was venting the emotions that he had suppressed for many years. He had long held a grudge against his elder brother. However, it was his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia family. Not only was Tang Xiaoxiao shocked by Xia Jia's sudden outburst, but even Duan Ling Tian was shocked as well. Both of them stared at Xia Jia in a daze. After a while, Xia Jia seemed to realize he had lost his composure, so he calmed down. Not bad, not bad. Boy, you're not bad at all. At the same time, Xia Jia looked at Duan Ling Tian with a satisfied expression on his face. Your father-in-law doesn't acknowledge you as his son-in-law, but your third uncle acknowledges you as his niece-in-law. Compared to Yun Qingyan, I like you more. Third uncle? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Look at me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Shui's third uncle, Xia Jia. I'm also the third master of the Xia family. Xia Jia introduced himself. You can just call me third uncle like Shui. Yes, third uncle. Duan Ling Tian did not expect that his loss of composure earlier, where he scolded his father-in-law whom he had never met, would be acknowledged by his third uncle. This was a good start for him. At the very least, not everyone in Ker's family was against him. He had his own supporters as well. Although I like you more and hope you can be with Shui, to be honest, there's nothing I can do to help you. My eldest brother is used to having the final say. If you want to gain his approval, you'll have to rely on yourself. When Xia Jia saw the hint of joy in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he threw a bucket of cold water on him. The spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms is about to close, so I'll have a long story to tell you. After calculating the time, Xia Jia looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, currently, Ker is under house arrest by her father. Her father has also taken her spatial ring. Perhaps that's why Yun Qingyan dares to send someone to kill you. After all, since the spatial ring has been taken away, it means she won't know if your soul pearl has shattered or not. Otherwise, Yun Qingyan wouldn't have dared to risk her life. After all, with Shui's temper, if she finds out you're dead, she won't live alone. Upon hearing Xia Jia's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Previously, he had wondered why Yun Qingyan dared to send someone to kill him. Was he not worried Ker would do something crazy if she found out he was dead? As it turned out, the spatial ring where his soul pearl was kept had been taken away by Ker's father. It was obvious that Yun Qingyan knew about this, which was why he had sent people to kill him. Although my bastard brother plans to use your family and friends to threaten Shui into marrying Yun Qingyan, something big has happened in the Divine Offering Land recently, so he won't be able to deal with it for the time being. In 3 days, the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will be closed. It'll be closed for about 1,000 years. During this time, there will be many things happening in the Divine Offering Land, so Shui will be safe. However, after 1,000 years, when the matter in the Divine Offering Land is settled, I'm afraid my bastard brother will bring up the matter again. At that time, if you don't have the strength to win his approval, I'm afraid Shui will have no choice but to marry Yun Qingyan if she can't withstand the pressure from him. Xia Jia paused for a moment and looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Third uncle? You mean I only have 1,000 years? Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. Naturally, he knew what Xia Jia meant. That's right. You only have 1,000 years. Xia Jia nodded. If you still can't gain his approval after 1,000 years, I'm afraid Shui won't be fated to be with you. 1,000 years. Although Duan Ling Tian had only lived for a few decades in this life and had not even lived for 100 years, he still felt a great pressure. After all, he knew he might not be able to gain Ker's father's approval even if he was as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Third uncle, what's the Divine Offering Land? Duan Ling Tian asked with a grim expression on his face. Yun Qingyan had casually sent a servant from the Yun clan to force Senior Feng Qingyong, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This meant the people in the Divine Offering Land were generally very powerful. The Divine Offering Land is separated from the mundane realms and Devata realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Xia Jia seemed to have expected Duan Ling Tian to ask this question, so he was not surprised. He quickly explained, You'll learn about this when you reach a certain level in the Devata realm. As for other information about the divine offering land, it'll only be a burden to you even if I tell you about it. Therefore, I won't say much about it. Xianxia paused for a moment before explaining to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, you'll be able to learn about it when you reach a certain level in the Devata realm. Chapter 2544. Shui, has asked me to come and see you, and I've told you everything I need to tell you. The spatial tunnel between the divine offering land and the Devata realms will close in 3 days, so I have to return as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'll have to wait for 1,000 years before I can return. Xianxia said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I hope to see you in the divine offering land when the spatial tunnel between the divine offering land and the Devata realms opens again after 1,000 years. At that time, I hope you'll be strong enough to gain Shui's father's approval. After Xianxia finished speaking, he casually raised his hand and tore a tear in space before he prepared to leave. Third uncle. Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something important when he saw Xianxia leaving in a hurry. Is it true that heavenly emperors will definitely die if they enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian did not forget what Yunyi had told him. Senior Feng Qingyang, who had left behind the inheritance for him, was forced into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. The Azura Hell? Xianxia's expression turned slightly solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've entered that place once, but I only dared to move around the periphery. I didn't dare to go too deep. Based on how dangerous the Azura Hell is, I'm afraid there are only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who managed to come out alive. Xianxia said. Sush. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately when he heard Xianxia's words. At the same time, he realized Yunyi was not exaggerating. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Similarly, there were 81 heavenly emperors. Based on Xianxia's words, only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms managed to come out alive after entering the Azura Hell. Based on Yunyi's words, Feng Qingyang was only ranked in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was far from the top 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At this moment, the last trace of hope in the depths of his heart was shattered. After his hopes were dashed, a strong sense of self-blame rose from the depths of his heart, unable to calm down for a long time. I'm in a hurry to return to the world of divine remains. I don't have much time left, so I can't help you much. At this moment, Xianxia's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Initially, bringing you back to the divine offering land would be more beneficial to you. However, if you're discovered by my elder brother or that boy from the Yun family, you'll definitely die. For this reason, I can't let you take the risk. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Then, he raised his hand and 2 items appeared in his hand before he passed them to Duan Lingtian. That's all I can help you with. When you ascend to a Devata realm, don't be in a hurry to leave the celestial ascension pool. Try to temper your 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool. It'll only be beneficial to you. Boy, I look forward to seeing you again in the divine offering land. I hope you won't disappoint me and Shui. After Xianxia passed the 2 items to Duan Lingtian, he left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. Immediately after, the spatial crack that he had just torn open also gradually closed up. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses after the tear in space closed. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 items Xianxia had left for him. The 2 items were a sword and a dark green jade token that was shrouded in a mysterious light. At the same time, the snake-like cracks in space gradually closed, returning the entire space to its original tranquility. Phew! Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had accompanied Duan Lingtian to the gates of hell. She had almost been killed by Yunyi. Wait for me. Duan Lingtian did not look at the two items in his hand. He looked up at the sky and clenched his fists before he let out a roar that shook space. It was as though he was trying to vent the frustration in his chest. Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. When Tang Xiaoxiao regained her senses, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Can you tell me more about you and your wife?" At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao found out Duan Lingtian had a wife and a child. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's wife was not an ordinary person. When Duan Lingtian told Tang Xiaoxiao about his relationship with his wife, Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but sigh before she comforted him. She comforted him and said, "Don't worry, you'll definitely reunite with your wife. Didn't Senior Xianxia say that? You still have 1,000 years to live. It hasn't even been 100 years since you started cultivating in this lifetime. I believe that if you were given another 1,000 years, you would definitely have the strength to gain the approval of your father-in-law." Tang Xiaoxiao comforted him. Although Tang Xiaoxiao comforted Tang Xiaoxiao, she did not think the same way. Naturally, it was not that she did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law in 1,000 years. However, she did not think it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to possess such strength in 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he was still very strong. However, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian was, his strength was only comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Although Xia Jie did not say how strong Duan Lingtian would have to be to gain the approval of his father-in-law, Tang Xiaoxiao was certain Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law. However, in her opinion, Duan Lingtian would have to be stronger than a group of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. After all, the person from before was also a servant of the Yun family from the world of divine remains. He was even stronger than most of the heavenly emperors. Even with Duan Lingtian's current foundation, it would still be difficult for him to become stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms in 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian knew Tang Xiaoxiao was trying to comfort him, he still nodded solemnly. There was no turning back for him at this moment. After 1,000 years, regardless of whether he would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law, he would have to make a trip to the divine offering land. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not allow his wife to marry another man. In the next few days, Tang Xiaoxiao stayed by Duan Lingtian's side and accompanied Duan Lingtian back to Earth. Chapter 2545. In the Xia family of the Divine Offering Land. In a heavily guarded courtyard, the flowers were lush and the air was fresh. One could vaguely hear the chirping of birds. It was like the ethereal sound of a valley. It was very pleasant to the ears. In a quiet room at the back of the courtyard, a white figure was sitting cross-legged on an ice bed that was emitting dense cold air. This was a woman. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and possessed a devastatingly beautiful face that caused everything in her surroundings to seem to be overshadowed by her. She sat there quietly as though she had become one with the ice bed beneath her. Her body was constantly emitting dense cold air. It was as if she was not a living person, but an ice sculpture. However, if one took a closer look, they would see that she was a beautiful woman. At that instant, this peerless beauty in a snow-white dress had her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted together. Her perfect and flawless cheeks twitched slightly as if she was enduring some sort of pain. At the same time, the aura that extended from her body was constantly changing and becoming stronger. Shwe. Only when a vigorous voice sounded from outside did the white-clothed lady, who was sitting cross-legged on the ice bed, relax her pair of willowy eyebrows. At the same time, she opened her tightly shut eyes. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The woman who had opened her eyes was even more radiant than when she had closed her eyes. A gust of wind blew past, and the white-clad woman disappeared from the ice bed. She opened the door of the quiet room with a bang and went to the backyard outside the quiet room. In the backyard, a sloppy, middle-aged man stood there. The middle-aged man had his messy hair draped behind his back, revealing a square face. He had big eyes and eyebrows, and as he stood there, he exuded a dignified aura. Third uncle. The fairy-like woman in white didn't care about the middle-aged man's unkempt appearance at all. She immediately flew forward and held the middle-aged man's arm. She blinked her watery eyes and asked, "What's wrong with you? Have you seen Brother Tian?" As soon as the woman said this, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and waves of excitement appeared in the depths of her eyes. "You little girl," third uncle rushed over to you as soon as he returned. "You didn't even ask if third uncle was tired. Instead, you asked me if I saw that brat. It seems that third uncle's position in your heart is far inferior to that brat. Sigh, girls are extroverted, girls are extroverted." The unkempt middle-aged man was none other than Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan from the Divine Offering Land. After all, Xianxia had just returned to the Divine Offering Land from the Devata realms. He managed to return before the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms closed. "Third uncle, you're teasing Shui again." The woman's beautiful cheeks blushed shyly as she said with some embarrassment. All right. Third uncle won't tease you anymore." Xianxia shook his head. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said, "I saw that brat. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yun Qingyan's men." "What?" The woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Xianxia's words. Her eyes that were originally calm were instantly filled with rage. "Yun Qingyan? How dare he send men to kill Brother Tian?" The woman was none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke. She was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xia Ning Shui. "That brat must have heard that your father had imprisoned you and took your spatial ring." Xianxia paused for a moment before he said, "That brat must have heard about your father taking away your spatial ring." Xianxia paused for a moment before he continued to say, "I suspect that your father intentionally let him know that your spatial ring was taken away so that he could use Yun Qingyan to get rid of that brat." Xianxia could not help but sigh when he finished speaking. He knew very well how much his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, disliked that brat from the mundane realm. Back then, when his elder brother found out that his niece had reincarnated and found a husband and gave birth to a daughter, he was furious. He had almost left the Divine Offering Land and went to the mundane realm to hunt that brat down. "Father," Ke's eyes were filled with rage, but she did not know how to vent her anger. After all, that person was her father. Apart from being Ke, she was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xia Ning Shui. "Third uncle, is Brother Tian all right?" Ke asked worriedly. "Don't worry, he's fine." Xianxia shook his head. "Apart from that, I've also told him that the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will be closed for 1,000 years. In the next 1,000 years, your father will have many things to do, so he won't be able to arrange your marriage with Yun Qingyan. However, when the matter of the Divine Offering Land is over, your father will definitely bring up the matter again and force you to submit to him. I've already told that brat about all this. He's a person with a strong will. Perhaps a miracle will happen in 1,000 years." When Xianxia reached the end of his sentence, he found it hard to believe his own words. Previously, when they were in the mundane realm, he had told Duan Lingtian to strive to obtain the approval of his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, after 1,000 years. However, he did not think it was possible. A miracle? Ke smiled bitterly when she heard Xianxia's words. "Third uncle, although Brother Tian's innate talent and fortuitous encounters are good, it's impossible for him to obtain the approval of father in just 1,000 years. Shui, you must trust him. I'm sure he wants you to trust him as well," Xianxia said. "I trust you. Of course I believe in him. But this time, I won't let him bear this burden alone." Ke looked at Xianxia and said, "Third uncle, Since the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms has been closed, it's impossible for people from the Divine Offering Land to go to the Devata realms or the mundane realms through the Devata realms. Once the spatial tunnel is closed, Father won't keep me under house arrest anymore. At that time, I want to go to the realm battlefield. A hint of determination flashed in Ker's eyes when she finished speaking. Sush. However, as soon as Ker's voice fell, Xiajia's expression changed, and he shook his head. He shook his head and said, "No. You can't go to the realm battlefield." Chapter 2546. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was going on in the Divine Offering Land. He also didn't know that Ku'er was preparing to enter the extremely dangerous planar battlefield, all for the sake of obtaining the strength to change both their fates after 1,000 years. If he knew about this, he would be so worried that he would want to grow a pair of wings and fly to the Divine Offering Land to stop Kur. A month later, Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiaoxiao back to the Cost Galaxy. Although Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao had traveled at full speed from the Cost Galaxy to the Milky Way, it had taken them 3 months to reach the Milky Way. However, it only took him a month to bring Tang Xiaoxiao back to the Cost Galaxy. This time, the reason why he took so much less time was because he had comprehended the 13 Green Lotus Swords to the extreme and completely grasped the 13 Green Lotus Swords. That was why his speed had increased so much. After all, Duan Lingtian, who had mastered the 13 Green Lotus Swords, was as strong as a golden celestial in the Devata realms. I wonder if the people in this galaxy have forgotten about us? Tang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself as they made their way to the interstellar transportation formation on planet Satel in the Cost Galaxy. Back then, she and Duan Lingtian were attacked by 18 disaster-level battleships from the Garnier family in the Cost Galaxy. The scene had been broadcasted to the entire Cost Galaxy. At that time, she had already used her divine sense to investigate this clearly. At that time, there were not many people in the Cost Galaxy who did not know about Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao. That's the 2 cultivators from a few months ago? Heavens! Why are they here again? Why are they here again? What are they trying to do? When Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao appeared near the interstellar transportation formation on planet Satel, many people recognized them. They could not help but panic. It was as though they were ferocious beasts. It seems like they haven't forgotten about us. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled. One of the people from the Cost Galaxy who was standing nearby heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words, and his mouth twitched. This female cultivator seemed to be surprised that the people of the Cost Galaxy had not forgotten about them. What a joke! Even if a few years had passed, the people of the Cost Galaxy would never forget these 2 cultivators, let alone a few months. After all, the young man among the 2 cultivators had destroyed a disaster-level battleship with a single strike. Moreover, he had walked out of the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships unscathed. This was the first time in the history of the Cost Galaxy that such a terrifying cultivator had appeared. The incident that happened a few months ago had already been recorded in the Cost Galaxy's historical records. The title of the record was as follows: A Godlike Man. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao disappear into the interstellar transportation formation, the people from the Cost Galaxy heaved a sigh of relief. So they were just passing by. I was scared to death just now. However, I really didn't expect that we would be able to see them with our own eyes. Compared to what we saw in the projection, what we saw just now was much more vivid, and their auras were much stronger. That's right. I didn't even dare to breathe when I saw them earlier. Due to the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao, the entire Cost Galaxy was in an uproar. It was only after they confirmed that Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were just passing by that the Cost Galaxy calmed down. Based on this, one could see how powerful Duan Lingtian was in the Cost Galaxy. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything since it was nothing to be proud of. After all, it was only a galaxy ruled by an SS-grade technological civilization. An SSS-grade technological civilization that stood at the pinnacle of technological civilization in Yanhuang realm had an apocalypse-level battleship. This type of galaxy represented the strongest technological civilization in Yanhuang realm. The galaxies ruled by technological civilizations were categorized into SSS grade, SS grade, S grade, A grade, B grade, C grade. The Milky Way was a galaxy ruled by an A-grade technological civilization since the most advanced technological civilization in the Milky Way was only an A-grade technological civilization. It was 2 grades lower than the Cost galaxy. However, Duan Lingtian's strength had increased again. Even when Duan Lingtian had just arrived in the Cost galaxy, he did not feel pressured at all when he faced a galaxy ruled by an SSS-grade technological civilization. This was because even the apocalypse-level battleships that such galaxies relied on to survive would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. After all, his strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. Duan Lingtian, on our way back to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, will have to pass by the Thousand Opportunities galaxy where the Tang sect is located. I want to visit the old ancestor and return the star chart to him. Tang Xiaoxiao told Duan Lingtian as they passed through the interstellar transportation formations. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since it's on the way, I'll follow you back to the Tang sect. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao to return to the Thousand Opportunities galaxy that was ruled by the Tang sect. The interstellar teleportation array was located on the mother planet of the Thousand Opportunities galaxy, planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiaoxiao was in a good mood when she first returned. However, when Tang Xiaoxiao returned to the Tang sect and saw Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, she learned something from him. Her expression changed drastically. The old ancestor is dead? When Tang Xiaoxiao learned from Tang Chong that Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, had died, she was on the verge of breaking down. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, making her look extremely pitiful. What happened? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw the anger and unwillingness in Tang Chong's eyes when he mentioned this matter to Tang Xiaoxiao. It's the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. He made a move. Tang Chong smiled wryly. He said we broke the engagement and made fun of the heavenly wave mansion. For this reason, he killed Elder Yi to punish us for breaking the engagement. I didn't expect the old man from the heavenly wave mansion would personally make a move. Tang Chong was furious and resentful when he finished speaking. However, no matter how angry he was or how unwilling he was, it was of no use. After all, the old ancestor was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as Tang Chong finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao crying. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were red from crying, and she looked very pitiful. She turned to look at him with a cold gleam in her eyes. Naturally, her gaze was not directed at Duan Lingtian. It was directed at the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Duan Lingtian, help me kill him. As long as you help me kill him, my life is yours. Tang Xiaoxiao said through gritted teeth. She seemed to have lost her mind as she glared at Duan Lingtian. To Tang Xiaoxiao, Tang Zhongyi was not only her ancestor, but he was also the one who had taken care of her as she grew up. He treated her like his own granddaughter. As for her, she also considered Tang Zhongyi as her biological grandfather. Now that she knew that Tang Zhongyi had been killed because of her, her heart was filled with regret. At the same time, she also hated the person who killed Tang Zhongyi to the bone. She wanted to tear the person into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. However, she knew with her strength, she would only be seeking death if she went to the heavenly wave mansion. Therefore, she could only place all her hopes on Duan Lingtian. In order to avenge her family's ancestor, she was even willing to bet her own life. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian did not say anything to comfort Tang Xiaoxiao when he sensed her anger. He knew words would not be as effective as action at this moment. Thank you. As expected, Tang Xiaoxiao's body trembled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then she nodded at Duan Lingtian and thanked him. Then, under Tang Chong's shocked gaze, he took the lead and led the way to the interstellar transportation formation again. Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiaoxiao through the interstellar transportation formation and left the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy that was ruled by the Heavenly Wave Mansion. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. The Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate was located on the mother planet of the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. It was also where Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were staying. Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiaoxiao to the estate of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. How dare you trespass in the Heavenly Wave Mansion? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately reacted and flew out in an attempt to intercept them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand, and rays of light shot out and killed the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao's ruthlessness. However, Duan Lingtian could understand why Tang Xiaoxiao was so angry. Previously, when he went to the Milky Way with Tang Xiaoxiao from the Cost Galaxy, Tang Xiaoxiao had told him a lot about her and her ancestor, Tang Zhongyi. Therefore, he knew about the relationship between Tang Xiaoxiao and her ancestor. Tang Xiaoxiao. At this moment, a frivolous voice rang in the air. Swoosh. Soon after, a young man wearing embroidered clothes with unsteady footsteps appeared in a timely manner. As soon as the young man in embroidered clothes appeared, the people in the vicinity immediately opened up a path for him. At the same time, many people bowed respectfully at him. Young Mansion Master. Young Mansion Master. Based on the way the people addressed the young man, it was obvious who he was. He was the young mansion master of Skywave Mansion, Yang Yuting. He was also Tang Xiaoxiao's fiancé. Well, Tang Xiaoxiao, are you regretting coming to our Skywave Mansion today? You don't want to break the engagement anymore? Yang Yuting looked at Tang Xiaoxiao condescendingly as soon as he appeared. His eyes were filled with mockery. He was furious when he learned the Tang sect was going to break the engagement. However, when he learned the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, who was also Tang Xiaoxiao's old ancestor, he had vented his anger. At that time, he knew it was impossible for him to be with Tang Xiaoxiao. He knew Tang Xiaoxiao's character very well. Since the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Zhongyi, she would rather die than marry him. For this reason, he was only teasing Tang Xiaoxiao when he said those words. After all, he could see it. Tang Xiaoxiao had killed many of the patrolling disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion to stir up trouble. It was obvious she knew her old ancestor was killed by the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned even redder when she saw Yang Yuting. At the same time, she ignored the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was fighting her and flew toward Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting's expression changed when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao charging toward him. His strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. He was no match for Tang Xiaoxiao, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure and was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, he sighed in relief when he saw a few figures appearing in front of him. The people standing in front of Yang Yuting were the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion. After they appeared in front of Yang Yuting, they glared at Tang Xiaoxiao fiercely. Tang Xiaoxiao, surrender. With your strength, you're destined to die for trespassing in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Kneel down and beg the young mansion master for mercy. Perhaps he'll give you a quick death. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Tang Xiaoxiao as though they were looking at a dead person. Tang Xiaoxiao, you bitch! Are you regretting it now? How could a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial stop the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from heavenly wave mansion? Tang Xiaoxiao remained calm when she saw the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials charging at her. It was as though she was not afraid at all. I'd like to see who's courting death. Duan Ling Tian said coldly when he saw the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the heavenly wave mansion flying toward Tang Xiaoxiao. Their attacks were like huge hammers that were about to land on her. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, more than 10 afterimages appeared on the sword formation beneath his feet before they gathered together and brought him to Tang Xiaoxiao's side at the fastest speed possible. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials did not even have time to react. It was only when they saw a flash of light in front of them that their expressions changed drastically. Swish, 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 swish. The 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' expressions changed drastically when the sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. Not only did it defeat the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, but it also killed them in just a blink of an eye. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as blood splattered everywhere. The 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed instantly. How's this possible? The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were the first to react. When they saw the person beside Tang Xiaoxiao killing the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials in just a blink of an eye, they broke out in cold sweat. These people were the ones who had blocked Yang Yuting's path earlier. It was Duan Lingtian who had forced them to retreat. They could only imagine. If the purple-clad young man next to Tang Xiaoxiao hadn't shown them any mercy, they would have been killed by his sword. Who's he? Is he Tang Xiaoxiao's helper? No wonder Tang Xiaoxiao dares to come to the heavenly wave mansion alone. She's fearless. She knows there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the heavenly wave mansion, but she still dares to come here. Does this mean the purple-clad young man beside her is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? After a few moments, the other people from the heavenly wave mansion regained their senses as well. Apart from fear, they looked at Duan Ling Tian in fear. It was as though they were afraid Duan Ling Tian would attack them. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from the heavenly wave mansion felt chills running down their spines when they heard their discussion. They looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. The people from the heavenly wave mansion were looking at Duan Lingtian with dread in their eyes. After a while, an earth-shattering roar rang from the depths of the heavenly wave mansion's estate. Accompanying this furious roar was the sound of a swift wind whistling. A moment later, another person appeared in everyone's line of sight. Surprisingly, it was a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build and a square face. He had a dignified air about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Seeing the newcomer, the group of people from Skywave Prefecture bowed to him respectfully. The Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Based on the way the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion addressed the newcomer, he was certain of the newcomer's identity. It was Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Tang Xiaoxiao, how dare you kill my son? Yang Qingjian ignored the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who bowed respectfully at him. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao fiercely as soon as he appeared. Obviously, before he came, he already knew who killed his son, Yang Yuding, before he came here. This was normal. Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, possessed his son, Yang Yuting's soul pearl. Naturally, he would know about Yang Yuting's death immediately. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene of Yang Yuting's death through a special Dao talisman. Because of that, he already knew it was Tang Xiaoxiao who killed his son before he came here. So what if I did? Facing the question of Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture, Tang Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "When that old guy from Heavenly Wave Prefecture killed my ancestor, you should have expected such a thing." You? Yang Qingjian was furious when he heard her words. However, he did not do anything in the end. As the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, he was not stupid. Since Tang Xiaoxiao dared to enter the Heavenly Wave Mansion and act so arrogantly in front of him, she must have something to rely on. Naturally, it was the purple-clad young man next to her. This purple-clad young man is most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Now, not only did the surrounding people of Skywave Prefecture think so, but even Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, also thought so. If the purple-clad young man was not a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, how could Tang Xiaoxiao be so confident? They were the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the base of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. When they arrived, they learned what had happened from a group of people from Skywave Prefecture. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at Duan Lingtian. "Sir." At this moment, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked sincerely, "May I know what benefits the Tang sect has promised you for helping them?" "I, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, am willing to promise you that no matter what benefits the Tang sect promised you, the Heavenly Wave Mansion will pay you double. I only hope that you won't interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and the Tang sect." It was obvious Yang Qingjian thought Duan Lingtian was an external help from the Tang sect. At this moment, everyone, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, thought Duan Lingtian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, if they used their divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian, it would only take them a short time to discover Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Chapter 2549. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was the pinnacle of the mundane realm. In the eyes of the mundane realm, 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were invincible. They were like gods. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were not to be humiliated. This was the law of the mundane realm. No one dared to probe a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with their divine consciousness, since they would offend them. Even 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials would not probe each other with their divine consciousness unless it was necessary. For this reason, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the others from the Heavenly Wave Mansion did not dare to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with their divine consciousness since they were afraid of angering Duan Lingtian. "Do you think that the Tang sect promised me something in return for my help, and that's why I came here with Tang Xiaoxiao?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Yang Qingjian's words. "Is that not the case?" Yang Qingjian had an ominous feeling when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. However, he could not figure it out. It had been many years since Tang sect had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If they did not promise Duan Lingtian something, why would Duan Lingtian come with them and interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and Tang sect? "Ask your 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to come out." Duan Lingtian did not answer Yang Qingjian's question. Instead, he continued to speak nonchalantly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Yang Qingjian to summon the old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture. Yang Qingjian inhaled sharply when he saw Duan Lingtian's fearless attitude. He had a feeling Duan Lingtian was up to no good. He quickly crushed a communication jade token to inform the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. As soon as Yang Qingjian crushed the communication jade token, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the northeast of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. At this very moment, he could faintly sense a powerful aura rising from there. Moreover, it was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Although I don't know the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from Yen Huang realm, I've heard of them. Just as Duan Ling Tian looked towards the northeast, an old but vigorous voice sounded from that direction. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Whoosh. Almost at the same time as the old yet vigorous voice sounded, an old and elderly figure appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. Ancestor. The group of bodiless celestials led by Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, bowed to the newcomer. Ancestor? Those from the Skywave Prefecture who had only heard of the old man but had never seen him before also came to their senses and bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man was the guardian of Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He nodded at the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingen. The old man and Duan Ling Tian stood facing each other. All of a sudden, all the people from Skywave Prefecture held their breaths. After all, both of them were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. There's no need for a dead man to know my name. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion thought Duan Ling Tian would reveal his background when the old ancestor of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial asked him about it. The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion were shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, there was no need for him to be so arrogant. After all, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Dead man? The old man was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then he sneered and said, "Sir, I know all the powerful 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yen Huang realm. Even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yen Huang realm, the Gongsun clan, doesn't dare to say he's capable of killing me. However, based on your words, it seems like you're confident you can kill me." The sneer on the old man's face deepened. How naive! Does he really think the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is a pushover? We're both 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Does he really think he's invincible? Soon after, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at an idiot. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was an arrogant and conceited person. Faced with the old man's sneer and the mockery from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Ling Tian did not waste his breath. He merely snorted coldly. As he snorted coldly, he made his move as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Another series of rapid and ear-piercing sword whistles reverberated in the air. The energy in Duan Ling Tian's body skyrocketed before it broke out of his body and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that condensed into a sword formation. Moreover, it brought out more than 10 afterimages as it charged toward the old man. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back at all. Apart from the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the technique granted to him by the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords. The 13 Green Lotus Swords were the profundity of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Its power is only comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, smirked disdainfully when he saw Duan Ling Tian's sword formation had yet to merge with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, the sneer on his face froze in just a blink of an eye. This was because Duan Ling Tian's sword formation had merged with the dozen or so afterimages behind it, causing an even more terrifying energy to erupt. Before the power even got close to him, he already felt like he was suffocating. How's this possible? The disdain in the eyes of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion was replaced by fear and panic. At the same time, he took out a 7-foot-long spear and thrust it forward with a swoosh. A celestial supreme treasure? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion. However, he did not care much about it. Submission of all soldiers. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent out a mysterious aura from the sword formation that was charging toward the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion and snatched the celestial supreme treasure from the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion. What's going on? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion was shocked when he was injured and his celestial supreme treasure was snatched away. He did not expect this. His celestial supreme treasure would be snatched away so easily. Who on earth was this purple-clad young man? What kind of skill did he use? Bang, 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 bang. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was, after all, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He quickly recovered from the shock of losing his celestial supreme treasure. He opened his hands and a 7-foot-long spear formed by his strength appeared. It continued to pierce the void and meet the sword formation. Whether it was Duan Lingtian's sword formation or the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the heavenly wave mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, they left terrifying cracks in the void when they moved. It was as though the cracks in the void were serpents. However, compared to the void cracks created by the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion, the void cracks created by Duan Lingtian's sword formation were narrower and more ferocious. In fact, they were twice as long as the void cracks created by the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion. Swish, 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 swish. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sword formation had met the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion. Without any pause, Duan Lingtian's sword formation defeated the attack of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion with just one strike. The sword formation enveloped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion and drowned him like a flood. No! Before he died, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion could only let out a mournful cry. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the aftershock of the battle between Duan Lingtian and the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion began to wreak havoc in the inner mansion of heavenly wave mansion. In the blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of heavenly wave mansion had been turned upside down. In just a blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of heavenly wave mansion had been turned into ruins. Not only that, some of the heavenly wave mansion's disciples with a weaker cultivation base were injured and sent flying. Even some of the stronger cultivators were retreating far away as if they were avoiding the god of pestilence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the aftershock of the battle dissipated, only the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Everyone present finally saw the situation in front of them. Not far away, a purple figure stood there. He was like a god, invincible. However, the old ancestor of heavenly wave mansion was nowhere to be seen. Even his aura was gone. Old ancestor! Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of heavenly wave mansion, cried out in grief. Surprisingly, he was holding a shattered soul orb in his hand. Old ancestor, he's dead. Another 8 tribulation individual celestial from heavenly wave prefecture also cried out in grief. At the same time, he informed the others of heavenly wave prefecture. Chapter 2550. The old ancestor is dead? This isn't a dream, right? No, it's not a dream. It's real. It's real. Heavens! The old ancestor was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye? When the group of people from Skywave Prefecture came back to their senses, they were also shocked out of their wits. They felt like they were in a dream. The old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was one of the strongest beings in the mundane realm. However, in just a blink of an eye, their old ancestor, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, had died. Is he even human? How could a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial kill our old ancestor so easily? Is he really a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? More and more people from Heavenly Wave Mansion shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock. Naturally, most of them were filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was inconceivable to them. If their supreme elder, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, did not say anything, they would not have believed that their old ancestor, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, had died just like that. In fact, before this, in their eyes, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was like a god to them. The ancestor of Heavenly Wave Prefecture was a godlike existence, the guardian of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. They had never thought that someone could kill the ancestor of their Skywave Prefecture. The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, knelt in the direction of the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy where Tang's sect was located. Old ancestor, did you see that? The old man who killed you is dead. You should be able to rest in peace now, Tang Xiao muttered to herself. Tang Xiao muttered to herself. Unknowingly, her beautiful cheeks were once again stained with tears. The dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. Duan Lingtian sighed and consoled her. All right. Tang Xiao nodded and stood up. Let's go. After standing up, Tang Xiao greeted Duan Lingtian and planned to leave with Duan Lingtian. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He couldn't help glancing at the people from Skywave Prefecture. As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, all of them turned pale when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This purple-clad young man could even kill a 9 tribulation scattered celestial ancestor of the Skywave Prefecture. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as cutting chives? Even Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the Supreme Elder, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They had already witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Killing a 9 tribulation loose immortal was like killing a chicken. It would be as easy as stepping on a group of ants for him to kill them. Since the culprit is dead, we'll let them go as long as they don't stop us from leaving, Tang Xiao said. She was not a person who would kill indiscriminately. Now that she saw the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion looking at Duan Lingtian in a panic, she was even less interested in attacking them. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Tang Xiao's decision. However, even if Duan Lingtian did not plan to eliminate the root of the problem, he did not want to bring disaster to the Tang sect because of his actions today. After all, Tang sect only had one 8 tribulation bodiless celestial while Skywave Prefecture had two 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Otherwise, they would have connected the Duan Lingtian who had just killed their supreme elder with the Duan Lingtian who was famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, both Duan Lingtian were sword cultivators, and their techniques were the same. Now, all of you must swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. At the same time, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, swept his gaze across the group of people from Heavenly Wave Mansion and said in a deep voice, "The lightning penalty oath states that whoever dares to spread word of what happened today will be killed by the lightning penalty oath." Yang Qingjian's tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. He did this because he didn't want the news of the ancestor's death to spread out. After all, the Skywave Prefecture's current status was due to their old ancestor, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If news of this spread, it would not affect the Skywave Prefecture in the short term. However, in the long run, they would fall to the level of a first-rate force like the Tang sect. Although the Tang sect could barely be considered to be in the first echelon in Yanhuang realm, it was at the bottom of the first echelon of all the forces in the first echelon. Boom, 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 boom. On this day, the inner mansion of Skywave Prefecture was bustling with noise and excitement because of the continuous thunder roaring from the horizon. It lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually died down. However, no matter how young Qingjian thought about it, he would never have guessed that before he asked everyone present to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what had happened today, several people had already secretly spread the news through communication jade slips. It could be said that there were still a lot of fish that had escaped the net, who were not present at the scene. By the time Yang Qingjian received the news, half a month had already passed. It was already too late. The old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by a purple-clad young man in front of a group of people, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture. The purple-clad young man called himself Duan Lingtian. It said that Duan Lingtian is a helper hired by the Tang sect. He's with Tang Xiao, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tang sect. Perhaps he's even stronger than the person from the Gong Sun family. The person from the Gong Sun clan is widely acknowledged as the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm. However, even he might not be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in just a blink of an eye. It's said that Duan Lingtian has a very strange technique. The sword formation he cast can even snatch celestial supreme treasures from other people. I've heard about it as well. It's because of this technique that he was able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Skywave Prefecture. The rumor of Duan Lingtian killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Skywave Prefecture spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy before it spread to the other galaxies as well. When the news reached the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy where Tang sect was located, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, was shocked. That Duan Lingtian actually killed that old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Even Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect who had seen many storms in his life, could not help but blurt out in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. Xiao, you've made an amazing friend. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.